Volume 9. Chapter 794, Zhou Qianlin's Protogenia. Chapter 794, Zhou Qianlin's Protogenia.
This didn't change the powers so much as sublimate them.
It was subtle, but the increase in Lan Jue and Luo Qianni's strength of domain was measurable. This is like some sort of amplification protogenia. Luo Qianni mused. The Queen of Heaven discipline was known for its self-sacrifice in service of others.
It was described as the most selfless power. Even before ascending to Paragon, she could bring someone from the brink of death.
Paragons, in a sense, were pure humans. Did it mean she could influence other paragons now? Was her protogenia meant to empower others? Luo Qianni's brows were furrowed as she immersed herself in the waves of power emanating from Zhou Qianlin. Girl, release your domain. Let me feel your power. She said. For paragons, drawing their domain into the real world was the strongest reflection of their protogenia.
Having just broken through to reflection of heaven and earth, surely she would not be proficient in the use of her abilities, but summoning her domain shouldn't be difficult.
Qianlin nodded.
Now was not the time to gush affectionately over her love. Her eyes hardened, and a moment later pale light flooded the area around her.
It surrounded Lan Jue and Luo Qianni, enveloping them in its embrace.
The warmth of comfort of her power became clearer. Lan Jue felt a sense of well-being that was difficult to describe. Nothing seemed strange or disconcerting.
However, Luo Qianni's reaction was much different. She stared at Qianlin in utter disbelief. This is impossible.
Lan Jue looked at her in confusion.
Mother, are you all right? What is it? What is Qianlin's domain?
Luo Qianni turned her head to look at him, fixing his eyes with a firm gaze.
You've sure chosen a fine wife, my son.
I can sense two things from her domain, truly stupendous things, but...
Stupendous?
Lan Jue was even more surprised by her dramatic description.
Why don't I feel anything? Luo Qianni's response was impatient. That's because you haven't called your domain.
You're already in your prime state.
The first part of her domain is stabilizing and recovering protogenia. Domains by their nature are not stable. Protogenia changes due to influences in its environment.
To put it simply, if an enemy were to attack with your domain active, Qianlin's abilities would prevent it from being overcome or dispersed. It wouldn't matter how strong your foe is, your domain would prevail, that is, until her strength is consumed.
But that isn't as important as protogenic recovery.
With her by your side, you could use your strongest attacks, and your stamina would be immediately recovered through her domain.
It seems to apply to everything within its scope. This is her domain. Lan Jue blinked in surprise. That's incredible.
Lan Jue was well versed in the many types of adepts.
Many were involved in healing and recovery, like Skyfire Avenue's doctor. However, these adepts did not become paragons.
Their disciplines only applied to humans, and didn't benefit superhumans like paragons.
Once an adept broke through, they were considered an aspect of protogenia. If they couldn't manipulate protogenia, how could they become a part of it? Because of this, healers who reached peak level were already extraordinary. Still, they could only apply their abilities to humans and adepts who had not broken through. They could not help paragons. Luo Qianni's surprise made her explanation less than perfectly clear, but Lan Jue understood. Qianlin's ability to recover protogenia was extraordinary and immensely powerful. In a fight, Lan Jue wouldn't need to worry about holding back or maintaining stability. With Qianlin present, all of the paragons within the scope of her domain could fight with everything they had. There's more.
Luo Qianni's eyes burned as she looked at the younger woman. And this second power is even more marvelous than the last, a firefly compared to the light of the moon.
Something more powerful than protogenic stabilization and recovery? Lan Jue looked at his mother, almost disbelieving. Aren't you exaggerating?
But she shook her head, denying his claim.
She smiled.
With her ascension to Paragon, your father and I will not die.
Do you think I exaggerate now? Her domain's second ability is to shield against universal protogenia. Lan Jue froze.
The face he made now was as shocked as Luo Qianni's had been when she felt it.
Shielding against universal protogenia?
This meant that his mother and father didn't need to fear retribution when using their powers within Qianlin's domain.
They could finally employ their full strength.
A firefly's light before the moon indeed.
Luo Qianni went on.
So long as the two of you are together, it doesn't matter how strong you become.
The infinite and beyond, her domain will protect you.
It's amazing that such a paragon could exist, much less that I would know her.
When the two of you achieve nirvana, you will know it more clearly. What an incredible revelation. Chu Bupong, the old coot, won't have an excuse to hold my powers back any longer. Look after me, I'll prepare now. Lan Jue's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Breakthrough? She was already a paragon at the border of nirvana. That meant, the infinite. In all of human history, the only one to have ever achieved such strength was his father. If his mother could rise to such heights, free from the tyranny of universal protogenia with Qianlin's help, the benefit to humanity would be colossal. Auntie, shall I use my domain to help you? Qianlin hurried asked. 1. Luo Xianyi's response was crouch and discontent. What's this anti-nonsense? You're with Lan Jue, call me mother. You don't need to call your domain directly. Just be near me, that's fine. Your presence will help stabilize the protogenia. I won't need your shielding abilities until after I've broken through. When I need you to use your domain, I'll let you know. All right. Qianlin replied. Her face was red, but Luo Xianyi's words had made her happy. It meant she accepted her. She stole a glance Lan Jue's way, only to spot him looking back at her. The stolen moment made her blush all the more. Luo Xianyi's style had always been dramatic and resolute. She dropped immediately into a cross-legged position and a pink aura sprang up like a blanket. The infinite, she was about to break through to the highest degree of paragon. Lan Jue looked upon his mother in awe and admiration. After becoming a paragon himself, he sensed things differently. Only once the veil to protogenia had been lifted could one sense the scope of power being manipulated. The changes to protogenia, the control of this power, was not about pure energy. To an extent, it required controlling the rules of the universe. The universe, in turn, strove for order and balance, and worked to suppress perversion of its rules. Thus, when one person was able to manipulate reality in such a way, reality fought back. In many ways, the universe could be understood as an integral whole, a single ever-expanding body. It had its own rules and protogenia it lived by. Creatures within it that could change, ignore, and create their own rules were like a sickness. Like the human body, it would try to protect itself by exorcising the offender and curing the ailment. In this way, paragons could be compared to cancer in humans. Universal protogenia was like white blood cells. If the mutations didn't have a way to hide from the white blood cells, they would be destroyed. There were only two results that could arise from this. The vast majority of the time, universal protogenia destroyed the offending lifeform. But if it didn't, if the paragon grew strong enough to threaten the universe itself, then reality itself could detonate. A new Big Bang, with new rules to replace the old. The lifeform, if it survived, would be the new universe. This was the theory of universal replacement. Lan Jue's familiarity with the idea deepened after becoming a paragon. He was also beginning to understand, at least a little, how the destruction of the immortal realm came about. According to legend, the immortal realm of ancient times was expansive. Powerful beings resided within it, not least of which the three pure ones and other mighty gods. Together they created the immortal realm, and it was there they lived. It served as a protective screen to separate them from universal protogenia, like how cancerous cells trick the immune system. The body that was the universe didn't know it had a sickness growing within it. 1. Prior to getting married, one refers to older women, including their boyfriend's mother, as aunt. Fathers are uncle. Part of the marriage ceremony is changing the way one addresses their spouse's parents from aunt and uncle to mother and father. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 795, You're the Only One in My Heart. Chapter 795, You're the Only One in My Heart. In the end, the realm of immortals was more than the universe could bear. The beings within it were too strong, and even the reality they carved out for themselves couldn't contain the aura they collectively created. The universe at large sensed the tremendous danger, thus descended upon them with the full strength of its special protogenia. In the end, the realm of immortals was destroyed, along with everyone living in it. All manifestations of it, heaven, the Buddhist realms, all of it, were gone in an instant. The immortal realm was gone. With no immortal realm, the infinite became the pinnacle of human achievement. There was no way to grow stronger. Lan Jue's mind was filled with revelations, a level of understanding he'd never known before. Everything seemed clear, reasonable. Now his mother was attempting to rise to this universally imposed limit. Were the aliens not also constantly contended with the threat of universal protogenia? They were trying to create a reality they could survive in like humans had before. They wanted to live and grow strong, free from threat. Growth was the goal of any living thing. It was as true for aliens as it was for humans. The creatures they fought against were just further along.
If these monsters succeeded in creating their own immortal realm, who was to say whether it would suffer the same fate as mankind's had? Lan Jue's eyes sparkled. Here he realized it must have been the ultimate goal of the ancient immortals to design and enact their own universe. They would have been able to supplant the universe's rules for their own and live in absolute freedom. A life without boundaries was their ultimate pursuit. It was something Lan Jue also yearned, but would not strive for. Right now he needed nothing beyond Zhou Qianlin. A life with his love and compatriots was enough. He knew that one day his goals may change, that when he reached that stifling level of power he might have to chase immortality. But that time wasn't now. For now he just wanted to eliminate these aliens and live in peace. These revelations would help his future improvement, for he had glimpsed behind the curtain and spied the truth of the universe. This knowledge greatly benefited his comprehension of protogenia. The immortals may have perished, but had the echoes of their presence really disappeared entirely? Lan Jue didn't think so. If it had, how would his breakthrough have produced the image of the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety? It meant that some piece of this mighty individual lived on, a portion of their energy injected into the universe as a whole. His breakthrough had galvanized that portion and awakened what the mighty immortal had left behind. Faced with the destruction of everything they knew, Lan Jue was met with the weight of everything he wanted to pursue. There was too much he wanted to see and experience. Yet, this life of struggle was what made it novel, gave it purpose. It filled the universe with imagination and possibilities. Lan Jue's face bore a small smile. Qianlin looked his way and saw the fleeting expression in his eyes. She smiled self-consciously, thinking he was smiling at her. She quipped at him. "What are you smirking about?" He chuckled. "I'm smiling because I'm happy, of course. I'm thinking about our future, how could I not be cheerful?" Qianlin's face reddened. "Whose future?" "Yours and mine, of course," he replied. "If not you, then who else?" "I'm no playboy, I've already begged after your affections. Besides, Mom has approved of you." "You want me to beg again?" Qianlin paused. She wanted to tease him, to say she didn't accept, but with the photographer within earshot she didn't dare. "You're going to bully me," she said, turning her face away. Lan Jue's eyes were full of warmth and affection. "How could I bully you? I love you, caring for you is all I want." Qianlin looked back at him, her gaze also soft and loving. Lan Jue continued. "Do you know how anxious I've been this whole time you've been lost? Do you recall anything that's happened in this time?" She gently nodded her head. "I felt it all, but it was like I was in a dream. I could see and feel everything you were doing, but I couldn't rouse myself. I never stopped struggling, but the haze never lifted, not until our breakthrough. Once the dream was over I could finally be happy." Lan Jue was suddenly enlightened. No wonder she never seemed put off by her surroundings or what they were doing, or why she so readily accepted him. She had been present the whole time, just unable to interact. Lan Jue pulled her close, into another warm embrace. They remained close to the photographer so that Qianlin's aura could assist her in her breakthrough. Qianlin wriggled in attempts to get free, a blush in her cheeks. "Mother's right there." She said it quietly, but hearing the words from her made Lan Jue smile. He saw this as a good omen. Now, in the midst of this frightening time, when humanity stood on the brink of destruction, his lost love has returned. It meant good things were on the horizon. "It's fine, you two lovebirds go on and display affection. Don't mind me." The photographer's voice echoed in both their minds. A paragon one with the infinite was nothing if not ubiquitous. Qianlin's blush intensified. She wriggled again to free herself from Lan Jue's embrace, but he wouldn't let her go. In the end she yielded and leaned into his hug. "What do you think about getting married once this fight is over?" he asked her. "Okay," she answered with a nod. Her voice was soft. "What about the other women with you? I can tell they all like you." Lan Jue's own voice was low, contemplative. "I've thought about that for a long time. Other than Xiuxiu, I saved those girls from bad situations. I can't face them, can't bear to tell them to just go. I gave them a home, jobs, stability, so long as I'm around I will be the center of their lives. That's why after we marry we should just go. Without me around, perhaps they'll realize everything they've been missing." "You want to run away?" she challenged. He shook his head. "It isn't running away. I don't have to go anywhere, but I've thought about it and I see things clear. What they feel for me isn't really love, and I can't give them the affection they want. If we all stay together it will only cause unnecessary pain. It would be better to leave, and come by from time to time to check up on them.
I'd make sure others around the avenue would watch over them too.
If they could just live their own lives, I'm sure they would grow to be incredible women.
I've thought of many possibilities, but this is the best one. For a few moments, Qianlin was silent. Eventually she spoke. But after everything we've experienced, I don't mind. If you liked someone else, I could understand. But I wouldn't find it acceptable. The only person I want to be with is you, for all the years to come.
I don't have a big heart, and the center of it is smaller still.
Only one person occupies it, and that's you. Qianlin smiled, a happy smile.
She didn't speak, only held him tighter. Lan Jue looked down at her.
You should rest, I'm here.
I don't think we'll have much opportunity to rest in the near future. Now that the war had begun, there's a lot we'll have to take care of.
Becoming paragons didn't just mean they were stronger.
Their responsibilities also increased, something Lan Jue understood well. This was a stolen moment that wouldn't last long. Qianlin shut her eyes. She had no interest in cultivating now, she only wanted to lay like this against the chest of the man she loved.
To feel his warmth and take joy in the moment. The pink light hanging over Luo Xianni flickered in and out of existence. Although her aura wasn't any more powerful, Lan Jue felt the difference in her.
It was like she wasn't there, and yet was everywhere all at once. What he didn't see was that the sky and environment outside of the arena had taken on a pink hue. It was silently spreading out in all directions, while within it shadowy projections of Luo Xianni appeared. At first it was only one projection every 10,000 meters, but as time went on that shrunk to one every 1,000 meters, then everywhere. The waves of power that wafted from her kneeling true self weren't powerful, but they were unique.
Zeta.
Majesty drilled through the atmosphere to witness the strange scene below. The other fighter units didn't know what they were looking at, but Star Division did.
It was a branch of Skyfire Avenue and their leaders knew the face of Luo Xianni. They knew right away this was no enemy, but an ally. Although they didn't know what she was up to, they knew it had to be for their benefit. They quickly told the other ships in their wake it was nothing to be concerned about. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 796, Controlling the Situation. Chapter 796, Controlling the Situation. Majesty deftly sat down on Angel's surface. Star Division immediately disembarked and spread out in all directions.
This time the ground assault team didn't set about installing a defensive perimeter, since they didn't bring the materials for it. Retaking the planet was the first step, followed by saving the remaining humans. Those were their primary directives.
This work was not nearly as entertaining as battling aliens.
Lan Jue had sent them all images of the mutated humans, showing how they fought in their extraordinary condition.
Killing them wouldn't have been a problem, of course, nothing a laser rifle couldn't handle. But they were humans, compatriots.
They had to do whatever was necessary to safely capture and return with them.
That's where things got hard. Luckily Lan Jue's last expedition had returned with many treasured resources.
This time the soldiers had been outfitted with specially crafted weapons designed to capture instead of kill.
Begin.
Spread out, no less than 5 to a unit, and keep all lines of communication open.
Unit commanders, keep your head on a swivel, you could be engaged any moment. Su Xiaosu shouted the orders and Star Division leapt into action. Using radar to guide them, they went out searching for survivors. Majesty lifted back into the air and provided them air support. Its more powerful radar equipment could scan farther. The rest of the ground assault forces were dispatched similarly and without incident.
They were greeted with a much different situation than they'd faced on Monteur.
The aliens' retreat had been complete, Angel had been entirely abandoned by the enemy.
The pink light in the air grew thicker and Luo Xianni's mirror images more clear. At some point and from somewhere a deep chanting hum buzzed. For the soldiers it was just a curious sound, but its effect on the mutated victims of Angel was profound.
Star Division found the first group wandering through the streets of a ruined city. Scores of them came charging at the Avenue's warriors.
Compared to when they were human, their strength had been multiplied tremendously. They could leap cars and climb buildings. No terrain impeded their mindless desire for destruction. Some of them had even developed powers like Adepts. Star Division's long-range attacks began, with balls of light spouting from their mecha suits. As the orbs sped out, they expanded into nets that ensnared their targets. The lightning nets immediately filled the unfortunate monstrosities with electric current. They shook so fiercely they couldn't counterattack. Eventually they fell limp. It was a very effective way to deal with their charges. It didn't cause any lasting harm, but it effectively shut them down. Under Star Division's disciplined assault, it wasn't long before most of the mutants were laying helplessly on the ground. Then the hymns of Luo Qianli's power began to echo. A kindness spread through the chests of Star Division's soldiers. A comfort beyond expression that refreshed their minds and bodies. The mutants had a different reaction, holding their hands to their ears and howling in pain toward the heavens. They would eventually freeze in place like statues.
To say it surprised Star Division was an understatement.
However, it was clear this was to their advantage, so they didn't stop.
Majesty quickly collected the mutant humans. Similar scenes popped up all around Angel. Countless mutant victims were frozen solid by the echoes of Luo Qianli's power. Lan Jue started to get reports 5 minutes later.
He looked in shock at his mother, seated cross-legged nearby as though nothing was going on. He was filled with admiration for her, pride for his mother. With such an aggressive display of power, was it possible she could control the whole planet on her own? But Lan Jue was quick to moderate his disbelief. What seemed sudden and incredible was, in fact, to be expected. He had just arisen to Paragon status, and in the process awakened spectacular power through the Middle Heaven, Great Emperor of the North Pole of Purple Subtlety. His mother, on the other hand, was striding the gap from nirvana to the infinite. 2 full degrees above what he was capable of. Amazing as all of this was, he had to remember the levels of power she was working with. Lan Jue also had no idea what the limits were for a paragon who joined the infinite. He'd never seen his father employ the full extent of his powers. Clearly, even planet-covering capabilities weren't out of the question. Indeed, the truth of it was staggering, as Luo Qianli discovered. She had quickly slipped into the process, and with the Queen of Heaven's stabilizing help propelled her forward without concern or misgivings. After all, she had been at the cusp of the infinite for a long time. It had been Zhu Di who had helped to keep her powers repressed, for her own safety. Zhu Di was the most talented adept to have lived in the last 1,000 years, and the last to join the infinite.
In fact, however, Luo Qianli's talents were no less exceptional.
She had helped to establish Skyfire Avenue, and was its strongest member for a long time.
She had spent many grueling years perfecting herself while she searched Zhu Di. For a long time her intention had been to beat the hell out of him. After they reconnected and worked through their differences, Zhu Di had told her about the dangers of growing her domain. He told her about how universal protogenia was eating away at his life force, killing him despite a natural death being hundreds of years distant. He'd helped her to keep the final breakthrough at bay. Now the fears had been assuaged. She opened her heart to the full extent of her interdimensional protogenia and spread herself farther than she'd ever dared before. The mutant humans may have been corrupted, but they still possessed a soul. It was their tainted souls that Luo Qianli was sealing away. Interdimensional powers were extensive in their control once risen to a certain degree. Not only was she able to seal sections of spacetime, but destroy or create at her whim. More incredible was the ability to control all manner of dimensions, including the spiritual realm. Every living creature had spiritual energy, a power that resided in the spiritual realm. The name was mystical, but its presence was real nonetheless.
Up no striding across the divide into the infinite, Luo Qianli felt like she was suddenly part of it all.
She could sense every minute detail in all possible dimensions.
Some were strong, others weak. Their size was related to the amount of power contained within.
The spiritual realm was particularly active.
Coming to appreciate this truth, her breakthrough materialized.
Nirvana was everywhere, but the infinite was all-encompassing.
All of creation was at her fingertips. Luo Qianli was the planet, and the planet was her. Luo Qianli had her own paragon title, though she almost exclusively went by the photographer. Because she had been gone for so long, most who had known her had forgotten it. She had once been known as the Continuum Conduit. Simple, at least compared to the likes of Lan Jue. But in her day the name resounded even louder than the Eye of Tomorrow. The photographer, Continuum Conduit, and the clairvoyant, Eye of Tomorrow.
The two of them together were the pillars of Skyfire Avenue. It was through them that the mighty Adept organization was created and able to thrive. Luo Qianli didn't like the title, she never found it cool enough for her taste. Unfortunately, once the populace knew of one's name, it was virtually impossible to change it. Still, her heart was never in it. Now the title simply wasn't applicable. Her powers had grown beyond the continuum. She was a conduit for the soul. Zeta. In another dark corner of the cosmos, a tall man hung in the blackness of space, silent. His gaze was on a purple planet in the distance, unmoving. Just as he was approached, something caught his attention. Shock was painted on his expression as he stared through the blackness. She's attempted to break through? She must have encountered a foe she was unable to contend with.
Furrowing his brow, he cast his perception far into space. Strong as he was, it was not difficult to pinpoint the source of his feelings. He frowned, surprise evident in his face.
This woman never listens. He wasted no more time, and in a flash was off toward the purple planet. Zeta.
When Lan Jue got the news, he was also stunned.
Nirvana, omnipresence.
It was the first thing he thought of when word of the strange him reached his ears. Somehow his mother was able to project herself all across the planet, an act he thought must have been incredibly draining. He only knew of her decision to break through after calling his brother. Undoubtedly this was a tremendous boon for the ground forces. Now the assault team's mission had changed from capture to recover. However, the sheer number of infected humans was massive, far more than they'd anticipated.
The amount of them discovered while searching surprised even the ground troops.
If it wasn't for the 3 bastions, the 12 fleets would have been hard-pressed to find space for them. Lan Jue called Huali and Kong Hui for a quick meeting. We've already found 100 million survivors among the wreckage, and the number keeps climbing. He wasted no time in getting to the point. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 797, Guanyin, Queen of Heaven. Chapter 797, Guanyin, Queen of Heaven. Huali frowned.
This is good, but also troublesome.
100 million people.
Our bastions can accommodate them, but it's like housing 100 million ticking time bombs.
One misstep and it can all blow out of control. Kong Hui nodded his agreement. I also feel we can't bring them onto the ships.
We don't know if there are alien spies among them, and the ones that take human form are their strongest.
We can't afford any trouble from within.
I recommend leaving them where they are, containing them on the planet somehow.
Lan Jue's face was solemn. This was a problem indeed.
They'd had a plan, but part of it had been contingent on some of the humans having avoided mutation. Now it seemed all of the survivors had been tainted by the aliens.
This was a problem because these unfortunates now had to be contained and fed, and given adequate space.
The 3 bastions had brought along a lot of energy reserves for the fight, but its food stores were limited. Providing for so many people was impossible, maybe over the short term, but no one could know how long this war would last. Sending them to another planet presented a whole other set of problems, since they couldn't know how much trouble 100 million aggressive mutants would cause.
Then there was the time it would take to send them all. What to do? It was a problem Lan Jue was struggling to resolve.
Bring Lan Jue in on the conversation, see if he has any suggestions.
He knows the aliens better than anyone.
Huali suggested.
Right.
Lan Jue dialed in the number to his brother's communicator.
Zeta. I understand. Lan Jue quickly grasped the breadth of the problem his brother was describing.
I think Huali's right, we can't bring them onto the bastions.
We are humanity's last hope, destroying the aliens has to be our main priority.
We can leave them on the planet for now and figure out what to do with them later. We can also contact the eastern and northern governments to send food and aid, they shouldn't be too reticent to help with that. We just won a major victory, they won't have any choice but to help us.
Lan Jue nodded his head. This is an option, but remember it isn't just this planet we have to consider.
There are 7 others where we can expect similar situations, and we don't have enough soldiers to even keep an eye on them.
We couldn't even if we had twice the amount of forces. Not when we have the alien homeworld still to fight.
Lan Jue's face scrunched in thought.
He seemed to come to a prompt decision. If we can't control them, then we simply don't try.
Once we take care of the progenitors on these planets, we just ignore the infected for the time being. We leave them to their own devices until the alien menace is handled, then we can tackle that problem. These mutants are hardier than normal humans after their infection, they'll be fine for a while.
The others mulled the idea for a moment. It seemed like the best option. Suddenly, Zhou Qianlin's voice intruded. Hey Zhu, can you bring one of the infected here to me? I feel like there's something I might be able to do for them.
The other 3 heard her as well. When he heard the voice, a small smile spread across Lan Jue's face. He knew then that their breakthrough had been a total success, and Zhou Qianlin had awakened.
Huali was surprised by the revelation and rapidly blinked his eyes. Qianlin's back? Lan Jue nodded, smiling. Only Kong Hui was out of the loop. Who is this? She has an idea of how to handle the infected?
I'm not sure, Lan Jue replied.
She and I have just ascended to Paragon.
Her powers are focused on healing, so we can give it a shot and see if there's some way we can help them.
Keep the line open, we'll try now. All right. Lan Jue raced off.
A few moments later he returned with 2 infected victims, a man and a woman.
Both of them had had their spirits sealed away by Luo Qianni's powers and had slipped into a coma-like state.
When Lan Jue put the 2 of them before Qianlin, something strange happened. Even before she did anything, the 2 victims seemed to sense her presence. They shook and jerked violently as a purple mist steamed off of them. As the toxic cloud was dispersed by the wind, their bodies also began to change, shrinking back to normal proportions as the purple hue that tainted their flesh receded. Lan Jue had believed her when she said there may be a chance she could help them, but he did not expect the presence of her aura to be enough.
It was incredible.
He shut his eyes and extended his perception toward the infected humans, searching their bodies for mutations. Quickly he discovered that they both had something like a core nestled in their chests. Both were fractured and an energy spilled from them, manifesting as the purple mist they'd witnessed. The toxic cloud dissipated without foundation wherever it drew near to Qianlin, all without her needing to do a thing. Without this aberrant core altering them, the victims' bodies quickly returned to normal. Their blood flow slowed and the abnormal swelling of their organs was reversed, followed by the rest of their bodies. Qianlin waved her hand, birthing a wave of white light that settled over the 2 of them. Instantly the rate of recovery hastened.
In a few short minutes they were back to normal.
Lan Jue and the others he was connected with watched the whole thing. The 4 men gaped at what they saw. This perplexing dilemma that faced them was dealt with after almost no effort, and in short order. Lan Jue performed another quick check of the victims and discovered no residual problems. They were healthy as could be, but for the fact their spirits were still locked away.
That was the only thing keeping them asleep. Lan Jue called out,
"Driver, bring more of the infected over here." But Qianlin shook her hand.
"No need, I'll handle it."
As she spoke she took a single step forward, remaining close to Luo Qianni. A white aura sprang up around her and slowly began to spread out. As it did, an image appeared at her back, the dermic manifestation that looked so much like her.
The image grew to several times the size of Zhou Qianlin, its white gowns fluttering in an unfelt wind.
As it hung suspended in air, arms spread, a saintly aura flooded the arena. All of a sudden the white aura surged in all directions. The driver, gourmet, and pharmacist had been grappling with the problem of how to deal with these poor souls when suddenly that white light swept by. To them it felt like their protogenia was stirred to life and all traces of exhaustion washed away. The driver felt it with particular sensitivity. After gaining insight from Lan Jue's breakthrough, his powers had been tempestuous and wild, but the white light set them at ease. They watched bewilderment as the mutated humans began to change, their monstrous appearance melting away as mists poured from their orifices. All traces of the poison were borne away by the white light and wiped from existence. The demon-like casualties were returned to normal before their eyes. They were stunned as they saw the biggest humanitarian problem ever faced handled without explanation. Then they saw the image floating in the sky.
The image of Qianlin was rich as holy emanation, suspended above them like a fairy goddess.
This is a living Guanyin," a stunned pharmacist said aloud to herself. She had a great deal of faith in her own domain, but upon seeing Qianlin she couldn't help but be filled with admiration. Not only was she beautiful, but her presence brought with it a breath of nourishing warmth. Pathogens and evils of all sort were cleansed in the light of her aura, and the whole arena was blessed. The 3 paragons felt the urge to bow their heads in worship to the image, to say nothing of the normal forces that had come to join them.
"Guanyin, Queen of Heaven. What do you think of this name for a title?"
the gourmet offered.
1.
The driver's smile was a ringing endorsement.
"Not bad, it suits her." The image returned to Qianlin's side, that welcoming smile ever present on her perfect features. "That sounds fine."
Lan Jue took her into his arms and gave her a gentle kiss.
"My love, you are incredible. The gourmet thought we might call you Guanyin, Queen of Heaven. I think that's a fitting name."
"I wouldn't dare blaspheme the goddess of mercy," Qianlin hurriedly said. But Lan Jue was insistent.
"How is this blasphemy? You help bring the goddess light to all people. Helping so many honors the Buddha and brings happiness." Qianlin couldn't help but smile.
She was a good person, and there was nothing more pleasing to her than saving lives.
1. Guanyin is an oft-worshipped goddess of healing and mercy in Chinese theology.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 798, Luo Qianni of the Infinite. Chapter 798, Luo Qianni of the Infinite. Was summoning your domain like this tiring? Lan Jue asked. Qianlin's response was thoughtful.
At first it was, since I was using my dermic image. But in the scope of this arena I don't think it's necessary, my domain alone should be enough. The mist from these people seems to absorb my powers, but they return quickly. I'm not sure what happened, but it felt like my powers increased and became more stable.
Lan Jue gaped at her. Your protogenia is really something extraordinary. What is it? I mean, what is its true essence? Her response was somewhat vague. I don't know. I was always a little mystified by it, even before becoming a paragon. I never really knew my path. I suppose I'm lucky to have even broken through. Lan Jue was at a loss, for he wasn't expecting such an answer. However, it was clear that Qianlin's protogenia was something spectacular. Although it didn't have much implication in a fight, its benefits to all was undeniable. The stronger she became, the more integral her presence. Her protogenia is salvation.
The photographer's voice joined the conversation. Lan Jue swept his eyes her way.
His mother could speak while in the breakthrough process? Salvation? Deliverance? Guanyin, Queen of Heaven is certainly a worthy name.
Lan Jue mused with a smile.
Wait until Mother finishes, then we'll go on saving people, Lan Jue confidently told Qianlin.
With my help we'll return them to normal as quickly as possible.
After their simultaneous breakthrough, the two of them could still merge.
In doing so their powers would rise to the level of nirvana, which in turn would increase the scope of their domain. This would certainly help them in quickly saving the victims of the progenitor.
What's more, the fusion ceased to be one-sided.
Now both of them could take control.
Zeta. Angel had quickly begun to shed the purple hue left behind by its alien oppressors.
Without the progenitor's support, the planet's own restorative abilities were coming into play. After all, the progenitor had not been here long enough to completely drain the world of its energies. With the addition of the vital energy released at the moment of the progenitor's death, Angel had the chance for a full recovery. With the dissolution of the purple stain, a pink hue had come to take its place. At first the color was pale and hardly visible, but with time even the clouds above were painted pink. If one were to witness this through a telescope they would discover that the color was the result of many thousands of humanoid images layered one on top of the other. As they became clearer, the color deepened. The scene was nothing short of marvelous. When Lan Jue saw it on his screens, he figured it could only be his mother rising to the next level.
He just couldn't believe she would chose this moment to do so. The infinite, was this the extent of her newfound powers?
After learning that Qianlin could heal the infected, and in a large area, Lan Jue's worries eased. This solves a serious problems, for whether now or later it would have proven a tremendous burden, a disaster waiting to happen.
Hundreds of millions of people.
Practically all of the people of the West, their leaders among them.
The West was gone, but its people could still be saved. If they could be healed, then reconstruction efforts could be undertaken. Politically speaking, Qianlin's assistance would mean they would be beholden to the East.
It would mean great things for their alliance in the future.
For now they would wait to learn more about the other planets.
Many scout ships, equipped with cloaking devices, had been dispatched to learn what they could. This included the fate of Europa. The chances were high that Europa was where they would find the alien homeworlds. The last battle had been intense, yet the homeworlds had never appeared. The ferocity and sheer number of the alien defenses spoke to the high probability that the evil planets were indeed in the midst of their evolution. The only question that remained was how long this process took.
All they could do was pray.
Once the evolution process was complete, humanity didn't have a ghost of a chance, this was certain.
How terrifying would immortal aliens be?
Beyond anything they could contend against. However, his father's determination, along with Lan Jue's own and the opinion of several others, was that creation of an immortal realm like what existed in the ancient days was no easy feat. It certainly wasn't something that could be achieved in a short time frame. The alien homeworlds had chosen this time to attempt it because they thought humanity no longer had the ability to stop them. Or lacked the desire. They may have won their first battle, but there was still much to come. They had to tread carefully, for a single mistake could spell disaster.
A single mistake could mean utter destruction for their species.
Lan Jue looked calm on the outside, but how could his heart not be straining under the pressure?
The fate of humanity lay in the balance.
As he fretted over their task, he saw the colors surrounding Angel suddenly thicken. Then the unthinkable happened.
Angel vanished.
Indeed, the whole planet simply ceased to be. When the pink color had covered the whole thing, it simply disappeared without a trace. All he could see was empty space and a backdrop of stars.
What? Lan Jue rubbed his eyes. It didn't matter who witnessed it, no one would believe it. How was this possible? How could a whole planet simply evaporate into nothing?
Just as he was struggling to comprehend what had happened, the planet returned in a flash of pink light.
He was surprised to note it had returned to its original rotation.
He witnessed it all in crystal clear clarity, and knew it meant Angel had recovered. This bode well for the future of the planet.
Did his mother do that?
Lan Jue had some doubts.
The 3 alien planets were immensely powerful, so it was conceivable they could halt a planet's rotation.
But his mother was just one person.
For her alone to return the planet to its former state would have required tremendous ability.
A faint smile spread across Lan Jue's face. His hands linked in front of him.
Everything was beginning to go their way.
Suddenly he saw all the pink light begin to converge on a single point on Angel's surface. They flowed like rivers until all of it was swallowed up. For a moment the planet was back to normal, then there was a blast of pink light, and once more the planet disappeared.
Lan Jue just stared in disbelief. He might have been able to explain away the last one, but twice in a row?
The planet was really disappearing.
What amazing power, to simply cut a whole world from reality. Was this what happened when interdimensional protogenia was perfected? Angel reappeared and promptly disappeared for a third time.
When it came back once again it seemed to finally return to normal. This is the power a paragon who joined the infinite could command. The soldiers who witnessed it would surely remember the scene all the rest of their days. Lan Jue had to quickly alert the troops that Angel's dramatic and perplexing behavior was the result of their own side and not to be alarmed.
The planet was under their control.
After their recent victory, Lan Jue's prestige among the Allied forces was legendary.
Their triumph over the alien forces had been nearly absolute, instantly making the God of Wisdom a treasure of humanity.
Video of the battle quickly made it back to the Eastern and Northern alliances. Copies of it were transmitted across video feeds throughout all the human-occupied planets, including those in the West. It served to pacify the fear and rage among the populace.
Humanity's victory would mean nothing without the support of the people.
Loss after loss had eroded the people's faith in their governments, which frightened their leaders terribly. Without the faith of the people, all was lost.
Zeta.
There was a flash of light, and Lan Jue smiled. As he watched the flows of pink light swirl around like a dream, looking upon the ethereal form of his mother, he knew she'd broken through.
The infinite, boundless and eternal, present in all things.
It was a sensation that could only be felt and not expressed, but Lan Jue could sense the astounding change in his mother.
She was no longer like a paragon.
In this moment she was an arbiter of time and space. A white light extended from Zhou Qianlin to settle over the photographer.
It isolated her from everything, especially universal protogenia.
Luo Xianni looked younger than before, no older than Zhou Qianlin in fact. Her breakthrough had restored her to a young woman. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 799, Salvation, Purification. Chapter 799, Salvation, Purification. Luo Xianni's body became solid once more.
A faint smile played on her lips.
It feels pretty good. Universal protogenia used to be an ever-present ache. Luckily, I have my daughter with me.
Her eyes opened and a sense of calm hung over her. Everything seemed normal, and Lan Jue could feel no surges of power or protogenic fluctuations wafting from her. His mother appeared no different than she had a moment ago.
To Lan Jue, Luo Xianni's breakthrough was nothing spectacular.
However, he had been in the arena the whole time and was unaware of what had happened outside. His only metric was his perception, and there were no flashy displays of power or waves of energy he could feel. The most marked difference was physical, as his mother seemed in prime health. She seemed less inhibited. Qianlin's domain had masterfully concealed Luo Xianni's powers. It had allowed her to stretch, fully expressing her protogenia without fear of universal retribution. So long as Qianlin was near, Luo Xianni could use her full might in a conflict. It went without saying that this was good news, much better than the struggle Zhu Di had faced during his breakthrough. Luo Xianni lifted her arms and let it fall carelessly around Qianlin's neck.
What a wonderful daughter-in-law.
This feels wonderful.
When the two of you marry, I'll hang around with the two of you, what do you think?
Qianlin bashfully dropped her head.
Lan Jue chortled. That would be wonderful. Us and Dad all together. But we still have a lot to do.
Mother, Qianlin's domain is able to heal the aliens' victims, so we're going to go handle that problem. There are still the other planets we need to retake from the progenitors. Our mission is far from over.
Mika had sent them correspondence saying Zeus One was on its way back to Angel.
The planet was vast and there were many victims to heal before she returned. Lan Shang had already passed down the order for the ground team to try and gather the mutant humans as best as possible.
This is not difficult, Luo Xianni assured.
I'll help you, twice the result with half the effort.
Come.
As she spoke she waved her hand, and a pink light arose in the air before them. To Lan Jue and Qianlin it was like reality sped around them.
Suddenly they were in a different place.
Luo Xianni continued to flit her hands back and forth, tracing lines of pink with each motion. Where they appeared the air rippled, but they didn't move. However, below them vast numbers of infected humans vanished without foundation. They blinked back into existence, crowded together in a mass of frozen monstrosities.
There were no limits to the influence of the infinite.
Clearly Luo Xianni's breakthrough had catapulted her already incredible abilities to new heights.
The entire planet seemed firmly under her control.
Lan Jue could faintly discern images in her mother's eyes. They were scenes of other places around Angel, where Luo Xianni was picking up the infected and depositing them here. From their lofty vantage they could see the crowd below growing ever larger.
Release your domain,
the photographer commanded. Qianlin obeyed, and quickly the white light of her domain spread out across the sky.
The light of Guanyin settled upon the 10 square kilometers of mutated victims below.
It was the farthest she could extend her newfound abilities. Lan Jue floated behind her, then wrapped his arms around her slender waist.
Immediately upon contact Qianlin could feel her capabilities improve.
The breadth of her domain swelled to several times its former size.
This was the difference between reflection of heaven and earth and nirvana.
Qianlin's dermic image re-emerged from nothing, and with Lan Jue's help it was clearer than ever. Even people in space could see the rapidly 1,000-meter-tall manifestation of Qianlin's power.
Its lily-white robes fluttered as white light poured out in all directions.
To the allied forces it was like watching a true angel descend from heaven, spreading its holy light over the blighted landscape. The victims below had begun to react. Tendrils of poison mist were expelled from the millions of infected bodies. It created a haze of toxic fumes, but the light of Guanyin quickly burned it all away.
Within the span of a few seconds nothing remained of the progenitor's corrupting influence.
Lan Jue's perception was razor-sharp, he could feel how draining Qianlin's domain was on her. However, that lasted only for a moment, for after the full extent of her abilities were released her strength rapidly recovered. She recouped more than she spent. As their powers mingled Lan Jue could distinctly feel her protogenia flowing through him. It nourished him, feeding his cultivation.
Just expressing her domain could improve one's cultivation, incredible. Luo Xianni's words echoed in his mind.
Qianlin's salvation protogenia was not difficult to understand, saving others and delivering them from pain was what her powers excelled at. In performing this service her cultivation increased and her protogenia was perfected. Saving these poor souls from the hell of infection was precisely what she was meant to do. Though the changes to her protogenia were subtle and her improvement slight, her expression was perfectly stable.
The light of Qianlin's domain continued to grow.
Flecks of gold had begun to mingle with it, interspersed through the calming light, and although the gold wasn't very obvious it lent a mystical air to the image.
Zeta.
That's, Tang Mi sat in the cockpit of her mecha. She stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the familiar face suspended in the sky. That woman, 1,000 meters tall and resplendent as an angel, that was her.
Zhou Qianlin? When did she get so big? Damn. That's Qianlin?
Tang Zhao's voice crackled through her comms system.
The surprise was clear in Tang Mi's voice as well. It's her, no question. By how is she so huge? What's going on?
They both knew Qianlin was with Lan Jue, but they had not seen her for a long, long time. They were also completely unaware of the trials she'd suffered, and to suddenly have her appear like this was shocking beyond words. Tang Zhao's voice adopted a strange tone.
Reflection of heaven and earth, that's her dermic image. That's the only thing it could be. Man. Qianlin's actually broken through to Paragon, incredible. If I was a woman it'd be so much better, I could marry the professor and he'd make me a paragon. You pudgy idiot, keep talking like that if you want the professor to kick the crap out of you. Married my ass. Jin Tao interjected.
Tang Xiao had no time to trade barbs with him.
His eyes were trained on Qianlin's image in the sky. They didn't just know Qianlin. They went to school together, joined Star Division together.
Only, the Qianlin they saw now was completely different than the one they'd known. Just her image made them want to bow and worship. Such pure beauty, replete with a benevolence that was hard to describe. The light of her presence felt cleansing, as though her gaze washed away negative emotion. All of the soldiers stopped dead in their tracks with their faces turned toward the sky. Those who were closer could see the infected victims returning to normal. They watched as their swollen bodies shrunk to normal proportions, their demonic appearance melting away, until at last they were as human as the rest of them. Once the first batch was completely cured they vanished in a flash of pink light.
Then, another group appeared to take their place. The white light washed away their illness, too, drawing out the toxins and dissolving it away.
Lan Jue, Qianlin, and Zhou Qianlin worked in tandem to heal the afflicted. Qianlin slowly closed her eyes and immersed herself in the changes her protogenia experienced. The smile on her face was all the more genial.
Feeling these poor people healing under her cleansing light was wonderful.
Qianlin was happiest when she was helping people, staying true to her benevolent nature. She had been this way ever since she was small. But her kindness did not mean she was weak. She was strong of character, a soul of steel in a gentle shell. It was her compassion that allowed her to employ the Queen of Heaven discipline. When she grew older and the clairvoyant told her to get close to Lan Jue, her mood began to change. They experienced so much, and ultimately Lan Jue came to accept her.
Yet all the while Qianlin knew it was based on a lie.
She had concealed the most important parts of her from him. It had not pained her, for she had learned to separate herself from the reality of it. But she had always been reluctant. When she had suffered the astral phantom's poison, caught in the dream she could not stir from, she felt the tender care Lan Jue had given her. His meticulous and tender care made her hell-bent on waking up, but she could not. All the while she could feel the immortal chi conveyed to her through Lan Jue's thunder essence. She sensed how it altered her Queen of Heaven discipline and empowered her abilities.
Then, she broke through and awoke at last. By then everything was different.
After being asleep for so long it all suddenly seemed unreal. All of that brought her to this moment, where she could feel the people below healing from her efforts. Now her heart was still, everything felt true and right.
It was beautiful. Yes, salvation. That was her protogenia.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 800, Reprocessing. Chapter 800, Reprocessing. This was not absolution or transcendence. It aiding that which needed to be aided. It was soothing ailments and helping the afflicting to a place of warmth and joy. She opened her heart to and felt herself become one with the essence of her protogenia. In this moment she was truly Guanyin, the Queen of Heaven. She was truly a paragon. The white light continued to glow.
Group after group of the afflicted were presented before her for cleansing, millions at a time.
Once their bodies were healed, the seal that locked their spirits was removed, and their consciousness returned. The experience of having their bodies so thoroughly poisoned was catastrophic for these unfortunate people.
The pain had been so tremendous they'd wished for death. Their minds were returned, but that horrible experience was seared into their hearts. They tried to control themselves, to lock it away, but the progenitor had tainted them down to their genes. Seeing the pain visited upon their friends and family, they wanted to lash out, to destroy everything within reach.
The will that was returned to them still followed the genetic manipulation they'd undergone.
But as the light of Guanyin continued to shine upon them, they felt like parched ground under a cool rain, felt the soothing energy flow through them. Its light helped them to find themselves beyond the haze of rage and pain. Then they saw the beautiful image suspended in the sky. Beneath her gaze they felt an unprecedented sense of belonging. In all it lasted but a few moments before they were suddenly someplace else, but none of them would forget the angelic visage that had brought them back from madness.
Salvation. Real salvation. Whoever that was had shown them the path to a new life, a rebirth from the ashes of their suffering. They searched the skies and even from a great distance could see the 1,000-meter Dharma image shining her light upon the land. It wasn't clear who the first one to throw themselves on the ground toward the image was, but soon the others followed. One by one they prostrated themselves before their savior. Tears fell, and cries of pain and happiness rippled through the crowds. But this was only an expression of grief over their experience. All other negative emotions were washed away. No rage or vengeance remained. These Western believers had found new faith. The golden light continued to influence the pure white of Qianlin's discipline. Her aura also continued to rise in strength and prominence and spread even farther toward the horizon. Lan Jue could feel the reprocessed energy from Qianlin surging through him in suffocating waves, purer with each passing moment. They had only just broken through, but also he sensed their domains getting stronger. Improving one's abilities once becoming a reflection of heaven and earth was difficult, as the Terminator could attest. It required a deep understanding of one's protogenia to progress. Lan Jue and Qianlin were already possessed of great insight, and this flood of unending energy was serving to galvanize their protogenia further. It was something neither of them could have anticipated, nor would they have believed it unless they felt it themselves. Although it wasn't near enough to evolve their protogenia on a qualitative level or promote them to nirvana, it certainly would shorten the length of time necessary to reach the next level. Up to now Lan Jue had led them in their cultivation. Qianlin followed his direction and benefited from his guidance.
Now, though, Lan Jue was the one to ride upon her coattails. He drank of her recycled energy to fuel his own growth. Lan Jue had a peculiar sense, and peered out into the distance. There he was, the scores of people kneeling before their goddess, the one in his arms. More and more of the infected were delivered into the cleansing light. As they did, Qianlin grew stronger, and the scope of her influence grew. Minute after minute passed in this way, scores of Western victims returned to health. After recovering from the incredible scene, the ground forces set about gathering and consoling the masses. The populace walked around in a daze. This was their homeland, and though the aliens had razed it to the ground, they saw that there was an opportunity to rebuild. The aliens hadn't had control for long, not long enough to devour all the life that had existed here. If it had, the progenitor would already have moved on. Once they were gathered together, ships began arriving with food and drink, which were dispersed among the survivors. Then the remaining Westerners set about seeking out friends and familiar places. In the future they would still need much more help, but for now they were safe. Lan Jue had taken the initiative in recording everything they saw on Angel and sending it to the other alliances. Both of them were still in the midst of conflict. The government had lost the faith of the soldiers and the people, and unrest was widespread. The victory over the alien forces had pacified some of that anger. This latest news, however, calmed them. The vision of that woman, blazing like a goddess in the heavens, healing the afflicted, was inspiring. It caused tears to stream down the faces of the people all across human space. It was a scene that united humanity, an uplifting promise that they would always have the strength to save those in need. The turmoil subsided. At last humanity began to speak in one voice, urging support for this righteous battle. Lan Chang and Kong Hui hurriedly made their requests. Their initial appeals were not for more troops, but for food, a lot of food. There was undoubtedly more people to save on other planets, and they would need food and water. Other aid would mean nothing if they starved. The keen observers knew, of course, that this was just the beginning. The enemy was still out there, and no one was safe until they were exterminated. Reconstruction would come when the alien menace was cleansed from the universe, but the weight of that responsibility rested solely on the army. Lan Jue had finally earned himself a short rest. He sat on a nearby sofa and shut his eyes. His mind raced, going over everything that happened and all that was to come. The first phase of their plan was complete. Now they had to wait for their scouts to return with news. Most important was the location and status of the 3 alien planets. They couldn't proceed until they knew where their targets were hiding. The possibility of the planets teleporting again was included in Lan Jue's plans. In fact, he wouldn't be very worried if they did. The reason was simple: if they did teleport, it meant they weren't evolving. No matter where they went, the amount of energy required to teleport would be massive, and likely would capture the attention of universal protogenia. In addition, the aliens had suffered a significant loss against the humans in the taking of Angel. Many of the vital crystals they relied upon were now in human hands. The Northern Alliance still had bastion ships to spare. If the aliens reappeared in their territory, they could at least defend themselves. The East also had their own countermeasures. Although they only had a single bastion, that didn't mean it wasn't without more furtive defensive capabilities. The East had a high population, but they were concentrated in a relatively small area. They were the first alliance to prepare for the alien invasion, so they'd had ample time to install planetary defenses like railguns at the places most likely to suffer an alien attack. The planets themselves would be their protection against the enemy. It wasn't enough to completely repel the aliens, but if it came to it, this would at least buy them time. As for the Allied forces, they would retreat the moment confirmation came that the enemy had teleported away. The eastern planets would be put on alert, and their railguns, though limited in capabilities, would come online to provide what defense they could. But in addition, the East had a trump card, an ace in the hole that Lan Jue had suggested they prepare. In the most populated areas, the East had constructed enormous transmission arrays. The wine master and photographer had been involved in their design and creation. The best transference power gems money could buy went into their construction, and no effort was spared to put them together. In fact, they were made to be used multiple times, if necessary. It functioned similarly to the one Lan Jue and the others had used in their excursion to the shattered starfields. Its corresponding power gem array was built into Middle Heaven. It was modified so that molinite could be used as a power source. With the wine master and the Luo Xianni working together, they could teleport targets over incredible distances. One trip could carry 10 people. That is to say, the moment eastern space was invaded by the enemy, 10 of the most powerful paragons could be transferred from Middle Heaven directly into the fight. They at least would be able to hold off the aliens for some time. The enemy homeworlds would be too weak to attack with overwhelming force. The Paragons would need only hold the line until the Allied forces returned. Then, the military come close in on a weakened enemy fighting on two fronts. Of course there was the possibility that a sneak attack would cause great devastation to Eastern worlds. But so long as they could survive until the military got back, they could turn the tide of battle. According Lan Jue's determinations, the risk the East would assume in such a case would not outweigh the possibility of a decisive human victory. After all, it was very likely the alien homeworlds were attempting to evolve in this very moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 801, The Mission Continues. Chapter 801, The Mission Continues.
The alien homeworld's main objective was not the destruction of humanity, but completing their evolution and establishing an immortal realm of their own. It didn't serve them to wipe out the human species, and it was a task that would be much easier once they became godlike. All the possible scenarios raced through Lan Jue's mind. His train of thought was precise and clear. Lan Jue and Qianlin had finally become paragons, and Zhou Qianlin was now part of the infinite. Both of these happy circumstances went better than expected. After breaking through, Lan Jue was no weaker than the Enluan admiral himself.
With the addition of his harmonious swords, he and Qianlin were incredibly effective on the battlefield, inferior only to Zhou Di, Zhou Qianlin, and the Terminator.
The Northern Paragon would be hard-pressed to contend against their combined strength if ever he had to. With their advancement, the total strength of the human attack force soared. Their initial victory against the aliens had been achieved with minimal losses. But it remained to be seen if they could keep this momentum through the final battle. Report! An anxious voice called out. Speak! Lan Jue's eyes popped open and turned toward the messenger.
Current standing orders were to bring any important information to him immediately. We've just received correspondence from Scout Team 16. They report 2 of the planets are no longer purple.
As he spoke, the messenger hurried forward and handed Lan Jue the data in his possession.
Lan Jue looked it over.
A small smile spread across his face. His father was indeed Zhou Di.
The strongest human alive wasn't just something they called him.
If the purple color was draining from them, it meant the progenitors were dead and the planets were freed. Only Zhou could accomplish such a magnificent feat in so short a period.
Have we received any information from the scout teams heading for Europa?
Not yet, the messenger replied. They should be arriving at their prescribed location within an hour.
So far communication seems normal, but they haven't encountered anything out of the ordinary. Alright, let me know the instant we get any more intelligence. Information about Europa and the alien planets was paramount. They could only proceed once they knew more about the interior of the solar system and the presence of their primary targets. As of the latest reports, the routed alien forces had regrouped at 2 nearby planets. However, they've made no overtures to advance, as though they were intending to protect those 2 worlds in particular. One of those planets was the Terminator's responsibility, and the other belonged to Lan Jue's team. No news was forthcoming from the Terminator's strike force. Although, they did know they managed to successfully infiltrate the planet while Lan Jue was busy with the initial assault. Specific circumstances were not forthcoming. Lan Jue and his people hadn't moved on to their second objective yet. They were treating the mutated survivors of Angel. The problem Lan Jue faced now was whether to concentrate or split his forces. Was it better to attack both clusters of enemies at once, or focus on one? The aliens were not adept at long-range fighting, but they made up for it with incredible speed. Most human ships couldn't outrun them. It was how their forces had managed to escape without being obliterated. If he split his forces and the enemy set up an ambush, it would put them in a dire situation. If he brought his forces to bear against just one group, the other one would be free to harass and possibly retake Angel. And so, while their inaugural victory had been inspiring, the enemy had not been routed. The fight was more complicated than ever, and having experienced what a head-on engagement cost them, it was difficult to assess how the aliens would adjust their tactics. They would certainly lean on their speed superiority, and to address that would force the human forces to give up advantage in other areas. This was a problem Lan Jue had to consider carefully. We bide our time, wait for an opportunity. Lan Jue muttered to himself. Kang Hui had already contacted him once, asking if they should continue the assault. However, Lan Jue vetoed the idea. He chose to allow their forces to rest and reorganize in preparation for the next phase of their plan. He knew now wasn't the time to rush in. They had to establish themselves on Angel first, then they could make their decision. The enemy forces were a problem. He had to endure. Although the alien planets were almost certainly in the process of evolving, moderation was integral.
What he wanted was to create a situation where the aliens would be forced to initiate the attack and fight on humanity's terms. In this way they could hurt the enemy with the least effort and cost possible. Yet if they didn't overcome the alien forces definitively, assaulting their home worlds would be impossible. Lan Jue saw the problem with acute clarity. Beep beep. His communicator buzzed. "What is it?" he asked. Lan Jue's voice answered on the other end. "We've worked it out. There are no more infected humans on Angel. Who'd have thought Qianlin's abilities would extend to this? Pretty lucky, eh? Lan Jue smiled. "You and your team rest for a little while, then continue your mission. The alien forces have split into two, and are hiding at the planets you and the Terminator are meant to liberate. I can give you a way in, but you'll need to kill the progenitor quickly and get back as soon as you can. Relax, we have faith." Lan Jue's voice was full of determination. Zhou Qianlin had now arisen to the same level as Zhu Di, a powerful denizen of the infinite. With the addition of Lan Jue and Qianlin after their sharp rise in strength, the situation was well within their ability to handle. What else need be said? Zeus I had returned to the planet a while ago. It was waiting for Lan Jue's team to continue the mission. Lan Jue went on. "It's wonderful that Qianlin's protogenia can heal the afflicted, but I will remind you that they are not in a position to be saved yet. If you make that your priority, you're just putting them in danger. Your objective is the destruction of the progenitor and returning vitality to the planet." "Alright, I understand." Lan Jue was clear on his role and his brother's instructions. Their plan had been to clear and retake Angel, not any of the other planets. They didn't have the soldiers for it. If they divided their forces, it was just inviting disaster, he knew that. A pale light flickered around him as Lan Jue grinned. He'd waited a long time for this day. He was anxious to show off his capabilities. After disconnecting with his brother, Lan Jue, Qianlin and Zhou Qianlin returned to the arena. They gathered the other three paragons, then contacted Mika and boarded Zeus I. It was time for them to leave for their second objective. Lan Jue and Qianlin didn't need to rest. Healing the afflicted had solidified Qianlin's powers, and Lan Jue had also benefited from using her as a conduit. What's more, Lan Jue was surprised to discover that Qianlin's actions had empowered her with no small measure of faith-based force. Without question, the pontiff enjoyed the highest levels of faith among the human worlds. The pontiff's citadel had scores of faithful, and years of effort had cultivated a base of followers to support their organization. Yet now the Western Alliance was all but wiped out. It was to be expected that their faith would be shaken. With Qianlin appearing as she did to deliver them from torment, convictions had quickly changed. The benefits of the power of faith were largely a mystery to Lan Jue, but he was able to sense that Qianlin's domain was strengthening faster than his. Not only that, but her progress was stable and consistent. This was the benefit of the Queen of Heaven. She had no battlefield utility to speak of, her powers were designed for the salvation of mankind. Giving up one aspect enhanced another. Her strength and prestige were a reward for Zhou Qianlin's pure nature. Zhou Qianlin knelt quietly in a corner, recovering the energy she'd spent while also solidifying her recent advancement. It went without saying that Qianlin's presence was immensely beneficial. Her domain eased many of Zhou Qianlin's concerns in breaking through, and served to help her stabilize her new heights of power. As the three of them worked in tandem to heal the mutant humans, pushing Qianlin's domain to its highest point, Zhou Qianlin had been the most positively affected. Although it had cost her in energy consumption, the stabilization of her protogenia was critical. The more stable her powers were, the easier it was to control them, so that she might deceive universal protogenia. As she looked at Qianlin and Lan Jue, Xiuxiu's eyes were gloomy. She had always been acutely aware of the difference between her and Qianlin. Now that her mind had recovered, she knew she had no chance with her boss. The other Amazons handled it better, her disappointment was deepest. But what could she do? Emotion wasn't something you could simply will away. Zeus I roared ahead toward the second planet they were to free. Lan Jue's mind was on the information about their next destination. The planet was somewhat smaller than Angel. It was pockmarked with splotches of black due to steady volcanic activity. Of all the 8 planets, conditions on this one were likely the worst. It was a blessing in disguise that the human population was the smallest. Still, it was a planet rich in natural resources which produced a great deal of rare metals, and thus was considered more important than Angel to the west. Its proximity to Angel also influenced its naming scheme. The West called it Demon, as much for the poetry of it as for its special characteristics. Volcanic eruptions acted in much the same way mythical demons did. Volcanoes brought destruction, but also new life.
Volcanic ash was rich in mineral substances that nourished the earth, so the vegetation that did grow on Demon was rich in vital energy. More than most other planets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 802, Sheol. Chapter 802, Sheol. It was no accident that this resource-rich place was one of the aliens' targets. 3 hours after departing from Angel, Sheol appeared on the horizon. The surface was a darker hue of purple than Angel had been, but that was likely because the planet's natural color was darker. Even from this distance, Lan Jue could see the host of alien creatures in the space around it. These were the remains of the main force that Lan Cheng had defeated. They were here to protect the planet, but also to wait for an opportunity to pay the humans back for the pain they'd visited upon them. Zeus 1 took a wide tack, approaching from the side but keeping a safe distance. The fiends were too thick for them to infiltrate at the moment. The human armada had departed for this sector of space at the same time Lan Jue had left. Now they just had to wait. After holding their position for some time, the 3 bastions were again on the move. Meanwhile, its 12 support fleets remained behind in perfect formation. Middle Heaven, Tyrannosaurus, and Poseidon advanced on Sheol in the triangular arrangement that had worked for them so far. They moved slowly, but that only made them seem all the more imposing after their recent victory. Middle Heaven again took the lead, the largest and least attractive of the 3. Not that appearance was a big concern in a warship, but Iluan was anything but pretty to begin with. It looked like splotchy stone balls spinning through space. However, the aliens would not soon forget that this rocky orb could turn into a blazing sun at a moment's notice. The memory of their fiery defeat would forever be seared into their memory. Middle Heaven's combat tactics were also varied and unexpected, and the aliens still weren't sure what the bastion was capable of. Poseidon and Tyrannosaurus followed in the rocky warplanet's wake. Tyrannosaurus, its metallic luster glinting in the dark, was the most traditional of the 3. Poseidon was the most beautiful, with its sky-blue exterior. As they approached, an invisible, inexplicable pressure filled the space around them. Not long after the bastions appeared within view, the aliens tasked with protecting Sheol began to move. They gathered into formation and fled to the far side of the planet, staying true to their previous tactics. Clearly they feared what these human ships could do. For good reason. They had watched their brethren die horribly from the bastions, and it filled them with fear. Lan Jue sat in Zeus 1 with a thoughtful expression on his face. It looks like the aliens are trying to delay. This is good. Biding time meant the alien homeworlds were indeed evolving. These weaker beasts were trying to buy them enough time to complete the process. For the present, they wouldn't have to worry about the planet showing up out of nowhere. Once they completed their transformation, however, things would be different. Of course, Lan Jue had strong feelings toward that eventuality, but right now delaying indicated the best of all scenarios for humanity. Prepare to set out. Lan Jue gave Mika the command. Zeus 1 started to move again, on a trajectory toward Sheol. Lan Jue knew that the aliens had to have stealth capabilities of some fashion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to react as quickly as they did to the presence of bastions. Lan Jue also understood the psychology of these monsters. They preferred a straight fight, hence their predisposition for head-on assaults. They had the necessary strength to overwhelm and destroy the human armada, too. Only, they knew little about Middle Heaven and didn't understand its fighting abilities. That lack of intelligence had already cost them dearly. Since their loss, the aliens had chosen to forego direct confrontation. Now evasion was their main tactic. This confirmed that their main aim was to delay the human forces, and use the 7 outer planets to act as stumbling blocks. If they fled from planet to planet, the humans would be forced to take them in a circuitous route that would take days. The aliens knew they had the advantage of speed. Lan Jue was confident that if the bastions moved in for a full attack, the aliens would withdraw. They would stretch the human ships thin and use that to their benefit. That was precisely the situation Lan Jue did not want to see. His brother saw it, too. As they moved in closer to the planet, its surface was made clearer to them. It was composed of many peaks and valleys, with cities concentrated on tracts of flat land where they could be found. From orbit, they could also see the bases and infrastructure left behind by the West. They were all in various states of destruction. Only a few aliens dotted the path ahead. Through Linguagua's psychic obfuscation, they slipped by and entered the planet's atmosphere. The ground came rushing up to meet them. Meanwhile, the bastions continued to approach, pressuring the alien forces. This had given Lan Jue and his party the opportunity to sneak in, but left them open to siege. When Zeus 1 was a couple thousand meters above the ground, it stopped. 6 figures dropped out, disappearing in flash of pink before materializing on Sheol's pockmarked surface. They were immediately met with the faint odor of sulfur. This wasn't a trait of the aliens' presence. The purple corruption they expected to see did not cover everything either. Those areas where active volcanoes sprang up had burned the creeping fungus away. In fact, there was no life to be found near the smoldering scars. Lan Jue and the other 5 stood quietly and waited. They would wait until Zeus 1 was safely away before continuing on. If their means of escape was discovered, they would have to rush to its aid. However, Zeus Amazons did not disappoint. Zeus 1 quickly disappeared into the sky. They couldn't see it with the blinding stone, of course, but they could be assured everything was fine from the absence of combat sounds. Zhou Qianlin knelt on the ground while flickers of pink danced in her eyes. Her fighting style was different now that she'd entered the infinite. Quick and decisive victory was her modus operandi. The pharmacist looked toward Lan Jue. "Do you need me to lead?" she asked. Lan Jue smiled. "Let us try. You can be backup. Driver, Popper, guard our flanks. Everyone nodded. No one doubted Qianlin's power after seeing what she did on Angel. These 2 young folks achieved levels of power beyond their reach with their simultaneous breakthroughs. They could only accept that the younger generation would be their superiors. It was the same for the pharmacist. She broke through to a reflection of heaven and earth, and had a banishing blade at her command. Lan Jue and Qianlin stood side by side, hand in hand, immersing themselves in each other's thoughts and sensations. Smiles were on both of their faces. Envy flitted across the pharmacist's expression as she looked at the 2 young lovers. Her heart filled with sadness. If her husband were here, perhaps they would act similarly. Altus had to be recovered. The pharmacist pursed her lips in determination. "Found it." Zhou Qianlin's eyes suddenly popped open, sparkling. All of a sudden 6 streams of light appeared beneath everyone's feet. In a flash, everyone disappeared. For them, in was like reality clicked, like the shutter of a camera, and they were somewhere else. The scene was one of expansive pink, covered entirely in writhing alien bodies. The sky above, the ground below, everywhere replete with enemies. Obviously they were on the planet's far side. Just as on Angel, they spied the enormous artery stretching out into space, connecting heaven and earth. At its base, the progenitor writhed its gargantuan bulk as it gorged on the world's vital energy. The alien numbers were beyond imagining. Lan Jue could also see a familiar figure hanging in the air. It was the Violet Prince. He floated in the center of the alien horde while the lesser beasts roiled in his orbit. In the skies overhead, a couple creatures several thousand meters long could faintly be seen. A mighty array of foes was putting it lightly. Zhou Qianlin spoke to them. "We're in a parallel dimension of my creation. They can't see us, but we can see them. The progenitor is below, surrounded by who knows how many alien guardians. That is the Violet Prince, whose power you are familiar with. Now that I've advanced, I'm sure I can keep him tied up, but I'm not sure I can defeat him. When the time comes, I'll initiate the attack and focus on him and the aliens closest to him. The rest of you take this opportunity to go after the progenitor. Once it's slain, we'll escape." If Lan Jue and Qianlin hadn't broken through, or if Zhou Qianlin hadn't chosen to rise to the infinite, then this plan would not be possible. There were too many powerful aliens for them to contend with all at once. It would have been as impossible as pulling embers from a fire without burning one's hands. The progenitor were getting stronger with each time they found a new one. This one was probably Nirvana level or higher, more than enough to keep them tied down and allow the other beasts to swallow them up. However, now that they had a paragon of the infinite on their side, the chances of retreat were high. Even the Violet Prince was no cause for alarm. This plan could work. "Mother, I suggest we wait. This isn't the best time to move in. If another one of the alien royalty of a doppelganger appeared, they could easily get overwhelmed. So what do you suggest?" she asked. Somewhere between the last chapter and this one, TJSS forget he called the planet Demon. I think it's known to the West as Demon, but its official name is Sheol. XL, clever editor, let's go with that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 803, Harmonious Dispatch. Chapter 803, Harmonious Dispatch. Lan Jue explained. "My brother will continue to press them. You've seen how they react to the bastions. As they get closer, the aliens will have to respond in some fashion, maybe even leave the planet. If their aim is by time, then they won't want a straight confrontation. I think we'll have a better opportunity." After thinking for a moment, Zhou Qianlin nodded. "All right, we'll wait and see what happens." As the minutes passed, the aliens swirled in a chaotic tide.
Only the Violet Prince was still, a boulder in a stream of writhing purple bodies. His eyes were closed as though he were deeply thinking on something. The waves of energy that radiated from him were no different from the last time they encountered him. However, Lan Jue sensed something more in the beast, like he was more human. With all the victims of their recent attacks, it was likely he used their genetic material to improve himself as well.
Lan Jue watched the time.
His brother never told him how he intended to harass the creatures, but he did tell him how long the window would be before they turned back.
In less than an hour, the bastions were due to return to the fleet.
As anticipated, as the bastions drew nearer to Sheol's surface, the aliens grew more agitated.
However, there was little change in their formation.
As time crawled by, they swirled through the skies and crawled along the ground as the progenitor writhed. Its massive tentacles swiped erratically, and caustic mist belched upward in an unending stream.
None of the aliens dared draw near the progenitor. It seemed as though they feared it on some level. By contrast, there were any number of monstrous creatures surrounding the Violet Prince.
Waiting was sometimes a form of torment. Such was the case now as the humans looked on, yet they had no choice.
The time was not yet right.
Finally, as the time for withdrawal was nearly upon them, Lan Jue saw a slight change in the prince's face. He began to wave his arms. In response, the aliens around him soared into the skies above.
Are they leaving? Lan Jue's heart began to beat faster.
Then, all of a sudden, they sensed something looking at them.
No good. Lan Jue growled as blue light sprang up around him.
Zhou Qianlin also reacted immediately, and after a brief flash of pink their surroundings changed. Now they were in the sky, but they could sense the violet power brazenly penetrating Zhou Qianlin's parallel reality.
All around them an oppressive tension descended.
Now wasn't the time to ponder how they were discovered. The first to act was their strongest, Zhou Qianlin, who transferred her other 5 teammates several hundred meters away. Half a breath later, the Violet Prince's fist was bearing down on the photographer. His whole arm went through her face. To his surprise, her only reaction was to ripple. All at once the world around him changed and he was caught in a vortex of power. He fought to extricate himself, and when he eventually did, he was out in space. Utter darkness closed in on him, but only for a moment before a pink light started to creep in from all directions.
Quick! Lan Jue and the others heard Zhou Qianlin's voice in their ears.
They had already started moving once they saw their team leader capture the Violet Prince in the vortex. 10 tentacles thick as buildings were already coming their way. Each one of them was covered in enormous suction discs, and their vacuum force was felt even before they arrived. Stranger still, this suction force didn't affect their bodies, so much as it started to drain their life force. The progenitor below was upright.
Its enormous body was riddled with grotesque lumps.
As its tentacles wildly whipped through the air, everything around them was consumed in a fog of purple. In this poison environment, the humans could feel their vital energy begin to warp. Paragons had a level of control over their bodies that approached legendary levels, and yet despite this they could feel the creature draining their essence from them. One could imagine how immediate and catastrophic the result would be for a normal human. They would be a desiccated husk before they knew what had happened. The pharmacist grunted, and a beam of white light erupted from her and into the sky.
It shattered into tens of thousands of glittering shards, sharp as razors, roiling through the area like a tempest.
The Harbinger fairy released her slaughter domain, and with it a tide of murderous energy surged through the area. The driver reacted next, calling his domain to bear. He pressed his power to its limit, nearly a reflection of heaven and earth. Since experiencing primordial lightning for himself, his comprehension of his own powers had deepened. The opportunity to sense its true nature had empowered him significantly. A dense net of purple lightning was constructed around him, and diffused outward until him and all of his companions were contained within. The nearest tentacles were blasted back, and their suction discs fell away. They sloughed off, as though some inexplicable corrosion had infected them. The pauper's body rocked, and then he appeared a short distance away. His hands were pressed together in front of him, and at his back the image of his taming dragon Arhat appeared. When the dirty man thrust his arms toward the heavens, a golden dragon burst from him. The pauper vanished, but the golden dragon he'd summoned roared and rose toward the skies. It continued to grow until mere moments later it was a majestic beast thousands of meters long. With a roar it shined its golden light all around them, an aura thick with power that clashed with the aliens as they descended to the progenitor's aid.
Lan Jue and Qianlin exchanged a glance.
Their hearts as one, a flash of light heralded the appearance of their swords. The moment Lan Jue took Captus into his hand, pockets of reality around him collapsed. Qianlin took up her own blade, and in doing so, countless wisps of blue light sprang to life. With the appearance of the banishing blades, in addition to Oxysis aura, the progenitor's tentacles were suddenly uninterested in coming their way. The pharmacist thrust forward with her weapon and the dermic image at her back mimicked the move. She and her manifestation fused into one, and Oxysis swelled to 100 times its original length. A brilliant wave of white light issued forth. Where it passed, the air would change from a prismatic display to a stark canvas of black and white. It was though the beam of life carved a schism between life and death, separating two halves of reality. 10 of the monster's tentacles froze mid-squirm, then disintegrated as their life energy was consumed. The progenitor screeched from the sudden, blinding pain. Several more tentacles quickly grew to replace the ones it had lost. These monsters were among the apex of their species, thus were they able to recover from nearly any injury. So long as they had vital energy to support them, and weren't sudden killed, they could overcome tremendous punishment. Though its tentacles were quickly replaced, the beast didn't dare press the attack. Yet the pharmacist did not let up. She was a whirlwind of motion, releases waves of protogenia that swept past the pauper's golden dragon as waves of sword swipes. As a reflection of heaven and earth, her sword technique was different than it had been before. Each bloom of light cut through the aliens in their path as though they were nothing. Any creature unfortunate enough to meet Oxysis' power was cut into dozens of pieces and slain. With her slaughter domain and Oxysis' power as one, nothing could withstand its blood-curdling power. It of course went without saying that as the pharmacist grew in strength, so too did her domain. Two figures were then spotted above the progenitor. Behind Lan Jue, a regal image appeared wearing a golden crown. Middle Heaven Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety. Behind Qianlin was her own dermic image, Guanyin, the Queen of Heaven. With their dermas revealed, Lan Jue and Qianlin did not merge. Instead, together as one, they thrust forward with their banishing blades. With this simple movement the sky shuddered. A rainbow of colors radiated from the two of them. A series of resplendent gold runes appeared within the emanating power of Captus. As the dermic image at Lan Jue's back motioned, a halo of indigo light arose. It reflected off of Captus' blade, which hummed in response, followed by sparks of red electricity. A haze of white descended upon them. As the Queen of Heaven's powers washed over Lan Jue and Qianlin, they felt their abilities grow. 10,000 swords focused flow. The invincible harmonious swords. As the weapons struck in tandem, a colorful beam of light descended unto their target, rich with lethal and imperatorial power. When that light appeared, the Violet Prince, locked in combat far above the planet, shuddered. Disbelief shimmered in his eyes. Luo Xianni also unconsciously cast her eyes toward Sheol 1. In contrast to her foe, she smiled. For Lan Jue and Qianlin the attack was nearly automatic. As he looked on, Lan Jue saw that his partner's unique style was even more fluid and ethereal than it had been. Both of them only had each other in their hearts, mutually devoted, resulting in the harmonious swords. Sensing the danger it was in, the progenitor retracted its tentacles and coiled them tightly. Wrapped up in an undulating purple column, it thrust them into the sky in attempts to withstand the beam of rainbow light. But it was to no avail. Where the tentacles and light met, the monster's appendages disintegrated. It was incapable of stopping the righteous onslaught. Like a spear descended from heaven, the column of light pierced the progenitor. Squelch! It penetrated the beast's sickening purple flesh, then began to spread. It struck with such force that the light was reflected off the ground and bounced back into the air as thousands upon thousands of individual shards of power. 1. TJSS again switches the name to the demon planet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 804, Saving Heaven's Light. Chapter 804, Saving Heaven's Light. Lan Jue and Qianlin became translucent, then invisible. Only Guanyin and the Emperor of the North Pole Star remained visible in the sky with the banishing blades in their hands. Guanyin was crystal clear, but in contrast the Emperor of the North Pole Star was diaphanous. The hum from Demortis and Captus filled the air as they stretched out together, not to attack, but to lead. They directed the stream of technicolor light that descended from on high toward its singular aim. One of the monsters, thousands of meters long, sensed the danger approaching. It turned to flee, wildly raking the air with its metallic claws. But the torrent of light swept past before it could escape, piercing through its forehead and beyond. One after the other, all aliens in its path were cut down. The two dermic images rose higher into the air. White light radiated from the Queen of Heaven and fell upon a vast expanse of land. Sizzling mists arose from the bodies of all aliens caught within the light. They screeched and cried in pain, flying aimlessly toward succor. The other humans, bathed in the light of Guanyin, felt their protogenia swiftly recovering. The Emperor of the North Pole Star indicated a direction with Captus. Meanwhile, a blue cloud gathered ominously over its head. Several bolts of typical-looking lightning were cast from it. They sought out and incinerated the monstrous creatures as they writhed within Qianlin's domain. All victims of lightning were erased from being, with nothing remaining to mark their existence but a vital crystal.
The Emperor's domain, the Palm of Five Thunders, was lightning-based.
Although it was far weaker and less dramatic than the cloud that had appeared during Lan Jue's ascension, the appearance of all-heaven lightning still struck a chord of fear even among the paragons.
Even Lan Jue and Qianlin hadn't suspected defeating the progenitor would be this easy.
The harmonious swords were draining, but now that the two of them were paragons and commanded the forces of the universe, the technique's cost was reduced while its efficacy skyrocketed.
They could continue to fight even after employing it.
With the death of the progenitor, the nearby aliens were uninclined to race in and throw their lives away. Lan Jue and Qianlin exchanged a look before raising their swords once more, but the pharmacist's voice stopped them.
Let's charge in.
All right. The popper fell in beside Lan Jue and Qianlin, with the pharmacist on the other side before all four leapt into the air. The driver remained behind, and with a shivers dozens of lightning bolts erupted from him. They didn't seek out aliens, rather they struck the many vital crystals strewn around the battlefield and recovered them. Primarily they wanted the progenitor's crystal, a real treasure for humanity that simultaneously robbed power from their enemies.
Lan Jue marked their path by pointing with his weapon.
Where he indicated, a sea of power rushed through, focused flow. In the same moment Qianlin's weapon exploded into tens of thousands of twinkling lights, 10,000 swords as one, demortis-cutting power spread far and wide.
One focused and heavy, the other light and diffuse.
As the two of them shared an intimate look, their techniques melded and the rainbow light appeared once again. It shot into the sky and painted everything in myriad shades of color. Nothing could withstand its passage.
Anything remotely near the rainbow was massacred.
By the time the driver caught up to them, the column of light was so wide it swallowed all five paragons into its bosom. Suddenly they were moving at incredible speed, and in a blink they had swept through the atmosphere back out into space. Most of the enemy forces were gone, only a few stragglers remained. They made no move to stop the humans, for they did not dare contend against the rainbow light. In the distance they could see flashes of pink and violet clashing.
Waves of staggering energy were released with every blast.
When Luo Xianyi saw the rainbow light split the darkness of space, she knew their mission was complete. In a flicker of pink light she rejoined her team. The Violet Prince was hot on her heels, and reached out with his hands.
A piercing violet light fell over the humans.
Lan Jue and Qianlin didn't wait for permission, and again struck out with the harmonious swords.
For a third time a beam of rainbow light was born. But the Violet Prince didn't balk, didn't back down. The two beams met each other halfway. At first contact the rainbow light buckled beneath the intensity of the purple beam.
However, soon signs of weakness showed in the prince's attack, as its edges disintegrated before a rapidly strengthening harmonious swords technique. The prince could sense it acutely, his life essence boiling within him. The power he contended against was sometimes focused and sometimes scattered, a fact which stopped his strength from assailing it directly. He roared in anger and frustration, pouring even more of his capabilities into the violet stream. As it seemed he would overcome the human's powers, there was a burst of blinding light.
His prey was gone. Zeta. Lan Jue and the others reappeared in a flash of pink light.
This time they were safely aboard Zeus 1. Luckily all six had restrained their powers when the flash appeared. Otherwise the sudden burst of power from so many paragons would have undoubtedly obliterated the ship and everyone on it.
Their mission was a complete success.
The driver extended a thumbs up toward Lan Jue and Qianlin.
After their breakthrough, their powers were simply incredible. Both were irreplaceably assets on the battlefield.
Their actions also proved that an Adept's powers could counter and restrict the aliens, capable of causing fatal damage. With the banishing blades they were even able to deflect the powers of the Violet Prince, whose strength far outmatched theirs.
The technique still wasn't even perfected. Lan Jue chuckled wryly. We only had about 40% of our energy left. The harmonious sword technique is incredibly draining.
The two of them could not be fused and use the technique at the same time. After it required a pair. This meant the technique was driven by the force of reflection of heaven and earth. Still, they were able to use their inferior powers to contend against a much stronger foe, at the cost of great effort. The pharmacist smiled at them both.
Very good.
Now as your power increases you should continue to train the technique in order to call on its true might. Lan Jue nodded in agreement. After 3 consecutive uses he felt exhausted. Much of the energy they poured into the technique wasn't directed into the attack.
In fact, it required tremendous strength and concentration to keep the manifestation stable.
Qianlin had suffered for a long time in a coma, and though their hearts were as one they needed to continue training their cooperation. Individually they were very proficient with their styles, but together they needed practice. However, the foundation of the harmonious swords technique was a union of hearts. Thankfully, this was something they had already achieved. The technical aspects of it were much easier by comparison and just required mutual cultivation. Zeus 1 picked up speed and vacated Sheol's gravity well. Lan Jue took the opportunity to get in contact with Lan Chang and let him know what happened.
Hey Jue, you can't come back yet.
The Terminator has run into some trouble, powerful enemies they've so far managed to keep off. We can't move the troops in time, so you need to get there as soon as possible. The Bastions are headed back to rejoin the Armada, and when we do we'll move in for support.
You should head there directly. When Lan Jue heard the news, he couldn't help but feel anxious.
The elation they felt for a successful mission quickly subsided.
Alright, we're on our way. Mika, change course for Heaven's Light. Lan Jue ordered.
Mika whipped her head around and looked at him, surprised.
Boss, Heaven's Light.
Lan Jue interrupted her concern.
Don't worry, the situation now is unclear. Lan Chang has asked us to go and aid the Terminator's team. Quickly now.
Aye. Mika complied, her heart racing.
Her father was with the Terminator.
Although she hadn't been a part of the Dark Citadel or that man's life for years, it was where she grew up. That man was her father. Her mind harkened back to the conversation they'd had before the mission began. Suddenly her heart sank and an inexplicable sense of oppression settled on her shoulders. She wouldn't accept it, but the heart was not susceptible to her deception. She still cared for him, she wanted him to live.
Daddy!
Zeus 1 veered off of its intended course, burning full speed for the next planet in the system, Heaven's Light. They were a streak of brightness against a black backdrop.
Lan Jue could feel Mika's anxiety.
He replaced Lan Jue at the captain's chair and lent the ship his powers so it would move faster. The ship was too small to support much of a Paragon's abilities, however, so Lan Jue was more than enough to give it the juice it needed. After making their overtures against Sheol, the Bastions had since turned around and were returning to the fleet. Their next target was Heaven's Light. According to the information they'd gotten, the Terminator had encountered no small obstacle to completing their mission.
They were beset in enemy territory and were fighting for their lives. Normal aliens were not the concern, for they certainly could not harm these Paragons. What was frightening by the Terminator's report was it meant more powerful foes had come up against them. 3 humanoid aliens had appeared. All 3 were avatars of the planets, Monarch, Empress, and Consort.
The last 2 were similar in appearance to the Violet Princess, beautiful and deadly, but slightly older. The only way to tell them apart was by their hair, one purple and one red. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 805, The King of Devils. Chapter 805, The King of Devils.
Queen, Consort and Monarch, the 3 most powerful aliens outside of the home worlds themselves.
Luckily none of them were strong enough to ascend to the infinite. However, 3 Nirvana-level enemies was enough to cause the Terminator and his allies significant trouble.
The Terminator himself had achieved Nirvana, but only recently. Besides him, the Wine Master and Clockmaker were reflections of heaven and earth. The others were still within the realm of protogenia. The 7 of them together, employing their full strength, were able to keep the enemy at bay.
At least for now.
The valley they fought in was scarred by the marks of their conflict. From overhead it looked like a jagged crater. Roars and explosions filled the air, competing against one another as the chaos continued. A gigantic image of a man with pitch-black skin, 10,000 meters tall, stomped through the area. His body blazed with a blinding golden light, and every time he threw a punch hundreds of aliens were eliminated. Scores of enemies threw themselves at him.
Their blows landed, but only transient marks remained from their efforts.
None of the lesser beasts could overcome his defenses.
This was the Terminator's dermic image.
The others were managing to avoid destruction because he had taken the fore. Once they had infiltrated the planet, the Terminator had quietly led his team toward the progenitor's location and waited for their opportunity. But when the space battle had begun, the situation here had been less than ideal.
Many aliens remained surrounding the progenitor.
That was when they found the 3 who would give them the most worry. When the battle was at its height, the Terminator could wait no longer. They had 2 planets they were responsible for liberating, and 7 Paragons waiting to do their part.
They could not delay.
He formulated a plan. He would use his own body to shield the others while they dealt with the progenitor. Unfortunately for them, the creature was also Nirvana level. Their plan appeared to be working at the outset, with the Terminator relying on his overpowering strength to single-handedly keep the 3 doppelgangers at bay. However, although the other Paragons exclusively turned their attacks on the progenitor, they weren't strong enough to bring it down. The best they'd managed was to injure it. Meanwhile, the doppelgangers were commanding the alien forces to surround and besiege them. A Paragon's protogenic recovery rate was quick, which meant their staying power in a fight was similarly impressive. However, while this planet used to be human territory, it belonged to the enemy now. The progenitor's corrupting influence acted as support for the creatures, helping them to heal and replenish rapidly, while also empowering the planet's avatars. Mission success was tantalizingly close when they started their assault. With their target within view, how could they retreat? But as time went on, the situation worsened. The Paragons had to fight harder as more aliens came to the progenitor's aid. The air was so thick with enemies even the clouds were blotted out. At last the Wine Master sent out a request for help. Things had spiraled out of their control, and if they fell here the cost to humanity would be immense. He used his dimensional powers to keep the enemies at bay by opening portals in front of the encroaching forces. In their headlong charge, the monsters would barrel through the portals and find themselves far away. Now, loud roars filled the air. A mushroom cloud lifted debris high into the planet's atmosphere, followed by a powerful shockwave. For a moment that section of horizon burned like a sunrise. Scores of aliens tumbled from the sky. The fight had raged at a fever pitch for several hours, with the Paragons slaying countless numbers of aliens. Unfortunately, their vital crystals were swallowed up by the fungus-infested Earth and returned to the enemy. Ultimately, they suffered no losses. The Terminator's team took turns resting and pressing the attack to try and conserve energy, but continuous battle was beginning to take its toll. An inferno of dark red fire repelled a group of aliens. Satan's face glowered in the stark shadows his fires created. All of a sudden he rose sharply into the air, outside of their defensive formation. "Satan, what are you doing? Get back here!" the Keeper shouted. Satan turned his head and peered back at the researcher. Suddenly he smiled. "Get ready to break out of the encirclement." As he spoke, his pale hands were pressed together in front of him. A sea of fire erupted in all directions with him at its center. This was enough to force the aliens around him to fall back. Simultaneously, a strange black light lingered between the King of Devil's palms. It grew into a pitch-black sword that was strange to behold. It was long and thin, even its handguard oddly dainty. On either end of the handguard were two identical black gemstones, complementing a third at the base of the pommel. They glimmered with a strange and bewitching light, but the blade itself was a flat black that reflected no light whatsoever. When the rapier appeared, all light in the vicinity dimmed, swallowed into its inky surface. The Pontiff stared in surprise. Satan's demonic star was fixed on the aliens. His lips moved as a low, guttural chant slithered through the air. A pair of enormous wings burst from his back and spread wide, matched by a pair of dark red horns drilling out from his forehead. Satan's aura rapidly swelled in power. This dramatic transformation captured the attention of the three doppelgangers. They had continued to try and rush in to end these humans, but the Terminator's power had so far kept them at bay. The Northern Paragon was riddled with wounds, but with the help of the Wine Master and Clockmaker they'd managed to keep their party safe, but only barely. Satan turned his attention back toward the Keeper. "When I'm gone, give this blade to my daughter. And watch that hypocrite, make sure he doesn't get his hands on it." The Dark Citadel's former leader erupted into thunderous laughter. His body was consumed in an inferno of hellfire. Satan's aura intensified by several orders of magnitude. With a flourish he flipped the blade around and hugged it toward himself. The sleep blade slipped into him, right where his heart was located. The second it pierced his heart, everything within 500 meters of the Paragon froze in place. Suddenly they crumbled away into ash. Satan's body became the center of a massive black vortex. A manic surge of demonic energy whipped around it like a tempest. The Pontiff looked on, struck dumb with amazement. He and Satan had been adversaries for decades and knew each other like brothers. He knew what this was. He's broken the Stygian seal? He gasped. Stygian seal? What's that? The Keeper asked. The Avenue's ultimate researcher could feel that the energy Satan was releasing far exceeded his typical capabilities, and it was still rising. The protogenia around him was solidifying, as though in anticipation of something terrible. The power of the Satan bloodline is derived from the King of Devils. It grants them incredible power, but corrupts their hearts and devours their souls. There is never a good end for members of their cursed bloodline. Eventually their soul comes under the command of the devil, and they become puppets of pure animalistic evil. Only upon becoming paragons can this possession be halted, and in turn the adept becomes a devil in the flesh. Satan is the only one of their ilk I've seen who has been able to thoroughly seal the corruption of his blood right. By piercing his heart he releases the full power latent in his blood, the only way to summon the full strength of the King of Devils. But it comes at the cost of his body and soul. The mythical King of Devils has powers even beyond the infinite. Even a shadow of its presence would be harrowing. The Keeper didn't completely understand what the Keeper was saying, but he grasped enough. Satan intended to sacrifice his own life energy to overcome the aliens. The arcane magnate had never held Satan or his despicable bloodline in high regard, but in this moment he looked upon the man with respect. A paragon's life was long and highly cherished, the Keeper knew this well. This man was willing to give up his life without complaint. That was true strength. Satan's eyes were a ghastly blood red. His body and aura grew before their eyes. I am the King of Devils, greatest of my generation. Surely you lesser creatures cannot hope to shackle me? Ha 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 ha. His mad cackling cracked like thunder, and with a vicious yank he pulled the rapier free from his chest. It, too, had grown with the rest of him, and now his demonic aura had drowned all the world around him. Shadows coalesced around him to create a red cloak that flapped at his back. His pale face had become leathery red and monstrous. The light in his eyes was no longer human. With a single beat of his enormous wings, Satan was suddenly on the other side of the battlefield. The aliens around him only felt a sudden burning sensation, then all of a sudden an area 1,000 meters in diameter was swallowed up in red light. They were cut off from the rest of the battle. The Terminator acutely felt the power that came from the demon and knew that even his Nirvana-level abilities would not be able to contend against him. Satan's ice-cold features regarded the North's Paragon defender. Terminator. I have a request. His voice was cold as death. The Terminator continued to fight, but was paying close attention. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 806, Satan's Last Words. Chapter 806, Satan's Last Words. Spit it out. The Terminator said between world-shaking punches. Satan was sacrificing his life so that the rest of them might live. How could he ignore his request? Satan's voice was low and solemn. If my daughter decides to take over the Dark Citadel, I want you to support her claim. If she refuses, let the Hades bloodline take control. I bequeath my demonic blade to my last remaining daughter. I trust you, and I trust the Avenue, but I will place no faith in that snake the Pontiff. Keep Mika safe. All right. The Terminator agreed without hesitation. Sorrow flitted through his eyes. For 100 years the number of paragons in the world had remained constant. Only within the last year or so were new names added to the list. Both of them were old established heroes of a bygone era. To witness his contemporary life cut short in this way, the Terminator was filled with admiration. Every paragon had some extreme measure hidden away in case of events such as this, but they also had misgivings. The Terminator, for instance, couldn't sacrifice himself because the North needed him. If he were to fall, the North would have no one to contend against the daunting power of the East. Satan's courage was as surprising as it was praiseworthy. Satan chuckled. His right hand lifted and pointed toward the heavens. Go! He roared. The area of smoldering red around him suddenly became a tornado of energy that swallowed up the paragons and spat them into the air. Demonic flames lapped at their heels and burned so intensely they kept the alien avatars at bay. The fires began to consume Satan's body. His powers hovered on the cusp of the infinite. So this is what the infinite feels like, the power I was meant to command. Satan stepped forward into the center of the tornado. If he remained within it and left with the others, there was a chance he could survive. But he was the King of Devils, he sought a glorious death in combat. Come, children of the alien fiends. I will show you the power of a real monster. He swiped his rapier through the air, sending waves of crimson energy in all directions. Monarch's doppelganger retreated a step and lifted its hands. An orb of violet light issued from its palms and burned away the encroaching attack. Queen and consort came closing in on Satan's location from either flank. Satan watched them come with fearless countenance, ready to face them alone. The hellfire that clung to him flickered dangerously and burned brighter. The avatars were reluctant to get close, for they knew the heat from those fires could scorch them down to their souls. The red tornado had flung the other 6 paragons with such force they were in the upper reaches of the planet's atmosphere before they knew it. Many lesser aliens had rushed after them, but of course could not block their escape. The Terminator's expression was uncharacteristically angry. As he flew at the head of the group, his big hands grabbed whatever beasts dared get too close before ripping the life out of them in grotesque fashion. It was the only way he could release the pain and resentment that ate at his heart. The other paragons didn't utter a sound, but similar feelings were clear on their faces. The winemaster, clockmaker, keeper and bookworm were all glowering.
Skyfire Avenue adhered to a strict code of fairness and justice.
The keeper had been prepared to use his own power of last resort, but Satan had been faster.
Even the pontiff's face betrayed a sense of loss, almost disbelief.
He would never have suspected Satan to take this measure.
As an emissary of God, it should have been his responsibility.
But he didn't have the courage his contemporary had.
The paragons slaughtered their way out of encirclement, eventually fighting their way out into space.
Once they had some breathing room, the winemaster waved his scepter and a silver light enveloped them.
When it receded, they were far from the planet's surface. Without the doppelgangers, the aliens couldn't prevent them from escaping.
Just then a streak of light arrived, a beam that was there 1 minute and gone the next as it swept through the pursuing alien force. A bone-jarring explosion ensued that sent the monsters reeling in all directions.
Zeus 1 appeared suspended in the darkness nearby. The winemaster dare not delay.
Waving his scepter again, his protogenia conveyed them into the small ship's interior. Immediately Zeus 1's blinding stone was re-engaged and Lan Jue concealed their presence with her psychic force. They peeled off to evade their enemy's search.
Zeus 1 was nearing its limit.
It had been working beyond capacity the whole way to Heaven's Light, a feat only possible because Lan Jue was feeding it energy. When they returned to the fleet, his ship would need serious repairs.
When he saw the group of paragons appear on the bridge, Lan Jue's first reaction was to sigh in relief.
He made it in time to save them. But his satisfaction was brief, for soon he saw the problem.
They were short one. Where is he? Lan Jue had noticed it immediately, and so had Mika.
She had approached the moment they appeared. There was a tremble in her voice.
It was the Terminator who answered her.
In order to save our lives, Satan pierced his own heart with his demon blade. He used the King of Devils' true power to cover our retreat.
What?
For a moment Mika's eyes went dark.
She felt faint.
For years she had hated Satan, withholding forgiveness for his alleged crimes. But, in her heart, he was always undefeatable, an indomitable force that could overcome all obstacles. Like all little girls, she believed her dad could conquer the universe. He was the devil of this generation. Now they were telling her that this man, this indestructible force of nature, the man she'd despised for so long, was.
Mika, don't rush to conclusions. Let's take a look, maybe there's something we can do.
Lan Jue had come to her side, helping to keep her steady.
Lan Jue, you mustn't rush in.
The winemaster warned.
With our gathered strength we can escape unscathed, Lan Jue said. My mother has risen to the infinite.
His own eyes sparkled as he allowed his aura to be revealed to them. Surprise appeared on their faces as Lan Jue's aura washed over them.
You broke through?
The Terminator asked.
The paragons of Skyfire Avenue were aware, but the other were not. Lan Jue nodded. He then turned back to Mika.
Pull yourself together.
Mika was tough.
She grit her teeth and nodded. The target for this planet still remains, we need to make sure it gets done.
Let's go. Zhou Qianlin's stoic voice intruded.
With a wave of her hand, all the paragon aboard Zeus 1 vanished. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 807, Homage to the Stars. Chapter 807, Homage to the Stars.
A flash of pink light, and the paragons were hanging in the purple atmosphere of Heaven's Light. This time their assault team was 12 strong: Zhou Qianlin, the Terminator, Clockmaker, Winemaster, Pharmacist, Driver, Keeper, Bookworm, Pauper, Pontiff, Lan Jue, and Zhou Qianlin. These were nearly all of humanity's strongest warriors. In the distance they could see the red tornado slowly sputter out. The Terminator spoke in a solemn voice.
There. That's also where the progenitor is.
Another flash of pink and they were conveyed to where Satan had released his power. Wild energies flit through the air, potent and stifling.
Yet, they were beginning to weaken. Lan Jue saw Satan right away. He was once again human form, and Monarch's doppelganger had him by the neck. Lan Jue could feel the vital energy draining from his ally at a rapid pace.
The demon blade he'd used to pierce his heart had become spectral in appearance, opaque. The alien avatar tried to take it for itself, but its hand passed through as though trying to grasp at air. There was a flicker, and the sword vanished. Satan's eyes weakly turned to compatriots, pain clearly in his twisted expression. However, there was neither fear nor sadness, but defiance.
Boom!
The area was bathed in an explosion of red light, throwing everything into a furor of energy. The release of power from a paragon in the moments before their death was incredible, more than the avatars could entirely defend against.
They went flailing through the air. Die dash! Luo Xianni roared. Her tiny pink camera appeared in her hands. Ka-cha!
With the click of the shutter, the creatures froze in mid-air. A white light sprang up that settled over the paragons, and with it the Terminator and his team felt their drained protogenic might recover. Yet, despite this, they were not surprised. All of them were struck to the core by Satan's death. Brilliant lights erupted from the human warriors, toward the avatars and the lesser beasts around them. 3 strange orbs of purple light shimmered, and all of a sudden the immobilized doppelgangers were gone. Then, overhead, 3 enormous silhouettes blotted out the sky.
The alien home worlds.
Their aura bore down on the surface of heaven's light like a torrent of power. Lan Jue and the others froze in their charge and shook with shock and fear.
The alien planets? As their nightmarish foes appeared, the whole of reality was immersed in purple light.
The aura of power that surrounded the avatars buffeted them in ever more powerful waves. In the space of an instant, they were on the upper border of nirvana. It wasn't just their protogenia, either, every ounce of them was bursting with empowered energy. As the humans looked on, a strange scene unfolded.
All the surrounding aliens turned and headed for the doppelgangers.
When they got close, their bodies disintegrated into eddies of purple mist, and wormed their way into the planet's representatives. Despite the many experiences these paragons had in fighting the aliens, this was the first time they'd witnessed something like this. Everyone's face fell. They knew what the avatars were doing, consuming the energy of the creatures around them to increase their strength. All of these monsters were creations of the 3 alien planets, and were destined to return to them. In this way they were all one, though it was the first time they witnessed it in such a literal fashion. If this kept up, it wouldn't be long before these 3 creatures commanded the power of infinite, or close to it.
Attack!
Luo Xianni's voice was cold, calm. She lifted her camera and a pale pink light emerged as dual columns descending from the sky.
Suddenly reality split.
Where there had been one unbroken purple horizon, now it was cleaved in half. The gathered alien avatars were violently thrust apart, as though deposited in separate dimensions.
Luo Xianni's fighting style was complicated.
She saw that these creatures were strong, but they were strongest together. As such, their best chance was to divide and conquer. Although the photographer's breakthrough was still fresh, and her familiarity with her newfound powers in its infancy, she was still a denizen of the infinite. Even beneath the strengthening light of the planets, she was still their superior.
The avatars were on the move. Lan Jue and Qianlin reacted first by becoming dual bolts of lightning and heading their way. Lan Jue waved his hands and the misty environment around him parted. Emulsions of the alien's power vanished in his vicinity, replaced by a universe of purple light.
Out in space, the soldiers aboard the human warship saw a singular star blaze in the sky, preceding a strange sight.
It was like someone dimmed all the other stars and planets, dialing down their intensity.
In truth, this was Lan Jue, employing the might of his domain for the first time. Even he wasn't entirely sure what to expect. Middle Heaven, Emperor of the North Pole star of purple subtlety, was master of the stars, or so he had been called. All the stellar bodies paid homage to the North Star, and constrained their light in its presence. Although Lan Jue was only a reflection of heaven and earth, the strength of his domain was evident. Within the glittering luminescence of his domain, crackling lightning danced in and out of existence. Each arc of electricity was a different color from the one before it, changing from gold to blue to purple and countless others. Each crackling bolt also bore a different feel, a unique sense, a staggering fear. An alien came charging in from overhead, headlong into Lan Jue's domain. The moment it crossed the border, the field around the jewelry master lit up as dozens of lightning bolts surged toward the intruder.
It was reduced to smoldering powder after the first blast, even its vital crystal was atomized.
Whatever energy was contained in the beast dissipated through Lan Jue's domain and left no trace.
Boundless starlight, palm of 5 lightning.
This was the power bequeathed to him by the Emperor of the North Star. Modern humans had thus far been unable to manifest the dharma of these long-lost gods. But Lan Jue's destiny was beyond compare, his luck supernatural. With the thunder essence and the echoes of tribulation lightning it contained, as well as his own lightning discipline and Judy's tutelage, with his dedicated cultivation and constant restraint, the assistance of immortal Qi and his painstakingly evolved all-heaven lightning, he was able to grasp the vestiges of purple subtlety and thus solidify his protogenia. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 808, A Domain of Boundless Starlight. Chapter 808, A Domain of Boundless Starlight. It went without saying that Lan Jue's luck was exceptional. Lan Jue's earlier conjectures had proven time and again to be close to the truth. And everything, once it reached a certain level of power, would either break through to new heights or be destroyed. The ancient realm of immortals succumbed to the second eventuality and passed into history. But how powerful were those beings that created a space that could contend against the universe itself? The Middle Heaven Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety was not the mightiest of this legendary beings, but he was certainly among the strongest. One can imagine the resilience and potency of his primordial spirit. What remained of his influence was enough to empower Lan Jue. Having just broken through, Lan Jue hadn't had enough time to wholly understand this gift. However, through his environment and experiences, he already had a connection to it that fused them together. The banishing blades were stupendous weapons of power. In the hands of the Emperor of the North Star, they were incomparably destructive. In fact, only the gathered banishing blades would be capable of causing harm to a god in his godblade. Thus, with this mystical inheritance, Lan Jue was able to galvanize the potential of Captus with great success. It was why he and Qianlin were able to employ the harmonious sword style to such abundant success. In the first moments of releasing his discipline, Lan Jue felt like the heavens and earth moved at his behest. Within the scope of his domain, he was master and creator, and his protogenia was the motive force for everything that existed. Stars dimmed because they were lending their energy to his pocket reality, translating into the blasts of thunder that snaked through it. It was the foundational energy of the palm of 5 lightnings and produced a domain few could contend against. Lan Cheng's Buddha's revelation domain was held in high regard as one of the strongest as well, but the Buddhist faith was lenient and pacifistic by nature. It was mostly defensive and empowering, where Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain was designed for direct force. It even has some similarities to the banishing strategy. If the Emperor of the North Star himself summoned this domain, never mind the alien planets, whole swaths of the universe would cease to exist. Lan Jue, of course, was nowhere near those levels of power. However, when his domain was released, the potential that pulsed within it was staggering. Qianlin stood by his side, saying nothing. Her Queen of Heaven domain linked with whatever power was nearby in mutual support. It was inevitable that the stronger one's power was, the more unstable it was by nature. But bathed in the light of the Queen of Heaven, the dangers were abated. White light hung over the domineering image of the Emperor and swelled the manifestation of its domain farther by half. Lan Jue did not feel drained even despite the expansion of his influence. On the contrary, he felt more rooted. Their target was designated, Monarch's Avatar. There was a flash of purple, and the boundless starlight swept up to meet their foe. When this war started, Lan Jue and Qianlin had not been paragons. They had been adepts mere hours ago, and now possessed strength enough to challenge a foe who bore the power of Nirvana, and the strongest of the planet's doppelgangers. From all intelligence and information gathered, Lan Jue knew that if the alien homeworlds were still evolving, then these beasts in human skin, along with the Violet Prince and Princess, were the aliens' strongest line of defense. How strong he could not say for sure, but some could at least contend with the infinite. Beyond a doubt, cutting down one of these top generals would be a tremendous blow against the enemies of humanity. Satan had died in the conflict, but he had used his death to give mankind a chance. Here were gathered nearly all paragons, and if they could leave behind the corpses of these doppelgangers and their alien pawns, it could turn the tide of battle. The suddenness of Lan Jue's domain and the fact it could overtake it at all was a surprise for the Avatar. But he didn't have time to marvel over it long, before in a flash an arc of golden lightning was blasting toward him. It was the strongest of the 5 lightnings, Chaos. Monarch's representative swung its arms in a circular pattern, and the essence of its violet energy was summoned, coalescing into a shield to block the lightning's path. When the two met, there was no dramatic explosion or deafening blast. When the Chaos lightning reached the violet light, it simply vanished. However, the Avatar's shield was covered in a misty golden hue. It began to melt away before their eyes. Amazement was the word to best describe the Avatar's features. Its body trembled, then shot into the distance. Strong as it was, the beast did not desire to face chaotic lightning head-on. But the lesser monsters continued to tumble from the sky as all heaven lightning hunted them down. As Lan Jue's chosen specialty, it was only slightly less destructive than chaotic lightning. Lan Jue was not the Emperor of the North Star, and his powers were a mere shadow of the ancient god, but it was more than enough to strike fear in the hearts of these monsters. Boom! The peal of thunder was so intense it made the doppelganger's shield tremble. More glittering bolts of electric power came crashing down from on high. The searing purple of primordial lightning, the 3 turquoise bolts, and more assailed the doppelganger. The creature was pinned and its spirit rattled, forced to rely on exuding pure energy to defend itself. Even Lan Jue was surprised at the fortitude of his domain. Whatever the circumstance, he was still just a reflection of heaven and earth. It spoke volumes to his abilities that he was able to suppress a monster that was a full degree of power above him. The pressure from their clash was palpable in the air. There was a flash of light in Lan Jue's eyes as he thrust Captus forward. He closed his eyes, and suddenly he was one with the essence of his domain. A beam of red light streaked forward. As it raced forward, bolts of all the different sorts fell into its wake. Monarch's avatar hovered directly in its path of destruction. Boom, to the doppelganger it was as though reality collapsed around it. The blasts of lightning that tied him down grew ever stronger. Within this terrible state he could feel a wild energy tearing at his body. The 5 lightnings were righteous by nature and suppressed the power of evil. Captus was a weapon forged by the gods. Together, and empowered by his domain, the force at Lan Jue's command was overwhelming. It might be expected that Lan Jue and Qianlin, with their harmonious swords, could defeat a progenitor of Nirvana level. It was a different thing entirely that Lan Jue, empowered by the image of the Emperor of the North Star, could face down one of the alien generals on his own and not be in too inferior a position. The only person who could compete with him in sheer talent was Lan Chang. This was true in both dermic image and domain. But don't forget that Lan Chang was not the bearer of a banishing blade. Nor was Lan Chang's powers focused on offense, but control. Thus Lan Jue, with all the tools at his disposal, had the sheer destructive power of the likes of Zhou Qianlin and his father. Even the Terminator could not say for certain if he could win a one-on-one encounter with the young man. However, Lan Jue had not recognized this. After all, since his breakthrough he had just known the strength of the harmonious swords. He had only anticipated their combined strength to be enough for the task ahead. He would only come to know the scope of his personal abilities through trial by combat, as he was doing now. The aura pouring from the monarch's avatar was threatening. Although, it was less terrifying than it had been prior to being consumed by Lan Jue's domain. Boundless starlight seemed to be repressing the monster's cultivation while simultaneously peppering it with attacks. Lan Jue was as surprised as anyone when he saw his domain fuse perfectly with the tide of Captus' power. The 5 lightnings worked in sync with the banishing blade to great effect. The alien general was cut off, surrounded on all sides by the reality-piercing might of Captus. Meanwhile, Lan Jue's domain worked with a mind of its own. Lightning strikes of various colors traced their way through the air in a mass onslaught. Monarch's avatar threw its head back and roared at the sky. The pain was excruciating, and the power he needed to free himself was fleeting like water through sand. Destruction was a terrifyingly real possibility. All cognizant beings knew terror. The more powerful they were, the deeper their fear ran. When the circumstances of one's demise were laid bare, that dread became unescapable. Such was the truth Monarch's representative faced. Scales began to emerge on its skin. Where its face had once been handsome and gallant, now it was a mask of feral inhumanity. It could no longer control itself and defend against boundless starlight, and was forced to reveal its true nature. In the instant Lan Jue thrust forward with Captus, Qianlin mimicked the motion with her own sword. But her attack was absent the overwhelming power of Lan Jue's. Hers was possessed by a faintly discernible immortal presence, and emerged as a hail of piercing blue light. Ubiquitous as rain in a summer storm. The myriad blue lights served as guides for the power of the 5 lightnings. The centralized blasts of electricity dispersed, but only to attach themselves to the fragments of sword energy. First the incisiveness of Demortis, then the sheer force of the 5 lightnings, together forged into a hail of catastrophic intensity. Each beam of blue light was like an atom bomb that pummeled the Avatar's defenses. It couldn't keep it all out. The shield around one of Monarch's mightiest agents collapsed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 809, Death of the Doppelganger. Chapter 809, Death of the Doppelganger. In the moment the creature's defenses shattered, its full and terrible potential was unleashed. A wave of dark purple light spread out from it like ink from an octopus. Wherever the slithering light touched, an infection bloomed that constrained the power of the 5 lightnings. As the contamination spread, the monarch's avatar disappeared within it. The thick, plum-colored taint spread quickly, swallowing everything it came across. Lightning continued to blast at it from all corners of Lan Jue's domain, but couldn't seem to burn it away. Lan Jue scowled. This inky energy was strangely unique, composed of condensed vital energy and possessed of a ruinous hunger. It surged with an ebb and flow, constantly creating and destroying as it spread out through his domain. That should have been power only the alien planets could control. Understanding was beginning to dawn on the jewelry master. He thought life and death were as incompatible as fire and water, but in fact they were the extremes of one another. Destruction was the end result of life, and life was born from ashes of destruction. The two were inexorably combined. The alien evolutionary process required unceasing destruction of humanity. Through consumption of their vital energies they expanded their own, a common fact of nature and one they had been involved in for many years.
Thus did they continue to rise in strength to their current level. Their whole reality was incessant consumption, and through it they understood vitality and creation, death and decay. It was their reality, their protogenia. This was the only way they knew how to fight against the tyranny of universal suppression. As life and death coiled among each other, the aliens' protogenia continued to change. It was a constant cycle of consumption, assimilation, and creation. The planets created more of their species but had to deprive others of life to do so. Creation and destruction. It was also the crux of the universe. The death of one universe invariable gave rise to another. Lan Jue had to acknowledge that, although the aliens were a threat to his species, their understanding of the natural way was profound. It had to be, otherwise they never would have reached the heights they enjoy today or have the power necessary to create a realm of their own. If they continued on their path, who's to say they wouldn't eventually threaten the universe as a whole? Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin exchanged a wordless glance. Their hearts as one and their aim identical, a pair of lights sprang up around them. Behind Lan Jue appeared his dermic image, the Middle Heaven Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety. The Queen of Heaven, Guanyin, towered over Qianlin. As their dharma manifested, both of their auras surged. The light of the Queen of Heaven was marvelous, almost crystalline. Qianlin was a vision of benevolence and protection. Lan Jue's presence, meanwhile, adopted an imperatorial air with a promise of bloody judgment. Direct confrontation of protogenia was the best way to resolve this conflict with the enemy. The Emperor of the North Star was commander of the cosmos, back when the immortal realm existed. He held authority over life and death, simultaneously creator and destroyer, whose knowledge of the correlation between the two was complete. Lan Jue's knowledge, by comparison, was superficial at best. Yet still he had access to a depth of understanding far beyond what the aliens had accrued. The Queen of Heaven was a power of pure deliverance, perfectly selfless and rooted in virtue. As the two powers mingled, the connection between life and death faded into the background. What was important in this moment was their relationship to each other. Their affections had survived numerous trials and transcended all, leaving only their love. Qianlin had been willing to sacrifice herself to destruction in order to save Lan Jue, who in turn would give up his life for her. In this integral moment, the only thing in their hearts was each other. Against the backdrop of creation and annihilation, their love bloomed. Suddenly the light of their swords flared. Both paragons merged into the images of their dharma. The Emperor of the North Star took Guanyin's hand in his own, and the two stood side by side. The kingly image of the former god was different now than it had been upon Lan Jue's breakthrough. At that time he had channeled the primordial spirit of the Emperor, rife with disdain. Brimming with power and contempt, it scared the monarch's avatar enough to force its retreat. This time the image looked more like Lan Jue. His influence was not settled, and the light of the cosmos did not live in his eyes as it did for the Emperor of the North Star. Instead, the image of the beautiful woman beside him was reflected in their depths. Dual beams of red and blue burst forth. Hand in hand, Lan Jue stood with Captus gripped in his right fist. De Mortis was nestled in Qianlin's right. As the two of them lifted their god blades, their light combined. They were separate only in appearance, for their spirits were one as the harmonious swords were released in a resplendent rainbow beam of light. Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain and Qianlin's Queen of Heaven abilities combined. An unprecedented sensation swelled through both of them, washing away any barriers that remained. Only the great affection they felt for one another was left. Lan Jue's face betrayed a contented smile, as did Qianlin's. In fact, it seemed as though they'd forgotten the presence of their mighty enemy. The multifaceted flare of the harmonious swords erupted from them and fractured into a shower of light. The poisonous light of the Avatar continued to grow, roiling with the powers of life and death, creation and destruction. However, as the rainbow of colors shone upon it, the inky darkness was dispelled like a mist before the morning sun. The emulsion of energy from the couple continued to grow and spread across a huge area. Their domains were channeled through the banishing blades to both empower and be empowered. As reality continued to unravel around it, the alien general felt like it was trapped in a universe of suffering. Tens of thousands of shimmering bolts descended upon him. As they pierced the darkness, things became strangely surreal for the Avatar. The power derived from the homeworlds he put so much faith in was revealed to be fragile in the face of the harmonious swords. So fragile, in fact, that it seemed resistance was futile. The beast's body proceeded to swell, proceeded to regain its true monstrous form. But even as the full might of its abilities surged through it, the dagger-like beams of color pierced its flesh only to burst out of the other side. All of a sudden it was a creature of pure, shining light. The feeling of the inevitable overcame it. Monarch's avatar slowly closed its eyes as pieces of the creature began to chip away. Panic set in and it thrashed, trying to find any way to evade the purifying light.
No sucker was found. It didn't make sense. By all that they knew, these humans shouldn't have been able to harm it. However, the moment their domain consumed it, the doppelganger was cut off from the others. When these glimmering lights came, the connection it had to the homeworlds was severed as well. An eruption of blinding purple light burst from its chest, impossibly bright and alarming. It was as though something within it was fighting tooth and nail to get free. It was revealed to be an orb, shimmering and translucent like a gem. It looked like a miniature version of the monarch planet. Rays of purple light blazed into the blackness of space just as Lan Jue and Qianlin dropped their swords. The purple orb hung suspended in nothingness, but was soon enveloped by an enigmatic power. It was something even the alien planets couldn't grasp, an energy that sealed the evil will of the crystal and cleansed its poisonous nature. A few moments later, it was nothing more than a crystal of pure vital energy. The kaleidoscope of light continued for a full minute until, little by little, it faded into darkness. When Lan Jue and Qianlin opened their eyes, their dermic images were gone. It was only them, hand in hand, swords at the ready. It was a little awkward that the other paragons were standing nearby, gaping at them in abject confusion. Lan Jue blinked at them, and with a little cough, asked, "What happened?" Luo Xianni sounded incredulous. "You don't know?" He shook his head. "Last thing I remember is employing the harmonious swords against Monarch's avatar. Then she and I slipped into some kind of meditation. It's hard to describe. Everything after that is fuzzy." "I suppose we killed it?" he asked, uncertain. Luo Xianni nodded. "It looked like you really grasped the power of that technique. The Monarch's doppelganger couldn't flee. When you released that light, the other two seemed to have felt it and escaped. They used the images of the 3 planets we saw to somehow ferry them away." Lan Jue looked around and discovered that the other paragons had slain the remaining alien forces. Most of the progenitor's corruption was already gone. The driver was almost fierce as he came upon Lan Jue. "What was that? When did the two of you get so strong?" Lan Jue grinned ruefully. "If I told you, I actually have no clue, would you believe me?" The driver just stared at him. But the truth was, Lan Jue and Qianlin really didn't know how they'd managed to kill Monarch's avatar. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 810, Mika's Decision. Chapter 810, Mika's Decision. Thinking back, Lan Jue could only recall the moment their harmonious swords technique combined with their domains. It must have been under their combined might that the avatar fell. Together, Qianlin and Lan Jue were not inferior to Monarch's doppelganger. However, they did not have the benefit of the home world support. In fact, the monster had ample opportunity to flee, but his downfall came as a result of underestimating his foes. Specifically, Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain. When the human domain overtook it, the power of boundless starlight cut it off from the rest of reality. Suddenly, the avatar was lost in a world where the rules were stacked against it. Normal domains would not have such control over it, but Lan Jue's inheritance came from an ancient and powerful line. Although he was only capable of summoning the simplest of its powers, boundless starlight was nonetheless a legendary gift even in its own day. Even the highest caste of immortals would flinch at its presence. Lan Jue's strength was not yet matured, but the Monarch's avatar could not match up to even the lowest sort of immortal. Hubris had made it want to kill Lan Jue and Qianlin in the fastest and most direct fashion possible. Its own demise never seemed possible. Yet, when the power of transferal was cut off and the overwhelming might of the harmonious swords descended upon it, hubris proved its end. If it had avoided being absorbed by Lan Jue's domain, it could have fled. Now, of course, it was too late. The progenitor was slain, Monarch's avatar eliminated. It was a grand day for the forces of humanity and a mighty blow to the strength of their enemy. The rest of the alien forces had cleared out. They fled with the doppelgangers of Consort and Queen into the recesses of space. The pharmacist, the pauper and more gave chase while others like Luo Xianni and the driver remained on the planet. They feared perhaps the expense and energy would do the two of them harm. However, it seemed their fears were unwarranted. "It seems we can no longer look at you through old lenses," Luo Xianni praised. She could see the difference in Lan Jue's eyes. He was an equal. Lan Jue took up Qianlin's hand and smiled. "Let's return to Zeus 1. Their victory was grand, but it wasn't without cost. Satan had fallen and the effect on Mika was sure to be tragic. He had to look after her. Heaven's light was retaken. Now only a single planet remained for them to liberate, and with all the paragons together it would not be a problem to achieve. When they got back to Zeus 1, Xiuxiu had taken over as pilot. Mika was to one side of the cockpit in a daze.
A long, thin sword lay atop her lap. The spindly weapon radiated a dark light that gave it a sinister charm. It was her father's weapon, Archfiend. Lan Jue hurried to where she sat and knelt before her. Mika. She lifted her head and managed a thin smile. Her eyes were red but no tears fell. Boss, I'm sorry. I think I have to go. Lan Jue paused. Mika, you. She cut him off. The Dark Citadel was his life's work. He forged it with his blood and sweat. Now that he's gone, I want to keep his memory by maintaining what he strove so hard to create. If we survive, I want to re-establish the Dark Citadel and continue his legacy. I'm sorry, boss. For a time Lan Jue was silent. From the start both of them had intended to keep her as far from the Dark Citadel as possible. Not all of those with the demonic bloodline could control their monstrous nature as well as Satan had. Even the fallen paragon had to go through a period of madness before he found his path. Mika was strong, but it would be some time before she became a paragon. More than a few of Satan's remaining lieutenants were more developed than she. Would they listen to her? Would they follow her lead under these circumstances? More than any of those concerns, however, Lan Jue didn't want to see her succumb to the darkness of her bloodline. He didn't want her to lose her humanity. Mika sensed his reticence. Her voice was soft. Boss, it's fine. I will always remember what you told me, and I won't lose my way no matter what. I'll follow the righteous path, and under my guidance the darkness will not turn to chaos. I'm sorry, I have to do this. Lan Jue understood the position she found herself in. He sighed deeply. Mika, I will support any decision you make. I will be at your back forever to give help whenever it's needed. I'll help you track down the survivors. But Mika shook her head, denying his help. No, I need to do it myself. It's a task only I can accomplish. What he did, I must do. She said it with a steely resolve. She had always been a child of demons, but repressed it because of her life and service to Zeus' jewelry shop. Satan's death was a catalyst, allowing her to let her true self flourish. Ever since that encounter with her father, things had changed. She was no longer the same person. She supported Archfiend with her hands and lifted it off of her lap, turning her vision to the porthole and its view of space. There was a flicker and crimson light slowly filled her eyes. Lan Jue patted her shoulder. You got this. The pontiff was not far away, sighing with subdued emotion. Satan had a fine daughter. Making decisions like these with such clarity in the face of disaster was no easy thing. What of himself, he thought. For better or worse, the Dark Citadel's core power had remained intact. Could the same be said for the Pontiff's Citadel? He wasn't alone, but only the highest echelons of his organization were left. He couldn't know the state of things back on Europa. Zeta. The final outlying planet was abnormally easy to free from alien control. In fact, they couldn't even find a progenitor. By the time they arrived, the only sign it had been there was a deep hole and receding fungus. Evidently the aliens were no longer interested in sparring with the humans over these territories. Not a single alien remained, only mutated humans were left to wander the desolate plains. Their missions were a success. In the fastest time they could muster, these planets were returned to human control. Resources had already begun the trek over. Most was from other Western planets that had escaped the scourge, so they would arrive soon. At this time it wasn't the three admirals who were busiest. In fact, it was Zhou Qianlin, Lan Jue, and Qianlin. The Queen of Heaven domain and its fabulous abilities were needed all throughout the system. It was the first time since the ancient days that a power like hers was revealed, and soon Guanin's purity was known far and wide. When her image appeared in the skies, saving the souls of the unfortunate, her prestige soared. Even just seeing pictures or video excited the masses and filled them with hope. Humanity had its savior. It was great fortune for so many to live after alien domination. The Western government had passed out of existence. For now, temporary control of the administrative planets was passed to the Allied military forces. As control was enforced and people returned to health, the heart of the people began to settle. The survivors in particular were quiet with their demands. Weathering this awful catastrophe was enough. Coinciding with their deliverance was a change of faith. They had seen their goddess descend from heaven and save them from a tortured existence. Guanin, the Queen of Heaven, words that shone like the sun in the hearts of Westerners. Through her they had been granted new life, and Qianlin could feel their faith spanning across the solar system. It took 3 whole days and nights for them to cure everyone. However, through this process they encountered trouble. In the process of healing the afflicted and clearing the alien toxins, Qianlin's domain continued to improve. As faith in her powers increased with each life saved, her abilities were amplified. Lan Jue similarly benefited from her augmentation, and it was this constant amplification that allowed them to accomplish the task so quickly. However, just as advancing too slow was a problem, so was growing too fast. Lan Jue and Qianlin exploded in power as they ascended to Paragon. With their powers combined and through the strength of the harmonious swords, they could already slay a Nirvana-level foe. But with speed invariably came instability. Lan Jue's situation was somewhat better. After all, he had been forced to recultivate all the way back to the peak of 9th level. The process had made his foundation remarkably solid. For Qianlin, the circumstances were different. Much of her growth had been with Lan Jue's assistance, and that had steadied her powers. Now she was possessed of tremendous energy, empowered by the faith of those she'd saved. In only a matter of days, both she and Lan Jue were pressing against the barrier to Nirvana. And this after shedding as much impure energy as she could manage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 811, Bracing Domains. Chapter 811, Bracing Domains. However, even though everything but the purest of their energies remained, Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin continued their meteoric rise. Especially Qianlin, who was already trying to hold herself back from breaking the bottleneck to Nirvana. This was wonderful on some level, of course. Qianlin was the only one who need not worry about the dangers of universal protogenia. The suppression of the cosmos had no bearing on her, she was truly unique. But her rise was too fast. For a paragon to break through directly to reflection of heaven and earth was already shocking. Now it seemed she would achieve Nirvana in a matter of days. However, if she did, it would make her foundation insecure. She would find it difficult to control her own powers, turning their benefits into a ticking time bomb. A paragon's power was built on their ability to control it. A master with tremendous power who could not command it was inferior to the one with less strength but more control. What's more, it was safer even for the paragon, as losing control could lead to harm, to themselves and the people around them. When Zhu Di returned and learned about Qianlin's abilities, it was for these reasons he forbade her from rising further. For the time being, she needed to keep herself firmly as a reflection of heaven and earth until she could master her own capabilities. Once she could do that, they might consider ascending to the next level. Lan Jue's condition was much better. It was true that the Emperor of the North Star's lineage granted him tremendous power. However, it also demanded he accumulate even more energy and understanding than the typical paragon before rising to new heights. Because of these requirements, he was able to shoulder some of the energy Qianlin acquired through the faith of the masses. It prevented her from directly breaking through to paragon and also helped him along his own path. Lan Jue was also near the upper borders of reflection. According to his earlier plans, getting to this point would have required at least 3 years of studious cultivation to achieve, assuming he did so with Qianlin and everything went smoothly. Up to now it had been Qianlin who had benefited from Lan Jue's presence. Now the proverbial tables had turned. Through years of study, Lan Jue's control of his powers was solid. At this point he didn't break through to Nirvana simply because he didn't want to. Right now both of you need to work on control. If you don't, you invite danger. Zhu Di instructed. And he was right. As the power of faith continued to flood into Qianlin, her powers would only increase. If she didn't learn to control them, the situation would only worsen. Qianlin was seated before him, surrounded by a pale golden aura. She also was not interested in breaking through just yet, but the faithful were multiplying faster than she could keep up. Altogether, humanity numbered in the tens of billions. Without question, the people of these 7 planets were converts to Guanyin, the Queen of Heaven. They were fervently devoted to their new savior. Where it began to get out of control was the scores of people who saw video of her actions, who chose to follow the light of the goddess though they were light years away from danger. This is what ultimately made Zhou Qianlin's faith-amplified powers difficult to bear. When she spoke, there was concern in her soft voice. Uncle One, would my transformation influence Lan Jue? Certainly, to some degree, Zhu Di answered. You are connected by blood, and what happens to one will be reflected in the other. There are also the vows you made, set up by that old cook clairvoyant. Thus in many ways the two of you are one entity. Injure one and both suffer, nourish one and the other benefits. You are inseparable, and what problems are visited unto you Lan Jue must bear as well. His response caused her to worry. So what should I do? I'm already having trouble controlling my power. Zhu Di smiled comfortingly. Don't worry, there is a way. First, you mustn't show yourself in public for a little while. We have to limit your exposure to the masses, and that will limit the spread of faith. Likewise, I'll tell Lan Jue to get in touch with the leadership of the alliances, and have them stop spreading news of your actions.
The power of faith should abate by then.
Still, this only deals with the symptoms and not the problem. For the two of you, your priority needs to be stabilizing your newfound power and strengthening your control.
At the nirvana level, simply not wishing to break through is no longer enough. It comes down to how long you can fight back. But even if you do, the faith of the people isn't enough to push you into the infinite.
Once you achieve nirvana, you need only be careful when employing your discipline, and you shouldn't get in too much trouble.
Both of you should hole up and work on steadying your cultivation.
Qianlin, your powers are steady by nature, and cultivating together will help Lan Jue bear the pressure better.
You need to consolidate your internal energies and your protogenia.
Work on your mutual connection so that if you do break through, Lan Jue can help you manage it.
With his level of control, you shouldn't have a problem. His own domain is powerful enough as it is.
After all, the Middle Heaven Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety was a king among gods. He has a long way to go before he can fully grasp that inheritance.
This also means he can absorb far more energy.
Wait until both of you have more discipline, then you will certainly have a way to deal with the enormous energies at your disposal.
Zhou had decades of experience in suppressing cultivation.
In fact, for the last several years it had been his sole focus. Due to this, he was able to recognize and suggest the best method for Lan Jue and Qianlin to solve their problem.
Lan Jue chimed in. But with the situation as it is, there's a lot we need to do. Sequestering ourselves. Zhou response was somewhat irritated. Will there be no more pork without Lan the butcher? Two will be fine without you. Besides, you won't be gone for long. Already your domains are stabilizing thanks to Qianlin's abilities.
I want you to seal yourselves off from distractions so you can learn more deeply about yourselves and what you've gained.
You must cultivate the correct way, and that will be enough. Did you think I wanted you to lock yourselves away to improve your cultivation?
Despite his harsh tone, Lan Jue noted that his father was in high spirits. Their missions had been successful, and the revelations of Qianlin's abilities were a great boon to everyone. For instance, the influence of her light had been tremendously helpful for Luo Xianni. When Zhou returned to the others, the first thing he'd done is ask why his lover had chosen something so dangerous as breaking through to the infinite. Luo Xianni then explained to him what she'd learned of Qianlin's abilities. Zhou then sought her out to see for himself, and discovered that her abilities helped him as well.
Of course, the discrepancy in cultivation meant the effects on him were less than on Luo Xianni.
Even so, using his powers while within her aura stopped the universe from draining his life force. Many Paragon-level vital crystals had been recovered after this last mission. Of particular note was the one that had belonged to the Monarch's avatar before Lan Jue put it down. That orb of pure energy was a fragment of Monarch itself, born from its own body. While energetically it possessed the powers of Nirvana, it had come from something nearly immortal.
Its benefits for Zhou were considerable.
It would increase his lifespan by at least a decade, while also allowing him to employ his full strength at least for a short period. One day, if Qianlin achieved the infinite, then she could conceal him from the dangers of universal protogenia as well. It was a pleasant surprise for him, for Zhou had given up hope that an answer to his slow demise would be forthcoming. But an answer had revealed itself. Lan Jue rose and, taking Zhou Qianlin's hand, led her to a place where they could be alone. They requested 3 days of solitude from Lan Jue to complete the process, and for these 3 days Lan Jue would be busy.
Control of the 7 planets surrounding Europa had been returned to the humans.
The implications of this were important. It was the first time they had won a total victory in the face of this alien menace. However, by the same token, the responsibilities of liberating these planets were taxing on the Allied forces. Their enemy had not withdrawn entirely, and bands of aliens still harassed the planets from time to time. They were populated by survivors. It took a great deal of trouble and energy to cure them of their illness, so the Allied forces couldn't simply leave them to their own devices. But protecting them meant the Armada would need to split its forces.
It opened them up to the possibility that alien bands would pick them off one by one.
More importantly, their forces would need to remain stationed there.
This was a problem even Lan Jue's lauded intelligence couldn't solve with any satisfaction.
The best they could come up with was to gather the survivors together on a single planet to better protect them. Of course, this meant the others would be abandoned, but it was the only way their war could continue. So far, none of their scouts had returned from the inner recesses of the solar system with actionable intelligence. Some would disappear entirely while others would return with nothing of consequence.
The only thing they could say with certainty was that any ship that headed for Europa didn't come back. Whatever was happening out there, they could not know.
While it looked like humans were on the cusp of victory, Lan Jue knew better. The aliens were still in control. 1. A term of respect for an elder male, what you might call your boyfriend's dad. He had not yet given her permission to call him father, as Luo Xianni had. 2. This refers to a story about Zhang the butcher, who forced out all his competition so he was the only one selling meat on the street. He had the ignorant masses convinced that if he wasn't around they would have no meat at all. Of course, when he gets sick and dies, the street fills with butchers who had all been forced out of business by Zhang. The moral is you ain't hot shit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:12, Return, Discuss. Chapter 8:12, Return, Discuss. If the alien planets were in the process of evolution, then their goal was delaying the humans. Once their evolution was complete, nothing could stand in their way. Time was the enemy of humanity. Should they rush in, then? No one was sure how many of the alien forces had survived and pushed deeper into the center of the solar system. Aside from the progenitors, their only serious loss was Monarch's avatar, which Lan Jue and Qianlin had killed on Heaven's Light. The majority of their strength remained intact, and who knew what they were doing in the darkness around Europa? Whatever ships and personnel they had in this hodgepodge group of soldiers was all that was left of mankind's defense. They couldn't be allowed to lose. If they did, then all of their efforts up to this point had been for naught. It would mean the potential destruction of their species. With risks so high, Lan Jue had to keep his responses measured. What he needed was more precise data before they could plan their next step. A series of discussions ensued between him, Hua Li, and Kong Wei. The talks were aimed at hammering out the next phase of their plan. Right now the Armada was busy shuttling people from the planets and gathering them on Angel. From there they would be able to protect them more efficiently. While they worked to evacuate the survivors, they were also waiting for backup and resources from elsewhere. The first shipment of food and drink came 2 days later, and helped ease the anxious situation the Allied forces had found themselves in. Without food and water, the survivors were at risk of rioting, but now that they had sufficient stores, all was well. It was still too early for them to ponder on everything they'd lost. What they wanted more than anything was to leave this place and flee the danger that haunted them. Lan Jue's one decision was contrary to their wishes. For the Allied forces, and in order to ensure the best chances at victory, none of these Westerners could be allowed to leave Angel until the fighting was through. They simply couldn't spare the ships to get them to safety. The Western government had been destroyed by the sudden alien attack and no help was forthcoming. There were grumblings from the survivors who clearly didn't like the decision. However, they had been saved by these outsiders and had to accept reality. The root of their hope for the future was that these soldiers didn't fail. There was power in numbers, and as resources began to pour in, the survivors set about caring for themselves. Thankfully, Angel, though ravaged, had much that could be recovered. They set about restoring their homes. Lan Jue ordered a simple census and found that the survivors were talents in their respective fields. That was to say that the alien only chose the more outstanding humans to keep for their mutation process. The weak, the infirm, the young were reduced to energy for consumption. Their reasons were clear: to look into their DNA and see what made them special. There was a silver lining to the cruel efficiency of the alien selection process. After a brief period of chaos, these elite citizens banded together and started to organize their own recovery. With the military's support, they began to rebuild. Scant though materials were, Angel still had a fair amount left once its vital energy had been recovered. The aliens were only interested in vital energy, so things like ore were of no practical use to them. The building blocks required to salvage the planet remained, though of course the process would be long and slow. It was the best Lan Jue could hope for. At least the survivors had something to keep them busy instead of harassing the soldiers. The second shipment arrived on the afternoon of the 4th day. It was also the day 2 of his most important agents appeared in his office. When he saw Lan Jue and Qianlin, his face relaxed from its typical stony expression. "What did you need to see us for in such a hurry?" They'd received the summons to see Lan Jue the moment they stepped out from isolation. Lan Jue pursed his lips. "I need you. We still don't know anything more about the alien homeworlds. We've sent out many scout teams but haven't heard anything back. We suspect they've all been destroyed. We even sent a small contingent of 5 paragons out to learn what they could, but they were met by 5 paragon-level aliens. They only just managed to escape." Lan Jue furrowed his brow. "They're still trying to cut off intelligence. This is a problem. Without more information about their target, they couldn't formulate a plan. They didn't even know if the planets were still there. They could just fly the whole armada into the center of the solar system and see what they could find, but that posed considerable risk. Lan Jue was trying to turn the situation around, but if they lost this war, Middle Heaven was the Eastern Alliance's last hope. As Admiral, Lan Jue couldn't ignore that fact. As a result, his tactics were moderate and heavily relied on Lan Jue.
The admiral explained. I need you to go yourself, you have more scouting experience than anyone. Between you and Lan Jue, you have the highest chance of success. What we need you to confirm is that those planets are still here. If they are, we can continue.
As he'd mentioned, Lan Chang had asked a group of paragons to go scouting during Lan Jue's sequester. Lan Jue had gone with them, but they were nonetheless discovered. The alien blockade was dense, and the closer they got to Europa the harder it became to push on.
A net of umbrella-type aliens stood vigil, in search of human scouts and backed up by the alien generals.
So far no intelligence sorties had completed their mission.
Lan Chang knew his brother very well.
Lan Jue would perform differently with her boss present, and Lan Jue knew the aliens' particularities very well. It seemed like his younger brother was the all-around best choice for the mission.
Alright, I'll be ready to head out soon. Has there been any change to the battle plan? Lan Jue asked.
He knew the dilemma they faced by the time he returned to Middle Heaven.
How they broke the enemy lines would be critical.
Hesitation flickered in the Admiral's eyes. The core plan hasn't changed.
However, the aliens are more cunning than we thought.
We may seem to have the upper hand, but they continue to determine the pace of the war.
We're being led by the nose. I have a sneaking suspicion that they haven't used their full strength against us yet.
They have suffered losses, but their strongest are still out there somewhere.
This fight is still under their control, and I'm sure once we penetrate into the middle of the planetary system we'll be under heavy assault.
If I were them, I would have taken my cue from the fight around Angel. I'd stop any attempts at frontal assault and resort to guerrilla warfare, picking off our numbers and forcing us to waste time until the home planets have finished evolving.
Lan Jue offered his thoughts. I've been pondering it myself.
They certainly didn't leave these mutants here out of the kindness of their hearts. They knew we'd have to deal with them. It's part of our nature to help our own despite the trouble it'd cause. They probably hoped the survivors would riot and force us to change focus, dissuade us from our offensive.
Lan Chang nodded. Just so. Luckily Qianlin's abilities saved us that headache.
Otherwise we would have really been in trouble. But things aren't all bad, at least I'm fairly certain the planets are near Europa and have started their evolution process. If they weren't, their current strategy wouldn't make sense, they would have more than enough strength to wipe us out. Yet for now they haven't made any move to fight back, which means one of two things.
First, the planets aren't here. Second, they're evolving.
It goes without saying that the second eventuality is far more likely, but we need to confirm it first and find a way to get close. After a moment of silence, a sagacious light glimmered behind Lan Chang's eyes.
When he spoke again his voice was even and low. According to recent estimations, there are two things that are integral to our future success. The first is to coax the enemy into a direct confrontation. If we can manage that, I'm sure we can weaken their forces even further. We have an advantage with our bastions, but it isn't absolute. In fact, the alien forces are most likely to destroy them during an all-out offensive, but it's also where our opportunities are greatest. The second is to interrupt the alien homeworld evolution process. Right now that seems very difficult due to the sheer number of monsters protecting them.
We also know they're intelligent and cunning. I'm sure there's some defensive plan they have in place we're not aware of yet. Depending on what that is, we may not cause them much damage even if we charge in with our full armada.
In fact, I'm fairly sure our earlier victory was achieved because our enemy allowed it. Ah?
Lan Jue was stunned by what he'd heard.
They lost on purpose? Why? 1. I feel TJSS might have meant Lan Qing, but this is what he wrote.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 813, Difficult Situation. Chapter 813, Difficult Situation.
Lan Qing explained his reasoning.
If my guess is correct, then their goal is simple.
They don't want us to throw caution to the wind and rush in.
They want us to have a false sense of superiority.
Our bastions are superior weapons, they want us to think, and we have a chance. That's already how the soldiers think.
The East and North saw our victory and it gave them hope. Under these circumstances, do you think they'll send reinforcements to help us?
The answer is no, of course not. They'll want to keep their forces close to protect against the threat of them teleporting into their alliances again.
Especially the North. What they want is to tie us up and make us forget the danger.
If they waste enough of our time, they achieve their goal. A cold sweat lingered on Lan Jue's back as he listened. If this was true, the aliens were as undefeatable as they originally feared. Lan Chang narrowed his eyes. Their retreat was too disciplined and unhurried. I didn't think we could recapture these planets as fast as we did, either.
Taking these worlds back may seem like a grand feat, but actually it's all a farce. The enemy didn't anticipate we could revert the mutated humans so quickly, but the situation is still firmly under their control. If what I'm saying turns out to be right, I suspect our chances of survival are less than 10%, but... Lan Jue heaved a shaky breath. Their victories had been a ray of sunlight in humanity's darkest hour. Now, with his brother's explanation, he saw that things weren't so straightforward. Have you told anyone else? Lan Jue asked. Lan Chang regarded him with an impatient scowl. Do I look like an idiot? I need to support morale, not crush it. The fact is we have no recourse but to soldier on, even if we know we're walking into a trap. Lan Jue frowned at the prospect. I guess there really no chance? Not entirely, Lan Chang answered. I have an idea, but it's very dangerous. He quietly explained his strategy to his younger brother. Surprise was evident on the jewelry master's face. He didn't know his brother had been crafting such a plan, and while it was certainly a shot at the moon, he could see how it had the makings of a brilliant reprisal. That's the backup plan. The hope is my guesses are wrong. If I am, we won't need to try it, best scenario. But if I'm not, ... He trailed off, staring pointedly at Lan Jue. Hesitation appeared in the depths of his eyes, for just a moment. But Lan Jue's face was calm. I understand. Whether you're right or not, it's something we have to do. In fact, I think we can improve our odds. I'm sure the aliens are watching us now, otherwise how would they know if we have the strength needed to defeat their home worlds? What if they break off their own evolution? I agree with your plan and I'm anxious to carry it out. I'm confident I can do it. Lan Qing's breath became just a little more haggard. He turned to look at Qianlin. She smiled back at him. He and I are of the same mind. The admiral heaved a steadying sigh, and after a time his expression eased. Go prepare. There's scouting that must be done. The army is mostly ready, and we'll follow the plan. Step by step. All right, Lan Jue answered. Then he added, yes. I also had something I wanted to run past you. Oh? Lan Chang looked at him in curiosity. What was your idea? Have you thought about employing Star Division directly in a space battle? He asked. This gave Lan Chang pause. Star Division? Actually, he hadn't. The aliens had fought tooth and nail when they actually engaged, and so had his soldiers. But he did have that trump card yet to pull. That's right, Lan Jue said. Star Division didn't do much during these last ground excursions. It doesn't look like future encounters will need ground forces much either, aside from Europa. As far as I'm concerned, saving Star Division for that alone is underutilizing their abilities. The East and Skyfire Avenue have invested a lot in them, both in regards to their skills and equipment. I think they do quite well out there. Day by day they're working better with one another. Their mecha suits are equipped to fight out in space as well. If you use the Paragons as the tip of the spear and follow up with Star Division, it'd be like dropping an army in the middle of their forces unexpected. Time and again it's been proven that Adepts do more damage to these aliens than conventional weapons. Lan Qing's eyes narrowed as he carefully considered Lan Jue's proposal. It was no exaggeration to say Star Division was humanity's strongest mecha division, and they were phenomenally equipped. He admitted that they weren't as useful doing their current mission as they might be elsewhere. Even Lan Chang was sometimes more conservative than was necessary and had been keeping his mechas for planetary operations only. Lan Jue's suggestion opened up new possibilities. It was better that Lan Jue came up with the idea. Though they were brothers, Star Division wasn't under the Admiral's direct command. It was an extension of Skyfire Avenue's power, which was participating in a supportive role and not under the auspices of the Eastern government. Lan Xing couldn't demand much of them with this being the case, but that was not so for Lan Jue. His brother was the chairman of Skyfire Council and commander of Star Division. He had decision-making powers when it came to the Avenue's assets. If you think they can handle it, I have no problems. But discuss it with the Paragons. Establishing Star Division wasn't easy, I'm sure, and it is part of Skyfire Avenue. Fighting in space is dangerous, as I'm sure you understand. This was Lan Xing's way of voicing his concern. Lan Jue nodded. I'll talk it over with their majesties. I don't think it'll be a problem. Qianlin's powers are terrific support in a fight, we'll see what sort of damage we can cause when the time comes. And while the aliens are fast, their advantage isn't absolute. Majesty, for instance, is a match for any one of them if we push it to top speed. They're trying to blockade Europa, right? A sneak attack might serve, but with a whole fleet they'll see us coming. Not so with just one mecha division. Once more Lan Chang was surprised by his brother.
He was a smart man, and at Lan Jue's suggestion his mind filled with corresponding strategies. They were sure to be particularly effective against the enemy. A small smile spread across Lan Qing's face.
Alright, go talk it over with the others. Then I'll speak to them myself and formulate a plan. Afterwards we'll be ready to put it into effect.
Lan Jue bid his brother farewell, then led Qianlin away. They sought out the other paragons and explained his idea.
Everyone agreed.
So far Star Division's use had been limited, but they were about to show how good Skyfire Avenue's people were in a fight. On land mecha suits were towering and imposing war machines, but out in space they seemed almost minuscule. Even the smallest spaceship, even fighter drones, were considerably larger by comparison. However, their size did not speak to their fighting capacity, which was no less impressive than the ships that dwarfed them.
Star Division enjoyed the full support of the Eastern government and Skyfire Avenue, and was populated by talented adepts that put the equipment to good use. They knew how to hold their own. Lan Jue's soldiers were also itching for a good fight. Their mission on Angel had been downright depressing without any enemies to test themselves against.
There were only mutants, which Zhou Qianlin quickly dealt with on her own. They were given no opportunity to show off their competence. Not only were the aliens worthy adversaries, they were also the bearers of treasure. The vital crystals they earned from killing the monsters were their prizes for meritorious service, and Admiral Lan had relayed the order that all crystals earned by a division were theirs to keep. They could be used to strengthen the unit as well as be allocated among the soldiers. It was effective encouragement, directed at the soldiers of the landing teams. The ships and their crews had a unified system of allocation, and their actions were tightly bound to the overall battle plan. Thus, they were not given the same incentives. Still, crew members were still given the opportunity to take from the crystals their ships took in battle. Proper rewards and punishment inspired soldiers to fight with their all. Lan Qing knew this well. Star Division had a wealth of experience fighting aliens by this point. They were practically masters at identifying a monster's crystal and how it corresponded to their power. Also, many of the aliens they encountered during ground missions aren't true aliens at all, but puppets of progenitors. They don't have vital crystals. Any creatures they encounter out in space would be different, they'd be the real deal. Even the weakest ones had vital crystals. The more powerful the creatures they encountered, the better the prize. If they were allowed to take their skills to space, Star Division could once again assert their dominance as humanity's greatest mecha division. Whatever vital crystals they obtained would be theirs. Star Division was over 1,000 strong. To allocate enough for so many. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 814, Action. Chapter 814, Action.
What Lan Jue didn't know was that his suggestion to Lan Qing instantly had the support of all the unit leaders. Not a single member of Star Division protested. Normal people were frightened of the aliens, but that was never a sensation that crossed a division soldier's mind. In all the encounters they had with these beasts, they'd never been defeated. On the contrary, every fight had ended in total victory. In addition, they had many paragons at their backs in case things got out of hand. As far as they were concerned, any risk was worth the reward. Not to mention these men and women had been training for this fight for a long time. They were only too anxious to have something to show for it.
Their eagerness pleased Lan Jue.
After speaking with Lan Qing, it was decided that the paragons would lead his troops into battle. They would be dispatched in smaller units as they had always been, and their efficacy evaluated in this new battleground.
Their loadouts would be adjusted accordingly.
Star Division was raucous in their excited preparations. Meanwhile, Lan Jue quietly left Middle Heaven to begin his scouting mission.
Lan Jue's plans were not the same as Lan Qing expected.
His present self could not be compared to the past, for now he was a true paragon. Some of the paragons still needed to be acclimated to working Star Division, so he wished to bring only 4 others with him.
Nor would they take Zeus one.
With nothing but the clothes on their back, they would fly through the vacuum of space toward Europa. Aside from Lan Jue and Qianlin, the other 2 participants were the pharmacist and Zhou Qianlin.
Lan Qing was too busy with his other duties to follow the state of Adepts closely.
Zhou Qianlin had broken through to the infinite, and her interdimensional abilities were nothing short of legendary.
At full strength she could spirit them away, even if the alien home worlds themselves appeared.
For a scouting mission, who could compare to the might of the photographer? But Lan Qing didn't ask her directly for a reason. Now that she was part of the infinite, she had to be careful. After all, she had begun to come under scrutiny from universal protogenia.
But with Qianlin in attendance, she could use her powers without reservation.
In the end, after discussing everything with Lan Qing, they agreed on the small team.
3 banishing blades and a near-godlike paragon were enough to deal with most problems they were likely to face. As for Zhu Di, he was currently absorbing the power from the doppelganger's crystal to extend his own life. He would lend his full strength to the final battle. A pale white light hung over the 4 infiltrators as they began their journey. Under the Queen of Heaven's power, they didn't even need to breathe. Cosmic radiation was absorbed and transformed to sustenance to keep the small group healthy. Exhaustion wasn't a concern for Zhou Qianlin. After 3 days of isolation, she and Lan Jue had emerged with a new and deeper understanding of their powers. Qianlin was also able to exert some measure of control over her cultivation, though of course this was only temporary. The power of faith was always flowing through her, empowering Guanyin. In fact, because of the surplus, it was to her benefit that she used as much energy as she could. Not only did it bleed away the excess, but it also made it easier to control her rate of cultivation. Rising too quickly was counterintuitive, so it was better to delay as long as possible. Meanwhile, the energies derived from Qianlin also benefited Lan Jue. They fed his own cultivation, vicariously through the faith in Guanyin, and pushed him closer to the upper border of reflection of heaven and earth. The vastness of space stretched out before them. Swaths of glittering starlight twinkled at them from the far reaches of the galaxy in a beautiful display. Lan Jue couldn't remember how many times he'd seen scenes such as these, but somehow this time it felt different. After inheriting the wisdom of the Emperor of the North Star, these distant lights seemed like a part of him. With every breath he drew in their essence, becoming one with the stellar cavalcade. The power of the Middle Heaven Emperor of the North Pole Star of purple subtlety was as vast as the cosmos. After 3 days, Lan Jue was only just peeking behind the curtain. But even just this preliminary understanding aided him greatly, guiding him to new heights. The pharmacist, flying by their side, looked at Lan Jue from time to time. Her younger brother had become quite a presence. After becoming a paragon, his every move bore a mysterious impact. It wasn't strong, but it was enough that she couldn't help but hold this younger man in high respect. She'd never experienced anything like it before. In her heart there was little that could compare to Oxysis and the power it bore. However, she couldn't forget witnessing Lan Jue's breakthrough. She could still see the image of the Emperor of the North Star with Captus in hand as though it had just happened. The blaze of light from Lan Jue's Godblade was overwhelming, a sign of allegiance to the might of Lan Jue's Dharma. The Emperor of the North Star was not inferior in any way to the earlier master of the Banishing Blades, Celestial Master Lingbao. They were cut from the same cloth. If Lan Jue could truly master his inheritance, his future prospects were bright indeed. "What are your plans, Jewelry Master?" The pharmacist couldn't help but ask, now that her mind was on what was to come. This gave him pause. Plans? To kill the aliens, obviously. The pharmacist chuckled. I mean for the future. After these monsters are dealt with. He cast her a curious look. Sister, don't be anxious. We will certainly survive this. I'll admit I used to be worried, she revealed. But not anymore, not after watching your breakthrough. Even if we're somehow defeated, I don't think it will mean the end of humanity. After all, we've been masters of this corner of the universe for ages. No matter how powerful the aliens become, they can't track us all down. So long as there are survivors, we have the opportunity to retake our rightful place. But more importantly, we have you. Once you grasped the inherited knowledge of the Emperor, that was the moment we became invincible. Lan Jue paused, then chuckled with a wry smirk. I've only grasped a shadow of what the Emperor of the North Star commanded. The difference is astronomical. She chuckled politely. You shouldn't underestimate yourself. The fragments of the Emperor you gathered the day you broke through was no shadow. That was a part of his eternal spirit, a living part of our history. There has never been anything like what you achieved in all of history. You must understand that if you continue to walk the path, one day you will be the next Emperor of the North Star. Then the alien planets would be beneath contempt, hardly worth notice. This caused Lan Jue to chortle. You overestimate me, sister. Even if I did have that sort of potential, universal protogenia would never allow it. I wouldn't be able to hide that sort of power from the cosmos. But Luo Xianni answered him with a derisive snort. Why not? I won't pretend rising to such a height would be easy, but for you it certainly isn't impossible. You have your wonderful wife to thank for that. Her Queen of Heaven domain can go a long way in protecting you. All you need to do is live, and through your boundless starlight domain you can continue to grow strong. Do that and one day you will achieve what she says, then even creating your own immortal realm wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility. They did it before, why can't it happen again? Luo Xianni's assurances struck a chord in Lan Jue.
If current trends persisted, he and Qianlin had a very good shot at achieving the infinite, and evading the universal protogenia that would come seeking them.
But if there really was a path to immortality, the benefits to humanity's paragons went without saying. Mankind would be masters of the universe, and if another threat like these monsters should appear, the immortals would need only wipe them from existence.
Of course, creating an entirely new reality was easier said than done.
Lan Jue shook his head.
A story for another time, mother.
We can discuss the possibilities later, but for now our focus has to be overcoming the alien threat.
Zhou Qianlin smirked at him.
Who's to say this is another story? Your father is already considering the opportunities. You and your brother are growing quickly, it won't be long before you meet us in the infinite. None of us have experience in molding reality, but that's not to say it's impossible.
Her face revealed an inscrutable and enigmatic expression.
Lan Jue gaped at her. Are you telling me father has an idea? She snickered. Why did the aliens choose us to attack? Because there's something in our DNA they need to evolve, right? Their evolution is just an equivalent to the power our species used long ago to create the immortal realm. But if we can't do it, how can they? Because they know something we don't, but it's something we can learn and emulate.
Yes, these beasts have been a disaster for our species, but they also pose an opportunity.
Let's see if it's an opportunity we're able to grasp. 1. According to what I've been able to learn about the Taoist pantheon, this is categorically false. The three pure ones, of which Lingbao is one, were the penultimate masters of the universe, subordinate only to the Tao itself. The four divine minsters, including the Emperor of the North Star, were attendants to the pure ones, themselves led by the Jade Emperor. EADNS is like on the third rung.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 815, Establishing an Immortal Realm? Chapter 815, Establishing an Immortal Realm?
This was the first time Lan Jue heard the aliens regarded in this way. Surprise lit up his face. His mother and father were wise, their thinking profound.
Zhou Qianlin went on. Don't look at me that way.
I'm sure your father will discuss this with you when we're almost done dealing with these monsters. The vital crystals have helped him to contend against the restrictions of universal protogenia, and I'm sure they'll be of use to us as well. The two women opened his eyes, revealing a whole new realm of possibilities to him.
Creating a new immortal realm would be wonderful for humanity, certainly.
Whether or not it was possible, at least it was a valiant goal to strive towards. The first to benefit from it would be his father and mother. The four paragons continued to soar through space, with Angel shrinking into the distance. Getting their bearings out in space was not a problem for a technologically advanced species like theirs, so they need not worry about the distance between where they were and where they were going. Typically it would take 5 days to reach Europa from Angel.
However, the small group didn't have to haul much of anything.
What's more, they had the benefit of Zhou Qianlin's tremendous power.
It only took a few long-range interdimensional shifts to get them in the vicinity of their target. Aliens!
The pharmacist cried out, her eyes narrowing. Instantaneously a thick and murderous aura surrounded her. As her righteous slaughter domain continued to improve, it was easier for her to call it to bear. Especially when her foes were the aliens, victims of her irreconcilable hatred. Indeed, in the distance some dozen or so creatures had spotted them.
They were quickly moving in to intercept.
When compared with the inconceivable scale of space, a single human meant nothing.
This was true even compared to the bulky alien warriors.
However, when the shuttle aliens drew close, they slowed, proving that the humans had been discovered. Powerful beings had a powerful presence, and this was true of the four paragons even if they weren't employing their domains. The Queen of Heaven's light gave them pause, however.
They felt its cleansing power even from a distance.
Once they sensed something was amiss, they reacted quickly, adjusting trajectory to try and swing around from behind. The aliens they came with had longer range attack capabilities, leaving them to flank the humans from behind.
It was a solid plan.
But the humans they were unfortunate enough to come across were some of the strongest who ever lived. There was a streak of white light that split the starry sky, like a bolt of cosmic lightning. Each of the here shuttle aliens caught within it were sliced into 4 equal parts. The other creatures that had been slower to approach turned without hesitation and fled.
Or, rather, they tried to.
Unfortunately for them, they were never given the opportunity.
A dazzling streak of blue came on the heels of the white beam. This time it was true lightning.
Of course, lightning didn't exist in space, and it was so bright the solar system's central star dimmed in the face of it.
Lan Jue felt something surge into his body, instantly strengthening his abilities by some inexplicable power. The emulsion of electricity didn't seem to drain him at all.
With Master of the Stars as his lineage, space was undoubtedly the best arena for Lan Jue to use his powers. Here the Emperor of the North Star was most frightening, for through the latent power of the cosmos he could empower his own attacks.
It was only the beginning. Fast as the speed of light, the remaining aliens were painted cobalt blue before being vaporized.
When Lan Jue returned to the others, he held several vital crystals in his hands. For him and the others, these crystals held little practical purpose, but he couldn't simply leave them lying about.
For every crystal they pilfered, the alien planets grew weaker. At the very least, it was irritating for their enemy.
And while they had no use for them, there were many who did. It had taken them only a few short moments to put down the alien cluster. They had been no threat, but now they knew they were entering enemy territory. As expected, their deaths had attracted attention. Already Lan Jue could see scores of alien coming toward them from the distance. Through his heightened senses he figured there was about 100 of them, with no lack of stronger breeds. The small team was in no hurry to leave, and hovered silently as their enemy drew near. Indeed, they were here to scout, but if that was all they accomplished, it was a waste of their talents.
100 or so aliens was not terribly exciting. They were led by a beast roughly 3,000 meters long that looked like an enormous cockroach one. A set of translucent purple wings fluttered from its back, and with each beat a hazy violet mist was expelled. Somehow it seemed to increase its speed, but more impressively the creatures it led were also hastened by it.
Lan Jue looked toward the pharmacist and smirked.
"Shall we?"
Her response was nonchalant.
"Leave it to me. My slaughter domain isn't suited against righteous humans.
Against beasts such as these, however, it serves to great effect." As she spoke, the Harbinger fairy stepped out of Qianlin's protective domain. Right away her body stretched to great heights. Out here she didn't need to worry about causing a planet harm. With her reflection of heaven and earth powers released, she rose over 1,000 meters tall, and a sword of equal magnitude glittered in her hand. Dharma and Astrum as one, she raced ahead to meet the mutant cockroach as it came. Her foe felt the terror creep into it the moment her Dharma appeared. Its wings disappeared behind a dark carapace as the monster curled into a protective ball. Meanwhile the aliens around it scattered in all directions, but only so that they might surround the pharmacist. Oxysis and the slaughtered domain fed each other, pouring through the pharmacist and empowering her cultivation. She held nothing back, lashing out with the full might of her domain. The blast of white light lasted only for a moment. The cockroach was sliced in two as though it were made of tofu, leaving it only just enough time to cry out in pain. In the next instant countless thousands of white rays erupted from the pharmacist like a white rose, spreading out in all directions. Bloom of 1,000 swords.
The pharmacist flooded the area with the full force of her mighty domain. The remaining aliens were shredded beneath the lily-white onslaught.
Clearly the pharmacist's mastery of the Godblade had improved greatly after her breakthrough. With righteous purpose, justice was ruthless.
But just then something crossed Luo Xianni's expression.
Her right hand shot out and clawed the air. The vital crystals left in the wake of the massacre, the recently reverted Harbinger fairy, and the others vanished in a flash of pink light. Not a moment later the place where they had stood was flooded with violet light.
Two figures appeared in the space they'd vacated.
It was the Violet Prince and Princess.
The aura that came off of them in waves was more powerful than ever. The Violet Prince openly scowled. "This aura, human."
The princess crinkled her nose prettily.
"It is familiar. I believe that man is nearby." For a moment something crossed the prince's face. "You mean the one who evolved on the human planet?" The faintest echo of fear hid behind his eyes at the mention of Lan Jue.
The presence of the Emperor of the North Star was strong and made him shiver. The Violet Princess nodded her head.
"This is his scent, I am not mistaken. I fixed his presence firmly in my memory the first time we met. I am determined to couple with that one. His genetics are the best I've encountered among the humans." The Violet Prince frowned, unconvinced. "But he is strong."
The power he released during his evolution surpassed even Monarch. That might have been only a moment, but we don't know how much of it he can command now.
After all, were it not for that, would I have abandoned our first line of defense so readily?
Perhaps he used some special methods to achieve it, but I can sense that the human will cause it quite a lot of trouble.
We should kill him the moment we get the chance. No, you are wrong.
We mustn't kill him. The Violet Princess was uncompromising. His genes are different from all the others. I was not present for his evolution, but from your description I know it is different, special. What he possesses must be of great use to us.
The prince's expression was almost petulant. He was appearing more human by the day.
Perhaps. They must be trying to learn what they can about the place they call Europa.
We should go as well and make sure they don't learn too much. Haughtily, the princess replied, what does it matter what they discover? Do you think they have the ability to stop what's in motion? I don't think they have what it takes to do what is necessary. 1. Gross. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 8:16, Europa and the Home Worlds. Chapter 8:16, Europa and the Home Worlds. There were 2 beams of purple light, marking the withdrawal of the Violet Prince and Princess. Zeta. The second flash of pink light deposited Lan Jue and the others in a different sector of space. After achieving the infinite, Zhou Qianlin's transference capabilities could send her charges over vast distances. She could teleport between planets without aid, though distance did play a factor. The moment she sensed the 2 infinite-level beings closing in, she gathered the other 3 and fled. We should be near Europa. She glanced at the map on her communicator. Mother, Lan Jue said, there are going to be no small amount of aliens nearby. If you wouldn't mind, his perception was itching with the presence of many powerful beings. She nodded. Another flash and they were gone. A few moments later a host of aliens swept into the area after sensing the humans, but found their targets vanished. Lan Jue and the others arrived at their destination. When they were safely within the bounds of reality again, Star Division's commander checked his map. However, his glance was quick, for out of the corner of his eye the silhouette of Europa caught his attention. But was it Europa? As he gaped at the scene, his disbelief was mirrored by Qianlin, the pharmacist, and Zhou Qianlin. The planet occupied the same space it always had, but that was where the similarities to the Europa they knew ended. It had been a large planet, larger than Skyfire, that boasted the famed city of Reims, its beautiful cathedral, and the Dark Citadel as its opposite. It was the capital of the Western Alliance, replete with resources and citizens to use them. It was considered one of the greatest planets colonized by humans after their stellar migration, second only to Luo. Evaluating a planet occurred on several levels. These included economic status, political environment, and individual military strength. It was only recently that Skyfire had begun to close the gap between them. Some recent evaluations even put the eastern capital above Europa, after its recent meteoric rise in strength and influence. The planet Lan Jue and the others gazed upon now was not that same jewel of the West. Its beauty was gone, and what lay there now was grotesque and uncomfortable to look on. The entire surface of the world wriggled and squirmed, making it look like some kind of mutated uterus. The planet beneath was hidden from view beneath what could only be described as a placenta that sported large black arteries pulsing along its surface. Some indescribable viscous fluid pumped through the vessels. At last they were able to confirm the presence of the 3 homeworlds, so long absent from view. They surrounded Europa while tentacles thick as mountains penetrated into the afflicted planet's surface. Purple light hung over all 3 of them as they appeared to inject Europa with their energies. The power that radiated from them was intense and seemed to hum through the vacuum of space. The homeworlds were so close to Europa it seems like their atmospheres were shared. It wasn't as simple as draining Europa of its vital energy this time. They were changing it, somehow. They'd learned from the spirit of the pharmacist's husband that the planets were planning to evolve. But no one knew what that evolution looked like, or how the process worked. Looking on this strange scene, the only conclusion they could come to was that their assumptions were correct, they were evolving, and it somehow involved the Western capital. Their first thought was the human cost. Europa had been one of the most populated planets in human space. Now it seemed all of its population had been sacrificed for alien domination. A stabbing melancholy settled in the hearts of the human scouts. Europa and everything it used to be was gone. Lan Jue was tight-lipped and glared with hatred at the scene. Qianlin could bear it no longer and looked away. Indignation burned in the pharmacist's eyes, and she seemed to only barely contain her need to rush in. It was understandable, for the last remnant of her fallen husband was in Monarch's clutches, right in front of her. It took everything within her not to try and take it back. We have to go. The photographer's face was expressionless. She didn't wait for them to recover. They absconded in a flicker of pink light. Countless lumbering bodies surged toward the now empty space. They were led by the Violet Prince and Princess. Unfortunately for them, there was nothing to be done against a paragon with infinite interdimensional power. Only the homeworlds would have been able to stop her. Zhou Qianlin and the others hopped fissures in spacetime. Although her face was even, Lan Jue could see the coldness in her eyes. They'd recorded everything. The intelligence they'd gathered was the most important piece of information in the whole operation. Their mission had been a success. They had finally confirmed the planet's location and condition, and the fact that they were indeed in the process of evolving.
the decisive battle of the campaign was on the horizon. Their success or failure hinged on stopping the homeworlds from completing their transformation. Zhou Qianlin didn't even let them play part of the distance. With help from Qianlin's Queen of Heaven domain, she continued to hop-fold space around them until they returned to Middle Heaven. Lan Jue raced to Lanqing immediately with the recording. Half an hour later, Lanqing, Konghui, Huali, and all of humanity's paragons including Zhu Di were gathered around the holographic projection.
The image of Europa hidden beneath the pulsing membrane soured everyone's expression.
They could only imagine the devastation that had occurred. The pontiff had his eyes shut tight in pain. He knew Reims was finished, all of its people, his people, gone.
Nothing could have survived.
The others were not Westerners, but they scowled at the scope of the tragedy.
It's confirmed, the planets are revolving.
We should immediately petition the North and East for more military support.
Hua Li's voice was cold and thin.
His family came from this territory, and though their relationship with the West was largely economical, these were their former countrymen.
Poseidon, the group's home planet, was not yet a victim of the alien attack. However, how long before it was? They could not know what the next target of their insatiable hunger would be. Konghui scowled inside. I fear that will be difficult. Distant water will not quench present thirst, they're too far and too reticent. Even if they agreed to help, it would be a while before they could send a sizable force. We must act as soon as possible.
Admiral Lan, you have to make a decision.
The planets were confirmed to be near Europa and undergoing their transformation.
Their single highest priority had to be stopping them.
Konghui's intentions were clear, they had to abandon the rescue efforts here and make for the heart of alien strength. Destroying the homeworlds was the only way to eliminate the threat.
Lanqing furrowed his brows. After a moment he slowly, but resolutely shook his head.
Admiral, now is not the time for a woman's kind-heartedness. Konghui's voice raised a few decibels. These monsters have killed an inconceivable number of our brothers and sisters.
I share your pain, but consider the priorities.
We cannot hide behind the guise of protecting humanity and hesitate when it's time to strike. We will lose our best and possibly last opportunity to save our species.
Everyone here knows, without a shadow of a doubt, that if we allow their transformation to be completed, we will all come to a violent and bloody end.
We have a chance to fight back, but that chance is now. Admiral Lan, you must decide.
He pressed the Eastern commander again, firmer. Lan Jue couldn't hold back, adding his voice before Lanqing had a chance to respond.
Unacceptable. We put out tremendous effort to save these people, 1 billion people. How can we simply cut them off? Think about it, what would happen if we bring our whole force forward only to have them waltz behind our lines and retake Angel? What would that do to morale?
Those people down there may be Westerners, but they're fellow human beings just the same as you and I.
How would you react differently if it was our families down there? I understand what you're saying, but under these conditions we have to find a way to have the best of both worlds.
Konghui's smirk was bitter. I suggest haste, but only because our opportunities are limited and fleeting. Best of both worlds?
Can you think of a way to make that happen?
Many days had passed since their initial victory against the alien horde. The fervor of triumph had cooled. As an experienced and storied commander himself, Konghui knew to expect tragedy in the midst of achievement. The final battle was yet to come, Armageddon still loomed on the horizon. What they decided right now could spell the end of their future as a species. This was not the time to take circumstances lightly, or be victim to one's gentler feelings. Konghui had racked his brain for days searching for a solution, but no answers had been forthcoming. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 817, Breaking the Lines. Chapter 817, Breaking the Lines. Lanqing was an outstanding commander.
However, even with his lauded intelligence, he simply couldn't see a way to make an omelette without the need to break a few eggs. There was no better option, and victory would come with a gamble no matter the circumstances. Lan Jue opened his mouth to reply but was silenced when his brother lifted a hand.
Admiral Konghui's determinations are reasonable. But that can't be our path.
His tone was adamant.
We spent a lot of time and energy to save our Western brethren. We did not take them away, and instead promised we would keep them safe.
If we go back on that promise now, I can promise you it isn't just the military that will suffer.
The soldiers, and even I, will see victory as an impossible task.
Yes, Angel was a trap, but we recognize its dangers and we can refuse to be cowed by them.
We must protect this place.
Konghui sighed, trying to maintain control of his excitable mood.
Protect? How do you propose we do that? Even at full strength, with all of our soldiers, our chances of victory are slim. If we separate our forces, how can we hope to defeat the aliens? Lan Jue's response was measured. I've ordered all the railguns we could spare from the 3 bastions to Angel's surface. Most of them have already been installed on the surface. If we tried to salvage all 7 planets, then you would be right, protecting them would be a fool's errand. But we are responsible for only 1, and I'm confident we can keep these people safe. After all, if the aliens want to stop us, they'll need to focus their main force against the Armada. If they are busy with us at the front, Angel will have far fewer concerns if they decide to split their own forces. Kong Hui frowned. It's the best we can do for the moment, but I'm not confident that railguns alone will protect them from the aliens. If that was the case, these planets wouldn't have fallen so readily in the first place. Each of these worlds had to have had their own defensive installations prior to the aliens' arrival. Clearly they proved insufficient. Planetary defenses were a force to be reckoned with, but their disadvantage lay in their inflexibility. These creatures were particularly fast and used their advantage to overcome the deterrence. Railguns were powerful and could be used at extreme range. However, they were stationary and cumbersome. Adding more didn't ameliorate the problem. Any admiral knew this. For railguns to have the best effect, they needed to have an interstellar fleet tie up the enemy. If the enemy was kept at bay, the railgun could pick them off from a distance. But that needed soldiers. Kong Hui knew this, as did Lan Jue. When the Northern Admiral heard Lan Jue's plans, he relaxed. Though Middle Heaven's commander spoke with force and high authority, in the end they shared the same determination. There was nothing for it but to accept fate. Lan Jue continued. Planetary defenses alone aren't enough to repel an enemy attack, but we have other assets we can leave behind to shore them up. We know that our adepts are most effective in the fight against these monsters. Their abilities are natural checks to their strength. We have seen that Star Division is particularly adept at doling out punishment, especially with the help of the Paragons. No less effective than an interstellar fleet, perhaps more. So I have decided to leave Skyfire Avenue's Mecha Division behind to protect the planet and defend its installations. Kong Hui's eyes went wide with surprise. Even Huali couldn't believe what he was hearing. No, how would that work? It's too dangerous. You're leaving those soldiers right in the line of fire. Once they're annihilated, the cost to all of humanity's collective adepts would be catastrophic. Lan Chang looked at Huali in surprise. He hadn't expected such vocal opposition from him. Huali seemed strange to him, somehow. Admiral, Poseidon's leader continued, I'm telling you the facts. Star Division is capable, but their chances are slim to none against a large alien force. Besides, we need these Paragons on the front lines, otherwise how are we going to counter their generals? Unless you leave the Paragons here, you leave Angel open to a sneak attack from the enemy. You see the contradiction. Lan Chang smirked and looked at Lan Jue. You tell him. Lan Jue obliged. It may seem like a contradiction, but we have a solution. We've already set up a large transference array on Angel's surface. There's another one here on Middle Heaven. So long as they don't get too far apart, we can use them to move resources. That is, we can put Star Division wherever they're needed. After discussing it with Admiral Lan, we've decided this is the best course of action. The Paragons will be left on Angel to defend against a sneak attack, then we'll transfer to the front when they're needed. Kong Hui's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Can this really be done? If so, that's an effective way to break their lines. Kong Hui was also a wise commander, and recognized the worth of the strategy quickly. Indeed, it was their best shot. Assuming several of the Paragons in Star Division remained behind, adding several fleets wouldn't help much. The Armada was free to engage at full strength. Indeed, there was no better option. However, it put a great deal of pressure on Star Division and the Paragons. They would more than likely be the crux of 2 major battles. Huali looked at Lan Jue with some concern. A battle on 2 fronts, do you think that's too much for your people to handle? Does it matter? Lan Jue replied. If we survive, I'll consider us blessed. There are no other choices, this is all we've got. I've already discussed it with the other Paragons and they've agreed. Kong Hui nodded. It's the best way, even if it is difficult for our illustrious Paragons. Please keep yourselves safe. Without you, we will not be able to achieve final victory. Lan Jue smiled at him in response. Don't worry, I would like to keep breathing. No one laughed at him, making light of the situation. As this final, definitive battle neared, a great pressure had settled on everyone's heart. There was no leeway here. Victory would be humanity's greatest achievement, whereas defeat would spell their doom.
If they lost here, mankind's only course of action would be to flee, hiding in the deepest recesses of space and praying they can keep hidden from these new dark gods. No one wanted to ponder that eventuality, but it lurked unbidden in the back of their minds nonetheless. They had to do their best, for everyone's sake. Kang Hui, Hua Li, and the others left once the plan was hatched. Only Lan Jue and Lan Qing remained. Jue, have you thought enough about it? That plan is dangerous.
His face betrayed hesitation once more.
Lan Jue smirked.
Dangerous? I don't think so. In fact, I think if we handle it well we have a good chance at success.
When the time comes it's not just me, you're going to need to work hard as well.
I'm going to need you to provide me with the opportunity.
Lan Qing heaved a sigh, and his eyes hardened. He reached out and rested his hands on his little brother's shoulders.
We don't have any other choice. Lan Jue firmly nodded his head. That's right. No other choice. Zeta.
When the Allied Armada began to move again, their stern engines were burning away from Angel, leaving the planet behind.
Everyone was agitated.
This operation had garnered the attention of everyone, everywhere. When the aliens appeared in the north they had brought with them a cloud of panic and despair.
Now, Lan Qing and his armada was bearing the hopes of billions deep into enemy territory. Admiral Lan Qing had won victory over the aliens, and liberated their human victims.
Under his leadership soldiers from each of the alliances were chasing down a bruised foe.
If they succeeded in wiping out the alien threat, mankind could rebuild.
Humans multiplied quickly, and with today's technology it would not take long for them to recover their former strength.
10 years, the experts said. A decade would be enough to repair the damage these monsters had wrought.
The governments of the East and North watched with bated breath.
12 fleets and 3 bastions departed from Angel.
Officially, the planet they were vacating had enough railguns to qualify it as a hedgehog.
Enough, they hoped, to protect it against a large alien force.
The common folk trusted in their power, though others with military backgrounds pondered how effective they'd really be. Even if they had misgivings, no one would dare utter a word of doubt. The mission these Allied forces were on would decide everyone's fate. Some sacrifices might be necessary. After all, the West was all but destroyed, and the soldiers who were risking their lives came mostly from the North and East. Their higher military authorities had everyone's lives in their hands. Western brothers and sisters would have to secondary to the survival of the species. And so, strangely, there was no opposition to Lan Qing's tactical decisions, almost unheard of in modern history. No democratic representative attacked their choices on the front lines. They understood doing so would subject them to the ire of their constituents. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 818, Goddess. Chapter 818, Goddess.
Every minute was a battle for a life and death, so no one spared any effort in supporting the soldiers on the front line. They cheered and praised even though the benefits were meager. At least the soldiers had no regrets, and they felt their odds were improved. Lan Qing, Kang Hui, and Hua Li focused this passion. They were heroes to all of mankind, and their victory of the alien horde had imbued the people with hope. There were rumblings among the northern populace, asking why they hadn't sent more troops with Tyrannosaurus. The politicians had no words to answer them. Sometimes the people's sentiment changed with the wind. The nervous buzz was almost palpable as people waited for news, good or bad. Middle Heaven, Tyrannosaurus, and Poseidon flew on in V formation. It had proven to be the best arrangement, capable of defending against enemies coming from any direction. In a departure from earlier, the supporting fleets were not around the bastions but within their formation, flying in the spaces between them. This had been Lan Qing's idea, and the purpose behind it was simple. Bastions were the most defensible ships humanity had produced, and were best suited for protecting against strong alien offenses. The supporting vessels were more effective when they didn't have to worry over protecting themselves.
Nor did they get in the way of the bastion's armaments.
The drawback was that this formation was anything but agile and their speed suffered. But, like a hedgehog, they could bristle up at the first sign of an enemy and be ready for battle. None of the fleet commanders found fault in the decision to use this formation, including Hua Li and Kang Hui. With so many lives under their command, they were glad safety was considered. It cost them more time, but it was better than costing lives unnecessarily. In the vastness of space there was no shelter and their foe could appear at any time.
Another battle could erupt at any moment, one that could mean defeat for them and their species.
Every soldier quietly waited for that moment to arrive. Lan Jue, Qianlin, and the other paragons had all been left on Angel. This time their group included the Master of Wine, Bai's. Granny Bess, as she had once been known, had absconded to the barrows while the army was making its preparations. There she explained their situation to Aubert de Villain, and both paragons had returned together. It was strange to have the man among them, appearing as a sentient knot of vines, but he was still a paragon. Any help was appreciated and improved mankind's chances. Star Division had also been left behind. Their role as rear defense was important, and no one knew what the aliens would throw at them, if anything. It was wise to assume the monsters knew the Armada had left Angel, leaving their back exposed. Temporary residents of Angel, your attention please. Heed the recording. The planet-wide announcement captured everyone's attention. Survivors from all 7 planets had been gathered here, but it didn't feel crowded. Many had lived, but many more had died as a result of the alien aggression. Over the last several days, the survivors had started to settle down and re-establish themselves on the planet. With the army's help, they'd managed to accomplish much in a short period of time. As resources continued to flow in, the residents were at least able to live with some small measure of comfort. They still needed to have food brought in to sustain their colony, however. Recreational areas had even been constructed, so that the people could gather and hear news from the outside. Holographic images appeared all around the planet, piped through the existing infrastructure that survived the attack. There was no functional concept of family anymore, and everyone was huddled in homes with whoever else needed shelter. Our soldiers have been dispatched to Europa, ready to give their lives for the future of our species. The image changed, showing the 3 bastions and 12 fleets advancing toward the system center. The viewers answered with shock and anxiety. Could they win? Was there a chance? As the thought flitted through their minds, an invisible fear gripped them. If the army is gone, what will we do, they thought. Yet as the fear took hold, the picture changed again. Rows of imposing artillery appeared before them. We know this can be frightening, but take heart. Our planet is well protected by a defensive array no less than 10 times stronger than Angel's had been originally. These installations will protect us from any enemy presence and guarantee your safety. We ask that you go about your lives normally and wait for news of victory from our heroic warriors abroad. The impressive guns calmed some of their fear, but these citizens were still survivors of a very recent catastrophe. The moment of confidence was short-lived, replaced with dismay over their future. Of course, they had planetary defenses before the aliens arrived. However, even if they bolstered these systems, would it be enough to protect them against another attack? Now that the Allied forces were moving in for the final battle, did that mean they'd abandoned them? The survivors of this tragedy were the elite. They were smart enough to recognize this problem after only a moment's thought. But what could they do? There was nowhere to run. Were they just to remain here and wait for death? The holographic message wasn't finished. The picture changed again. We have a message from a familiar person, or perhaps goddess is a better name. Goddess? Through the haze of panic, the survivors turned their attention back to the broadcast. They gaped in disbelief at the image that greeted them. It was a woman, in a spotless gown of lily white with black hair that fell down her back. Her azure eyes sparkled like stars and were full of warmth. She was beautiful, a flawless beauty like the immortals of old. So absolute was her purity that no hint of profane contemplation dared cross the onlookers' minds. She really was the goddess. None of them had forgotten, in their moment of great pain and desperate need, the face of this beautiful woman. That infinitely merciful face was forever burned on their soul. But at the time she had been 1,000 meters tall, a blazing image suspended in air like a guardian angel. This time she appeared before them as a woman, a real flesh and blood person, though no less stunning. Was it truly her? Their goddess? The question rattled through their shocked minds. Salutations everyone. I am Zhou Qianlin. My paragon title is Guanyin, Queen of Heaven. Her voice was soft and gentle as a spring breeze. The sound of it alone was soothing as the survivors listened, rapt. Some of them recognized the voice from the time of their salvation. It was even more soothing than they remembered. Guanyin, the Queen of Heaven, Zhou Qianlin. A paragon? This was their goddess? Paragon was a title that affected them profoundly, for to the common man paragons were nearly indistinguishable from gods. It confirmed their conclusion that she was superhuman. It was her, it was certainly her. She had been the one who saved their lives. She smiled warmly, and to everyone watching it was as though she was looking right at them, right into their souls. As they watched, she was surrounded by a halo of white light, followed by the appearance of the large dermic image they knew well. There was no doubt she was their savior. Please, be at ease. I am here with you, along with 10 other paragons. You have not been abandoned, just left in our care. So long as we draw breath, no harm shall come to you. The images of the other paragons appeared beside her. Several of the faces were ones they knew, such as the Pontiff, the North's mighty Terminator, and luminaries from Skyfire Avenue. Their presence confirmed their goddess status. Many fell to their knees, faces streaked with tears. Life was precious, more important than anything, and this woman had gifted them new life in the wake of disaster. Now she stood before them and promised to live or die by their side. Their fear and panic was washed away, replaced with an abiding reverence. She was a true goddess. Zeta. Even before the broadcast ended, Qianlin helplessly felt the surge of faith pouring into her. There was nothing to be done for it. After discussing it with the others, everyone decided it should be her to soothe the masses. After saving so many, it didn't matter that no one knew who she was. Her influence was lofty as the heavens. Even the Pontiff paled by comparison. Calming the populace was integral to keeping them safe. These intelligent and capable people would still play an important role in their fight. So it was she came before them and entreated calm, to great effect. Not only was their fear allayed, but their fervent support assured. Called reverberated through the planet. "I fight with the goddess," they cried. Angel rang with the promise of duty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 819, Do you dare acknowledge? Chapter 819, Do you dare acknowledge? The driver nudged Lan Jue with his elbow. He spoke in low tones. So what about it, Jewelry Master? Do you dare acknowledge your relationship to the new goddess? I'm pretty sure these Westerners would rip you apart if they found it. Lan Jue's response was tepid. They'll figure it out sooner or later. Even goddesses have lives to lead, and she's mine. A chortle arose from the rugged paragon. I dare you. Lan Jue fixed him with a half-hearted glare. Stop the nonsense. You should be working on crossing the threshold to nirvana. The sooner you do, the better things will go for all of us. I'm going to look in on our people. Star Division likely had a tough mission before them, staying here. There were 10 paragons to back them up, but if the aliens did come, it would certainly be with considerable might. If that ended up being the case, it was unclear who would come out the victor. Lan Jue had told them that, if the battle should be more than they could handle, their first choice should be to flee through the teleportation array. Being hawkish in the face of destruction was unwise, even if it meant abandoning Angel. Lan Jue, of course, did not want to see that happen. He wouldn't leave until the last possible moment, when all other avenues had been exhausted. It didn't matter how many powerful alien foes came for them, all it meant was there were less to impede Middle Heaven and the others. Star Division had been separated into several companies, roughly 100 soldiers each. Each one had a paragons as its commander, responsible for their care and operation. Lan Jue himself led one chosen from his own brigade, the 4 Amazons, and several from the National Eastern University. He wouldn't be piloting Thor. After arising to the rank of Paragon, the suit no longer aided him as much as it had before. In fact, it had started to become an unnecessary burden. The 10 companies were spread out all across Angel. They quietly waited for the enemy to arrive. The Armada had disembarked, but left a cache of supplies for them to use in the planet's defense. This included radar and defense systems, which were manned by specialists from Enluan. Su Xiaosu commanded Star Division as a whole. While their mission wasn't so dramatic and high-profile as the front lines, Star Division was populated with world-class soldiers. Protecting Angel was just as important as bringing the fight to the enemy. There was the potential for it to be even more dangerous. Still, Lan Jue was not worried, for in addition to the many normal paragons, they also enjoyed the protection of Zhu Di and Luo Xianni. Originally, Lan Jue had hoped Zhu Di would travel with his brother and keep him safe. However, Lan Qing vetoed the request, as he felt his father and younger brother would be a more capable team. With Qianlin's help, Zhu Di could utilize all of his strength without fear of universal repercussions. If he was needed at the front, they could be there quickly through the teleportation array. In the end, Zhu Di remained on Angel with the others. Neither he nor Luo Xianni were tasked with leading a company and remained with Lan Jue and Qianlin instead. With 2 paragons of the infinite by his side, Lan Jue had total faith in their ability to deal with any problem. In fact, he was curious, he'd never seen his father's full strength, even so this day. Father. Lan Jue finished his meditations and opened his eyes to see the man in front of him. He was standing by a window, looking out over the horizon. Lan Jue could see he was pondering something, but didn't know what. After absorbing the energy from the Avatar's vital crystal, Zhu Di appeared younger than ever. Not much older than Lan Jue, in fact. You up? Zhu Di turned around and regarding both his son and Zhou Qianlin. Qianlin was still struggling against the influx of faith energy, only barely managing to keep herself from breaking through to nirvana. Thankfully she had Zhou Di and Luo Xianni by her side to give her guidance. With their help she was able to restrain the power of her domain and keep it stable. Meanwhile Lan Jue reaped the benefits. He was already at the border of reflection. Zhou Qianlin took a long breath. I think I've finally managed to get my power under control. But I'm not sure how long I'll be able to keep it that way. When he looked at her, Zhu Di's eyes were soft and fatherly. He looked upon this virtuous woman with affection, like a daughter. The sentiment wasn't as simple as reacting to her aura. He remembered that she used her own body to protect his son. She had been willing to give her life for him. That meant a lot, and even though he knew their relationship had been a ploy by the clairvoyant, he didn't mind. Zhu Di smiled at her. Suppressing your abilities is an exercise in strength, laying the groundwork for future success. It's a way to improve every aspect of your powers. Other people would be unable to do what you're doing, but you have this great opportunity before you. When the time comes that you truly can't hold it back any longer, you'll be ready to take full advantage. Yes, uncle. She replied. Zhu Di turned his attention to his son. Zhu, your mother told me she spoke with you about the possibility of creating an immortal realm. What do you think? I support it wholeheartedly, he replied. It would be a great day for all of humanity. If any more creatures like these aliens show up, we'll be able to face them more confidently. If we didn't have to worry about universal protogenia, I'm sure you would have dealt with the alien homeworlds already, father. We might have been able to avoid all of this suffering. Disappointment flit across Zhu Di's expression. Indeed. As such, I'm inclined to work toward creating a new immortal realm, but it isn't something that can be built in a day. I've spent years studying the possibility, but haven't learned enough. But after absorbing the power from that vital crystal, the benefits were wide. The method by which these monsters gain energy is entirely different from ours, but you could say it's different paths to the same result. There were memories sealed in the Avatar's crystal I was able to unlock, memories that were crucial. I have begun to glimpse their evolutionary method. Lan Jue's heart rate sped up. The way they intend to make their own immortal realm? Zhu Di nodded. Of course, I've only grasped the general principle. However, if we can defeat the planets and retrieve the crystal from Monarch itself, I believe I can extract the knowledge we need. The knowledge they possess was tempered from years of effort, and more importantly, the creation of a new plane of existence will need a core of energy. A core about the size of a planet, which shows how near they are to success. However, in all their history, the aliens have never achieved such heights. There have never been alien creatures to achieve what our ancestors have. We have a legacy in our DNA of when our forefathers built the immortal realm. Between our endowment from the achievements of the past and the knowledge of the universe these monsters possess, we have fair shake at succeeding again. If we can create even a small realm, our powers can grow exponentially until we have the strength to spread it far and wide. One day we will be able to create our own heaven. His father's words filled Lan Jue with inspiration and drive. It was a dream come true, if it were possible. The aliens were the key. Father, Lan Jue began, something has been inkling at me ever since I've broken through, something I feel through the Emperor of the North Star. I'm not sure if I'm right, but I should tell you. Universal protogenia and the immortal realm they created. Lan Jue explained his thoughts to his father, explaining the contentious relationship between the universe and the gods of old leading to their ultimate defeat. Zhu Di's rapt interest was clear in his face. Even at Zhu Di's levels of mastery, he had been incapable of understanding the breadth of the ancient immortal's power. Zhu Di's own inheritance was very powerful, so he had some nagging perception, but not so deep as his son's. He also hadn't spent a lot of time pondering the issue. It was only recently that he had begun considering the possibility of creating another immortal realm. He had never sensed the essence of that eldritch reality, nor possessed Lan Jue's insights. It seems likely your assumptions are true. This means our ancestors battled valiantly against the fury of the universe. Every universe has an age, and ours is young. The fact that our species survived after the universe wiped out the immortals is nothing short of miraculous. Lan Jue thought for a moment. What if after the clash the universe assimilated the immortal realm in some way? What if it wasn't destroyed but absorbed? It would answer why threads of the Emperor's essence remain. The universe certainly has enough power to wipe every trace of the immortal realm, and all of us, out of existence. Zhu Di's eyes sparkled. That's possible. What if the immortal realm won? Have you thought about the result then? Lan Jue paused, shocked. In truth, he'd never considered it. Yes. If the immortal realm of old triumphed over the old universe, what would occur? What would happen to the gods and goddesses and the heavens they inhabited? They would become the new universe, and then where would they be? The answer was everywhere.
Zhu Di patted his shoulder.
We may never know all the secrets of the past, but we can achieve the same levels of strength.
If we succeed, perhaps one day we will achieve what they did, then all of the universe's secrets will be ours. What do you say? Are you interested in exploring the possibilities?
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 820, Hello, Goddess. Chapter 820, Hello, Goddess.
Lan Jue looked at his father, eyes bright, but after a moment shook his head.
I'm sorry, Dad. I don't have such ambition. I only want one thing after this fight is done. I want to live quietly with Zhou Qianlin on Skyfire Avenue. Immortality doesn't interest me. I think I'd be happier as a man. Zhu Di was stunned.
He spoke after a moment with a playful derision in his voice.
You lazy kid, you always have been. Fine, everyone has different aspirations, and if this isn't yours then so be it. We'll talk more about it later.
Lan Jue smiled back. Of course he would support his father in his attempt to create a new immortal realm, but he wasn't interested in living there himself. He wanted the life of a normal man, to have a wife and children and friends. That's all he wanted, a simple life of happiness.
Zhou Qianlin didn't offer her opinion.
She stood by his side and took his hand in hers. Just then, Zhu Di's head snapped toward the window.
His eyes narrowed. They're here. We should get ready to greet them. Lan Jue's heart skipped a beat. He gripped Qianlin's hand tight and lifted his communicator to his lips.
The enemy approaches, prepare to defend.
Let's go.
Both he and Qianlin vanished from the room in a bolt of crackling lightning.
In the next breath they were hovering in the sky outside.
Lan Jue narrowed his eyes and let his perception spread, reaching out past the sky into the cosmos beyond. A glint of understanding flit through his expression as he realized that if the enemy was here, it meant the front lines were likely already embroiled in battle.
Zeta. Space. Middle Heaven began to slow down its forward momentum.
In the distance the Armada commanders could see the wave of purple headed their way. The hue was, of course, from the scores of alien arrayed to meet them.
There were about half as many as what met them around Angel.
They were spread out wide and approached slowly.
The atmosphere was instantly tense, battle would break out at any moment.
Lan Shang watched them come with frigid expression, glaring at the screen before him. His voice was cold when he gave the order.
Change formation. Middle Heaven stopped and the warships around it began to readjust their arrangement.
Some rose higher and others dipped low to create a stratified formation with their cannons primed and pointed straight ahead. The benefit of this structure was in giving every ship a clear line of fire, with nothing in their way to dampen attack capabilities. On the other hand, it gave their enemy access to every one of them. If the aliens got close enough, the humans would be forced to take the full brunt, like a surge barrier before a tsunami. The alien forces continued to draw close, expanding ever wider. Clearly they'd learned from past defeats and spread out to minimize the humans' range advantage.
They came to a stop just outside of weapons reach. Attack?
They were in no hurry, it was the humans who were racing against the clock. These monsters were here to slow them down. Once the Armada was in formation, the two sides maintained their distance and stared at each other across the darkness of space. Neither was eager to act rashly, for the first side to act would be the one to suffer the greatest losses and lose battlefield advantage. Lan Shang knew it, as did whoever, or whatever, was leading the alien forces.
Zeta. Angel faced a different circumstance. The fight started the instant the monsters arrived, so many that they blotted out the sun. From below, the whole sky seemed to turn purple in a matter of seconds from the press of enemy numbers.
Lan Jue maintained a line of communication with his brother.
From the Jewelry Master's vantage, there were far more alien attackers than when they first came to liberate Angel. His enemy was cunning. They didn't begin the assault until they were all around the planet and could attack from all sides. The Enloan engineers were masters of their craft. All of Angel's new planetary defenses were online and primed to face the enemy.
These were some of the same railguns they used on Bastion ships, so one could imagine the stopping power they possessed, but they weren't without drawbacks. They had a long cooldown period, were less maneuverable and more. However, they tried to get around that with sheer numbers, with these reserve weapons spanning far and wide across Angel in only a matter of days. Now the planet resembled Enloan with its fields of bristling cannons. Energy rounds glittered in the dark barrels, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Star Division was already suited up and headed into battle. Meanwhile, Lan Jue and Qianlin hovered in the air. They surveyed the scene hand in hand, with their godblades at the ready.
Thankfully, the common folk were not near enough to see.
If they saw their goddess hand in hand with some strange man, they might have been heartbroken. A small smile played across Lan Jue's lips.
He turned his face toward Qianlin. "Hello, goddess." Her face reddened. "What are you doing?" "I don't know why," he answered, "but knowing other people worship you and I am the one who gets to hold your hand makes me happy." Qianlin tittered a pretty laugh. "You and your naughty thoughts." Lan Jue's voice dipped low. "Oh, I've got naughtier, if you want to give them a try." She blushed furiously now. "You pick a fine time to talk about this." This earned a chortle from him. "You're my wife, no matter what time it is. Is it not entirely normal for a man to be attracted to his partner?" Qianlin had been nervous seeing so many aliens approach, but Lan Jue's patter helped her to relax. Their enemy was practically on top of them now. They filled their view, from earth to sky and all across the horizon. Leading them was a beast 20,000 meters long, one that looked like a warship. It was larger than a human capital ship and was just as imposing. Behind the titanic creature was two-figured, much smaller but no less terrifying, the Violet Prince and Princess. When he saw them, Lan Jue sucked a breath through his teeth. He knew that aliens were going to harass Angel, but he hadn't anticipated the arrival of two of their strongest generals. Both of them commanded the powers of the infinite. The monster they rode was just as mighty. Was this their main force? Here to retake Angel. The Violet Princess felt the unseeable attraction as well and looked toward him. A faint smile pulled at the corner of her pretty lips and a hungry light shone in her eyes. Lan Jue's heart beat against his chest. He remembered the first day he saw her on Moon Fiend, back when he thought she was simply a beautiful woman. Later he would discover she was a nightmare in the flesh. She'd proved that when she struck down the barber, revealing her Nirvana-level power. She was even stronger now. However, the infinite wasn't the advantage it seemed to be. Like paragons, they had to be feeling the effects of universal protogenia. Star Division was gathered and arrayed before the paragons that led them. In both numbers and size, these young men and women were like ants before the alien horde. Still, they faced their enemy fearlessly. After all, they had 10 paragons on their side. What was there to fear? Tam Lingyun, NEU's savage goddess, had been placed in Lan Jue's group. Her heart ached a little when she saw her commander hand in hand with Qianlin. Her mind harkened back to the time she spent with the masked Lei Feng. From behind, was he not just the same? All he was missing was the mask. Both sides watched each other from across the rapidly closing space. Out in orbit around Europa, the humans and aliens stared at each other, buying time. But here their enemy hoped to split the front line's attention and collapse their rear. The atmosphere was entirely different. The Violet Prince thrust a hand forward and two wings of his horde came charging forward. More than 500 wriggling purple bodies flung themselves at Star Division's flanks. A veil of rainbow-like color sprang into existence between the two forces. As the aliens crossed it, their lightning-fast approach was brought almost to a standstill, charging in slow motion. The Apocryphon. As her powers manifested, they were joined by a resplendent beam of white. As it swept past, the unfortunate creatures were sliced in halves before they could react. They were dead before their bodies completely separated. With her dress fluttering in Angel's winds, the pharmacist stood beside the clockmaker, surrounded by Oxys's bloodthirsty aura. The sudden death of 500 beasts quickly boosted her slaughter domain, which spread out like a righteous tempest. What was a terror for their enemies brought courage to allies. As the Harbinger Fairy's powers washed over them, Star Division's soldiers seethed with the need for righteous battle. They could hardly hold themselves back. Two paragons had, with little effort, eliminated 500 alien attackers. It made a strong impression. 1, 12.5 miles long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 821, Star Division Collision. Chapter 821, Star Division Collision. The Violet Prince grunted in irritation, and gestured once again. This time a host of umbrella-shaped aliens spread out, and under the protection of armored turtle aliens they began to approach. He could see already that, while these humans were small in number, they commanded great strength. On the other side, Lan Jue was quietly giving orders. Suddenly a barrage of blinding white light erupted from the planet's surface. It surged toward the aliens like a murderous tide. The first salvo from their railguns. Over 100 burning streaks of energy slammed into the enemy forces. But the Violet Prince was ready. The beast he rode upon writhed violently, and a surge of mental energy burst from it. The smaller creatures around it seemed to explode outward, flung in every direction. Most of the salvo hit nothing but air. Trying to get a lock of these aliens was going to be harder than they thought. Only a handful of shots found their mark, striking the several thousand-meter-long monstrosity that protected them. However, the beast itself was safeguarded beneath a chitin-like shell. Its thick plating absorbed the railgun fire without incident. No even a scratch remained to mark where the guns had hit their target. The enemy was stronger than expected, but Lan Jue wasn't flustered. He glared at the armored aliens coming their way and, with eyes narrowed, nodded. Star Division saw the signal and was on the move. 1,000 soldiers spread out to meet the armored foes head-to-head. This time the Paragons didn't react, instead keeping their eyes trained on the alien generals. Tan Lingyun led her small team toward a target, one of the armored beasts. She knew this breed to be lacking in defense's power but well defended. They could survive a direct shot from a battleship. They were large, cumbersome, and hard to crack. The next wave coming in behind them was a host of monsters that looked like evil centipedes. As Star Division moved in to intercept the turtle aliens, they rushed in as support. A spray of purple beams shot out. The salvo was cunningly arranged, with each dozen-meter wide ray aimed right for a mechasuit. Star Division then proved their worth on the battlefield. Tan Lingyun led the counteroffensive in her emerald-green mecha. She launched off of the turtle alien with the tip of her mechanical foot and launched herself into the air. In her hands glinted the pair of short swords that were her weapons, and she swiped them downwards. The speed of their movement left behind a streak of aquamarine power that spread out in a wave. The wave seemed almost soft, but in its passage the air rippled strangely. The beams of purple light that had been cast their way were reflected back as they encountered the sword swipes, no small amount of which pummeled the turtle alien in front of them. None of the shots reached Tan Lingyun's team. Hers wasn't the only team to evade the attack, similar tactics were employed for the other units. For instance, Tang Xiao morphed himself into a shield, teasingly formed in the shape of a turtle, that protected his team. The aliens were strong, but their strength only came into play within a certain scope. They could defend themselves well enough against warships, but Star Division was another matter. Not every team chose to take the blasts head-on. Some had more clever solutions. The turtle creatures were over 100 meters long in some cases, and though cumbersome made for effective barriers. The largest human mechasuits were 20 meters. Max Lan Jue saw some of the teams knock the turtle 180 degrees and use it as a shield. Their shell was the aliens' greatest advantage. If a human couldn't break it, then how could these centipedes? The shells were strong, but didn't cover the alien from head to toe. Like a turtle, they had limbs and a head, and those were its weakest points. Star Division's reaction was quick. In what looked like just a flash of color, the beasts were immobile or dead. Many of their vital crystals had been extracted and recovered by the soldiers. Meanwhile, the centipedes continued their hail of fire to no effect. 100 turtle aliens were dead or turned to the enemy's profit. The Violet Prince's face was a dark thunderhead. These humans, they were proving troublesome. He looked upon Lan Jue with some small measure of fear. He had felt the power released when he and Qianlin had broken through. Even now his human-like heart beat with trepidation. It was this fear that stopped him from sending in a full charge. However, it was beginning to seem as though typical alien soldiers were ineffectual. When did their turtle brethren become so weak? It was as though they didn't have any armor at all. Of course that wasn't true, their defenses were strong as ever. But now they faced human discipline, mighty powers enhanced by technological mastery. It was particularly effective against their own strengths, which relied on vital energy. It was proving far more fatal than pure energy alone. The turtles were dealt with before they could serve their intended purpose. At last, the Violet Prince engaged. He waved his hand and a flood of purple light spread out from him, swallowing his lesser soldiers in its wake. As the power washed over them, the aliens' eyes darkened to an angry wine hue. Their bodies swelled, and a fierce aura hung over them. Amplification? Lan Jue smirked. Did he think they couldn't play the same game? He needn't say anything. Qianlin was already releasing her soothing light over the soldiers. Over a few short days she had been imbued with an enormous flood of faith. She was only too eager to release some of it. The power of faith was a pure form of energy, suppressing it was difficult. If it had been the pontiff in her place, he would have been only too happy to turn that faith toward personal benefit, to make himself stronger. However, the faith he had commanded was born of tradition, whereas Qianlin's was the result of salvation. The pontiff's people begged for peace within them, and Qianlin's followers had been directly saved. The purity of it was entirely different. She was their redeemer. Faith like that was sincere and powerful. How could Qianlin not benefit from it even if she didn't seek to? The white light spread far and wide, even covering the nearest centipede monsters. To them the light was like the fire from 1,000 suns. They screamed in pain and fled before they were destroyed, trailing plumes of acrid purple smoke. Even direct orders from the Violet Prince fell on deaf ears.
Fear and instinct overrode his commands.
Human reactions were reversed.
Under the light of the Queen of Heaven they felt refreshed, renewed. Any energy they'd expended was returned to them in an instant, but there was something more. It was as though there was something in the air, something that merged with them and communicated with their disciplines. A strength they'd never felt filled their bodies.
The more experienced adepts understood, this was protogenia.
What they felt was the pull of their truth living in the threads of the universe. It was only the faintest hint, but to them it was almost miraculous. Just like Lan Jue had in years past, using his protogenia through his ascension to amplify his powers, these soldiers were strengthened.
It lifted them up in every way. Lan Jue's decision to bring Star Division into the main fight was not random. By now the leaders of every unit of Star Division was a 9th level talent. Their mecha suits were custom made to blend with their abilities seamlessly, resulting in formidable destructive power especially harmful to aliens. But this was secondary. Star Division wouldn't be able to stop the full alien army by their own strength alone.
Even with a couple interstellar fleets as backup, the enemy was simply too strong, and powerful though the railguns were, their efficacy was limited. The Paragons were the true power.
Star Division's primary directive was to keep them safe.
Making sure they survived was paramount to the success or failure of the human assault. Prior to making his suggestion to Lan Jue, he'd made sure to have Qianlin try her discipline on normal adepts first. They were pleasantly surprised. Under the Queen of Heaven domain, these adepts could begin to sense their own protogenia. They couldn't control it, but its presence was enough to amplify their abilities by 300% or more. What's more, Qianlin's abilities restored their energy the same as it did for Paragons. She was a one-woman support team for the whole division, and with her help their chances of survival rose sharply. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 822, Queen of Heaven Amplification. Chapter 822, Queen of Heaven Amplification.
Under the light of the Queen of Heaven, the soldiers felt their disciplines change. Their cores were unlocked, their potential released. That unexplainable carefree sensation made their confidence soar, and when the aliens came crashing down on them it was like colliding with a dam.
The human soldiers didn't give them an inch of ground.
Of course, the Paragons were not idle. A small, quaint clock appeared in the Apocrian's hand.
Its top and bottom have separated, revealing a universe of stars within.
The twinkling globes danced in strange patterns.
In response, time became a lazy river that forced the encroaching aliens to a near standstill.
Once they got close to Star Division's line, the Paragon's domain made them sitting sucks.
Control over the flow of time. Easy for someone of the clockmaker's strength.
There were powerful beasts among the alien invaders as well, but since they were all born from the same source, their powers were all drawn from a singular well. Humans, though, and especially Paragons, were all unique in their abilities. Each one was possessed of their own strengths.
The Apocrian and the Cosmagus worked together to bring their foes low.
While the Apocrian took away the advantage of their speed, Skyfire Avenue's Winemaster was responsible for helping Star Division's fighters. When a soldier began to tire or was in mortal danger, a flash of silver conveyed them behind the front line.
This prevented their unified defense from being broken.
The Winemaster handily controlled the battlefield, eliminating the creatures he deemed too much for Star Division and expertly extracting their vital crystals. With the help of the two Paragons, Skyfire Avenue's private army was having no trouble stemming the purple tide of gnashing teeth and swiping claws.
For now.
The enemy was many, numbering in the tens of thousands.
How long could they continue at this pace before their energy ran out?
Eventually they would run out, and be drowned.
Angel's new planetary defenses delivered its second salvo.
The enemy had charged at the humans in a group, which strengthened their charge. However, it also made avoiding the railguns more difficult. The largest creature leaned on its doughty defenses again, but couldn't protect all of its smaller compatriots.
Many were felled by the hail of fire.
All the while, the Violet Prince's eyes were fixed on Lan Jue with a burning hatred.
This clash between Star Division and the alien force was only the overture.
The true battle would be the contest between both sides' generals. Lan Jue had proven himself a foe to be feared after cutting the life from Monarch's avatar. The impression his victory left was deep, especially within the heart of the prince. He was no longer so sure of his supremacy.
The prince also sensed another, stronger power hidden somewhere in the wings.
From time to time he could feel the enigmatic aura, but only for a moment before it would vanish again.
Whatever human commanded that strength was a real threat to his life.
He watched from his vantage atop the enormous monster he rode in on, watching and biding his time. He would wait for the most opportune moment, when his forces broke the human defensive line.
Their paragons would be forced to engage and weakness would be revealed. That was the time to strike.
Lan Jue was also measured in action. On the one hand, the situation was under control, and on the other, this was good experience for his people. This would not be the last time Star Division would need to fight against overwhelming odds. It was important they grew accustomed to space combat, to Qianlin's augmentative powers. So long as the danger wasn't too great, allowing them to cut their teeth on these enemies was the best sort of training. The human defenders felt more courageous and powerful the more they fought beneath Qianlin's soothing light.
Their enemies were strong, but so were they.
Within the protective confines of their mechas, beams of light fired out at their enemies, some over 100 meters long. Under their combined fire, the aliens fell like flies, and the leaders of each unit led their soldiers into the fray. The stronger aliens were still to come, but for now the situation was well in hand.
The pharmacist cast a glance toward Lan Jue. He, in turn, shook his head.
Now wasn't the time to reveal their full strength. They had to find the right time not just to stall these monsters, but to slay as many as they could.
Time ticked by minute, as the battle raged. Signs of exhaustion were beginning to show, in the pilots as well as their suits. But the soldiers' training and battle experience served them well. Already more than 3,000 of these monstrosities had been killed, many relinquishing their vital crystals. Quite the showing, considering this was Star Division's first battle in space. The Wine Master continued to recall soldiers too tired to continue. As their numbers dwindled, Star Division began to be pushed back.
The massive creatures that had been waiting for this moment began to writhe anxiously. Lan Jue's eyes sparkled, and when he spoke his voice was low and even.
"Driver, pharmacist. You're up."
The pharmacist had started to feel impatient. The hatred she felt for these monsters seeped down into her bones. Lan Jue's order was hardly out of his mouth before a hail of stabbing white light erupted from her. The sword swipes moved with remarkable speed, plowing into the enemy force in a matter of moments. Lan Jue cast his attention toward the ground and shouted another order. The railguns below were commanded to fire at will, turning Angel's surface into a bristling field of light.
The mighty weapons fired again and again, maintaining pressure against the enemy.
The Violet Prince surveyed his own warriors and saw that they were beginning to fracture.
If this continued, he wouldn't be able to keep control of their formation.
The first 2 rounds from the railguns had been at reduced power, 1/3 of their capabilities.
Lan Jue had been holding back. He knew the alien understood humans, their weapons and tactics. He used their confidence against them by appearing weak while waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. This salvo punished the aliens for their hubris.
With the sudden, explosive arrival of the driver and pharmacist on the field, their losses were great.
The tightly bound clusters the aliens were in was just what the pharmacist wanted.
The more of these fiends she killed, the stronger Domain became. Meanwhile, the driver was also wreaking havoc. He shot into the midst of the aliens as a bolt of lightning, then released his Domain like a bomb. He was on the cusp of becoming a reflection of heaven and earth, and his understanding of primordial lightning helped him tremendously. He had come to call his Domain primal, in honor of this power that had transformed him. As it spread out, his pocket of the cosmos became a dazzling display of thunderbolts. This manifestation of his protogenia was mighty indeed, and any aliens caught within range was devoured by the burning light. Although primordial lightning was not as strong as all-heaven lightning, the difference was small. Each bolt disintegrates scores of aliens as it streaked through space. The paragons and railgun fire stabilized the front line and halted their gradual retreat. The steady slaughter of the monsters continued. Their prince had begun to feel a nagging sense of unease. He had fought many battles against the humans, including their strongest. He felt he understood them. As far as he had seen, there were only a handful of these pink creatures that could cause him harm. Even these so-called paragons, by and large, did not possess the power needed to cause him fear. However, as he watched the pharmacist and driver eliminate his soldiers, the prince had to admit that there were some among his prey who were worthy adversaries. The force at their fingertips was devastating to the aliens, and inhibited their vital energy. He stamped his feet, and the beast upon which he rode screeched a terrible roar. However, roar was not the proper word, for there was no sound. Instead, a wave of gut-wrenching turbulence ripped through space and toward the human line. The aliens that were caught in the shockwave rode it forward, their bodies rippling grotesquely but otherwise were unaffected. The humans would not meet it so easily. It first was met by the clockmaker's Domain and rushed through without stopping. The Apocrean felt it shatter beneath the force of the wave before roaring past toward Star Division. It looks like a collision was inevitable. Suddenly, an impenetrable wall appeared between the shockwave and Star Division. A wall of flesh. Scores of people, each one 1,000 meters high, stood with their hands linked and facing down the blast. A golden light and awe-inspiring aura surrounded them all. The acoustic attack crested against them like a storm surge, but went no further. The figures stood with their feet planted and didn't move an inch. The two forces were separated by the enormous golden silhouettes, with whatever forces remaining behind them quickly put down by the pharmacist and driver.
Titans! The giants roared in one voice. Then, in a single fluid movement, they all lashed out with a punch toward the enemy. The power they unleashed took away the breath of the human onlookers.
Aliens several times their size were thrust away like they were made of paper. The aliens' murderous advance was abruptly turned back on them. Now it was the prince's camp that was beginning to lose ground. There were only a few among the humans who had the power to single-handedly turn the tide of battle.
This time it had been the Terminator. Nirvana, ubiquitous power.
After rising to the next level, his transformations became myriad.
This new ability, Titan, was what they witnessed now.
Once again he emerged in the midst of battle, putting himself between his people and danger. Without him the 7 paragons on Heaven's Light would never have survived. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 823, The Golden Titan. Chapter 823, The Golden Titan.
After breaking through to Nirvana, the Terminator's abilities surged to new heights.
His combat prowess was the stuff of legends.
All of the problems of his construction that held him back before had been resolved, effectively transforming him into a congenital talent. A real Nirvana-level master.
His appearance now was intended to turn away the enemy and give his human comrade an advantage.
The Violet Prince's eyes flickered with a cold light, and whatever dark purpose crossed his mind was shared by the beast below him. The enormous creatures hurled itself forward, leaving the prince and princess behind in the emptiness of space. Every meter of its snake-like body squirmed and writhed as it raced for the Titans. When it arrived, the monster whipped around and lashed out at the golden line with its tail.
Where the appendage passed, the universe seemed cleaved in two. The golden Titans glowed with an aura of tungsten light. As the evil WIRM's tail came crashing through, they did not flee.
None of the enormous images ducked or dodged, simply taking the beating head-on. However, something strange was revealed, for as the Titans were struck, they were not destroyed or thrown away. Instead, they stuck to the tail like plaster, melting into an adhesive liquid that coiled around its body. One after the other, they suffered the lash of the monster's tail, only to stick tenaciously to it. Even as large as the creature was, the weight of these titanic defenders was proving to be more than it could stand.
Its tail began to droop, and as it did, the liquid gold reformed into a titanic image even larger than before.
This one was over 10,000 meters tall, dark-skinned and heroic, the Terminator. He channeled the powers of Nirvana through himself to create this unique, melee fighting style. Dozens of savage dark gold spikes erupted from the Terminator's flesh and dug into the monster. As it brandished its tail, desperately whipping it about to free itself from the Terminator's clutches, the humongous paragon only dug in deeper. Aliens too slow or too foolish to move were smashed to a fine mist as the Terminator was flung around. The massive alien beast roared in pain and frustration, struggling with ever more violent maneuvers. But the Terminator would be removed, no matter how valiantly it struggled.
The two were locked in struggle between the two armies. Star Division took this opportunity to catch their breath.
Under Qianlin's restorative domain, they quickly began to recover their strength and stamina. The pharmacist and driver split up, each going to the opposite flank to defend against aliens trying to get around. On the planet below, railguns were still firing. The aliens still could not find a way through the defensive line. Lan Jue's cold, hard eyes glared at the Violet Prince and Princess. The aliens didn't have the upper hand yet, but they also had yet to advance on the humans with their full strength. Victory or defeat rested on whether the two alien generals could be dealt with. A strange look played across the princess' face as she looked upon Lan Jue. A stream of purple light shot forward quicker than anyone could react. In a blink, she was standing before Star Division's commander. Her hand reached out for him.
Lan Jue didn't know much about the enigmatic alien royalty, but he did know her to be as strong as she was cruel.
He saw her intentions in her eyes moments before she acted, and stood his ground fearlessly.
Lan Jue and Qianlin, blades in hand, struck back. They reacted as one, slipping seamlessly into the posture apparent close-up.
Focused flow combined with the Taiji style was both majestic and dignified.
Lan Jue faced the princess' advance as solid as a lofty mountain.
Qianlin's 1,000 swords as one technique together with the posture was agile as the wind and gentle as spring rain.
The motion simultaneously sealed any escape and slipped into every opening. 1.
Their movements were mirrored, their intentions one.
Harmonious swords. The rainbow-colored light that emerged between them formed a shield that blocked the princess' aggression. Bang!
The moment they made contact, the rainbow light expanded like a detonation. The violet light that had threatened to swallow Lan Jue up was deflected away like waves against a cliffside.
Both Lan Jue and the princess didn't budge, attack and defense evenly matched.
All of the other paragons were thrown back by the force of the princess' charge. However, in the midst of their shock, they also breathed a sigh of relief.
Qianlin and Lan Jue, hand in hand, could stand on their own against an infinite-level foe.
Lan Jue's reaction was internal, his exclamations ringing in his heart. Not long ago he was little more than a thorn in the princess' side, hardly above the worth of a stray dog. Where before he had no choice but to flee from her, now he could stand against her power.
After their temporary isolation, both he and Qianlin were more familiar with the nature of their protogenia. This was also true for their harmonious swords technique.
Zhou Qianlin and Xianyuan Shishir taught them that it wasn't necessary for them to pour all of their energy into the technique. The harmonious swords were about application of swordsmanship in combination with intention.
A little internal energy could go a long way when paired with technique.
Not only did this reduce the energetic cost, but also made their attack stronger. The most important part of their isolation had been studying the harmonious swords. Now they put this new knowledge to good use in defending themselves against the Violet Princess.
Surprise was revealed on the alien royalty's face.
She hadn't witnessed Lan Jue's breakthrough herself, only heard the details from the prince. While she always recognized his potential, she still assumed him to be her inferior. He was not an adversary, but a potential mate. Now, though, she began to wonder if her determination was wrong. Perhaps this man was stronger than she gave him credit for. In the moment of collision, she had felt a strange power resist her, causing space and time to collapse. This collapse stymied her powers and kept them from spreading out, instead being swallowed up by the void. It was swiftly followed by the sensation of 100,000 needles digging into her soft flesh. If she had continued her attack, she might have even gotten hurt. As such, she had not yet countered Lan Jue's harmonious swords. The two paragons shared a look, seeing each other reflected in the depths of their eyes.
As one, they reached out again with their banishing blades.
Red and blue light burst forth, mingling together into a panoply of color. The harmonious swords, giving shape to the depths of human vengeance. The spirits of the swords arose unhindered as a torrent, focused flow, 10,000 swords as one. The rainbow of color took on a life of its own, flaring with incomparable force. The breadth of its power filled space. A cold anger glinted behind the princess' eyes. 10 dagger-like nails sprang out from the tip of each finger and she swiped at the air. Purple streamers followed in the wake of her claws as she tore at the righteous light. Then she pulled her arms apart, as though trying to rip the emulsion of the harmonious blade in two. Vicious and feral, that was the alien fighting style.
Both Lan Jue and Qianlin felt their protogenia destabilize as it came under assault.
Suddenly the princess' power was everywhere all at once, surrounding them in her terrifying presence. Just as she seemed to have them in her clutches, the princess' face changed. Her suffocating bearing weakened, and instead of the light of the harmonious swords being ripped apart, she staggered. The light pushed back, struck her, and forced her back.
However, Lan Jue could see it didn't cause any lasting damage. With powers that were born of the infinite, her resilience was legendary. Ka-cha!
The Violet Princess was painted pink from head to toe as the sound of a camera shutter snapped in their ears. She was frozen in place. A menacing aura as powerful as her own descended upon them. It was so stifling it almost made Lan Jue and Qianlin drop their weapons. A light as brilliant and mesmerizing as beams from heaven shone from on high. Everything outside of the god rays darkened to nothing. All the rest of the universe seemed inferior to what was appearing before them. For the first time, fear was plain on the princess' face. She wanted to struggle but found she could not move. Lan Jue shared a mysterious smile with Qianlin and then, suddenly, they vanished.
A towering staff descended in the midst of the golden column of light.
In fact, the light was radiating from its bronze surface. Reality tore itself apart at the borders of it, like everything they knew was being swallowed in a sea of black holes. All light, all energy was swallowed up by the staff. In the distance the Violet Prince stared with pale face, but couldn't run even if his legs would let him. Somewhere far away they both heard the derisive grunt. The Violet Princess was encased in a shell of purple light that burned away the pink that had been holding her. The staff crashed down upon the crown on her head. The blow threw her thousands of meters away. The purple light cracked and fell away like an eggshell, followed by spider web fractures slithering all over the princess' body. She began to slowly disintegrate, but was saved from destruction when another shell of purple energy enveloped her. Despite this, she continued to bleed profusely. After suffering such a tremendous strike, she could no longer control the form of her body.
Zhu Di appeared by Lan Jue's side. His hard, cruel eyes glared into the distance. Give me everything you've got. If you can. Silence answered him.
The Violet Prince had recovered the princess and returned her to his side. Clearly she had suffered a nearly mortal blow. Her beautiful face was pale and streaked with blood, and her eyes wide with fear and alarm. She had felt death coming for her, sensed her essence fleeing. Lan Jue narrowed his eyes in thought. From the start he figured the prince and princess would make an appearance. By virtue of the 10 paragons on the human side, he was confident that even with royalty as their adversaries they could hold them. The prince and princess were strong, but they would not bring the avatars and leave the solar system's interior entirely undefended. 1. It's been a while since my Taiji days, and any practitioner in the comments please feel free to correct me.
Apparent closing up is a defense/counterattack posture.
I don't think there's an equivalent in the sword form, but hand-to-hand the intention is to draw your enemy in while they attack, force them to overextend, then strike back. In Taiji pay close attention to the center of mass of the practitioner. Their upper body remains relatively immobile, it's their feet and core which moves. The posture begins with the defender leaning onto his back leg, keeping the attacker's target out of reach or, if the defender's been grabbed, pulling them off balance. When the attacker moves in, the defender's hands drop to either deflect the blow downward, or grab the attacker's wrist and give them a subtle tug off balance. Since they've already overextended and are no longer rooted, meaning maintaining balance through good footwork, the defender rolls forward with both hands, pushes up from the ground and shoves the attacker away.
If you do it right, you can really send people flying.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 824, Winning Buddha Legacy. Chapter 824, Winning Buddha Legacy.
Because of this, their strength was limited. For now Lan Jue was relying on the strength of his fellow paragons, and waiting for his enemy to make the first move. Lan Jue had faith that he and Qianlin's harmonious sword technique could resist the prince and princess, despite their power gap. He'd done it before, all that was needed is to give his mother and father a chance to act. Their foes could vaguely sense his mother's presence, but they didn't know his father was also near. Zhu Di was the strongest human alive, and had explored the secrets of the infinite for an untold number of years. One-on-one, neither the prince nor princess had what was needed to best him. Only Monarch was a threat. Lan Jue had hoped that either one of the royals attacked him. If they did, his mother and father could move in and cut them down. If one of these alien generals could be destroyed, it would be a great victory for the humans. What's more, their vital crystals would definitely be of great help to Zhu Di. Unfortunately, his hopes did not come to fruition. He did not expect the two aliens to defend each other so well, enough to ward off his father's full attack. When Zhu Di's staff came crashing down, Lan Jue felt the force of it. Not even the harmonious swords could defend against something like that.
His father's strength was truly awe-inspiring.
He knew where his father's inheritance was derived from. It was the essence of a mighty being passed down from antiquity, no less mighty than the Buddhas of old. He had been called the winning Buddha, great sage equal to heaven.
1.
Zhu Di's astrum was a weapon of his own creation, modeled after the golden staff that was favored by the great sage. In regards to strength, it was no less potent than a banishing blade, and in fact had some advantages the swords did not. Yet, it still was not enough to kill the Violet Princess. Zhu Di was not put off by the failure of his sneak attack to end her life. He hovered in the air with an imperatorial air, and though he did not press the attack, he had become the center of the battle. When the ultimate paragon revealed himself, the human spirit soared.
The aliens sensed his stupefying aura and hesitated.
Their leader, the prince, scowled. For flashes of purple lit up the space around him, revealing 4 figures, but only one of them was an avatar. The avatar took a step forward, and in a blink it was past the prince and standing in front of Zhu Di.
Flickers of purple light hung over its figure. But its powers were only nirvana level.
You are also a robust creature.
You have achieved such heights, why do you remain in conflict with us?
Our realm would certainly have a place for the likes of you.
Together our people can overcome the tyranny of the universe. Sure you understand this truth?
The monstrous voice it spoke with had a peculiar quality to it, an allure that inspired capitulation. This was Monarch's voice, or some shadow of it. Though the alien patriarch was not present, it could speak through these copies. As he gazed upon the shell of light that crackled around the beast, Lan Jue suddenly understood, it had been Monarch that saved the Violet Princess. The revelation struck him like a ton of bricks.
Were they not in the midst of their evolution? How were they able to express their power so far away?
It meant that they were a threat regardless of where they were.
Did this portend that Lan Chang would be facing the power of the 3 alien homeworlds in his own campaign? What chance did they stand now? Lan Jue felt like he was being drowned in an ocean of despair. a terrifying chill filled him. Zhu Di's response was calm. Not bad. Contending against universal protogenia is important to us as well. But you have your people, and I have my own. Your methods of overcoming the universe are based on the destruction of humans, my brethren. Already you have slain so many. Do you expect me to stand at your side after the atrocities you've committed? Those who are not of our blood do not hold the same ideals. Even if you succeed to creating your realm, it would be no place for me. We are not the same. A whole new universe wouldn't be big enough for both of us. A chilly tone entered Monarch's voice. You aren't strong enough to stand against me. Once we succeed and I rise to new heights of dominance, I will consider halting the destruction of your species. It would hold no more interest for me. But I will only let you live if you cease your resistance now. Zhu Di laughed openly in the monster's face. What are you, 3 years old? Nothing but empty words. You would simply go back on your word the moment your realm was created. My people and I would be slain. Our destiny is in our hands, so continue your evolution if you can. We'll see who dominates in the end. The avatar glared at Zhu Di with cold, feral eyes. After a moment, it nodded. Very well. The purple aura drained from the avatar and it returned to normal. The host of aliens around them began to slither away, breaking off the attack. The titanic monster struggling with the Terminator roared. Its tail broke free, shed like a lizard's. Then it and its smaller brethren returned to the prince's side where they receded into the darkness of space as one. They were retreating. Zhu Di's authoritative appearance had pushed them back, resulting in a stellar victory for humans. Many alien creatures were destroyed, while mankind had emerged without casualties. Lan Jue did not give the order to pursue. The enemy's retreat was slow and orderly, and there was high chance of an ambush if they chose to go after them. Their mission was to protect Angel, which they had. Let's head back. Zhu Di grumbled at them. Star Division set about gathering vital crystals from the corpse of their fallen foes. Only then did they head back to the safety of the planet. Repelled. The enemy had been pushed back. The good news flew to all corners of Angel. They had really fought back the tide of destruction. But Lan Jue and the others were not overjoyed. This was only the start. Information about the others was their new priority. Once news of the Armada's situation got back, they would decide whether or not to join Lan Chang on Middle Heaven. They learned of their status soon. Though Angel was safe, the Armada was locked in a deadly stalemate at the front lines. Excellent. After hearing about Lan Jue's success, a fierce light shone in Lan Qing's eyes. Now that their rear was secured, they could push forward without worry. Hua Li and Kong Hui also got the news. Shall we begin, Admiral Lan? Kong Hui's deep voice queried. Lan Chang nodded. Now was the time for them to do their part. A few moments later, Middle Heaven began to stir from its silent vigil. The Violet Prince, Princess, and at least some of the avatars were absent from this battlefield. Lan Qing's forces faced only a few of their top echelons, marking this as their best opportunity to press ahead. He'd been waiting for news from Angel, and now he had it. An angry orange glow sprang up behind Middle Heaven, pushing the war planet forward toward the enemy. Their foes did not have human worlds to hide behind this time. Their only option was direct combat. The 3 bastions started ahead at the same time, with the 12 fleets in neat formation around them. All together they slowly advanced. On the enemy's side their formation shifted. Creatures that were leading the charge split off from the main force and began to trace a route toward the Armada's flanks. The beasts in the rear were revealed. Soldiers huddled by the windows of their ships saw the monstrous aliens appear from behind the front lines. Each one of them looked like giant winged crocodiles over 10,000 meters long. All told there were 12, and each one bore a humanoid finger standing on its head. Avatars of the 3 planets. 12 enormous beasts, and 12 avatars to command them. 224 Paragon-level monstrosities headed their way. Most were equivalent in strength to Nirvana, but at least 3 bore the power of the infinite. Seeing so many powerful foes arrayed against them caused Lan Qing to suck in a breath. Their forces were more capable than he'd anticipated. This showed that the aliens had never employed their full strength against the humans. Perhaps they hadn't needed to before. Now, however, their presence spoke volumes. Kong Hui scowled at the scene. He downplayed Lan Qing's warning when he told them the aliens had not yet showed their full hand. He suspected the Admiral of being overly cautious. If they had the strength, why didn't these monsters simply overrun the humans from the outset? Lan Qing had shared his reasoning, but Kong Hui only agreed on the surface. The truth of Lan Qing's words was proven now.
The terrifying might of their enemy was revealed to them.
Comparatively, the humans didn't even have 24 paragons to answer with. Should we ask the paragons to join us, Admiral Lan? Kong Hui asked.
1. The Monkey King.
Really, the Monkey King was a total asshole, which fits into the earlier narratives we have of Zhou Di.
He stole, he beat people up, he was an agent of chaos. I could never get far enough along in his story, but I'm told he's forcibly re-educated by a Buddhist master later, after being buried under a mountain for 1,000 years.
2. They're like sci-fi Nazgul.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 825, The Battle for the Universe begins. Chapter 825, The Battle for the Universe begins.
Lan Jue shook his head.
Don't be hasty. We'll call them when we need them the most.
He had his plans, the core of which were secret even to Kong Hui and Hua Li.
Kong Hui couldn't help but admire the Admiral as he looked at his calm facade through the screen.
It was more than impressive that he could maintain his composure in the face of this alien threat. No wonder he achieved the rank of Admiral so young. He made no further complaints. The Eastern leader's fortitude washed away any final doubts he had. Middle Heaven didn't stop or slow after the appearance of this mighty impediment, and maintained the same forward momentum.
Its honeycomb array of cannons stretched out, smoldering with orange light. They were ready to fire at a moment's notice. The 3 bastions and their 12 support fleets moved into battle formation. The center of the alien force was the 12 crocodile titans and the 12 avatars that rode them.
The rest of the horde spread out on either side, far enough to avoid taking too much damage from human long-ranged attacks. Measures were taken to even the playing field and reduce their enemy's advantage, learned from a wealth of experience on the battlefield.
It was necessary.
Out here in the emptiness of space there was nowhere to hide, and so long as they were outside of melee distance they were inhibited. What's more, their loss at Angel meant they didn't have a rear force to fall back on. Somewhere behind them was Europa and their home worlds, trying desperately to succeed in their own breakthrough.
But the aliens didn't fear, they were confident the humans couldn't break their line.
Lan Jue's guess had been correct, the aliens had not used their full strength at the beginning this war. One important reason was they feared destroying the human soldiers outright would reveal to them how strong they would need to make their next attempt.
The creatures didn't want stronger opposition. Now the human armada was proving to be more troublesome than they'd predicted.
The only way to make sure they were stopped was to finally reveal the strength the aliens had been hiding this whole time. Victory would come at a cost, but it was necessary. If another group of humans of comparable strength showed up, they could negatively impact their master's evolution. And so a dogfight was inevitable where the aliens would try to do as much damage as they could while maintaining their own numbers.
As ever, their goal was clear: stall for time.
So far, at least on the surface, they appeared successful. The humans had made it into the solar system's interior, but it had cost them dearly in time and resources. Every moment brought them closer to the ascension of their homeworlds to godhood.
Even if the humans sent another group, by the time they got here it would be too late.
Stretching over 2,000 meters tall, the central avatar seemed to lead the others. Its head snapped up, quickly followed by the others.
12 thunderous roars were released as one from the monsters they rode.
The waves of sound and energy were so intense they shook the empty space between the two armies. Minuscule cracks appeared in reality as the wave of power headed toward the human ships. A shockwave, their version of a long-ranged attack. Lan Jue had provided his brother with more than news of their victory. He'd also handed over a full recording of the encounter, and with it integral information about this massive fiends. Armed with this knowledge, Lan Chang had ordered all ships to have their ships on and at full capacity. Middle Heaven responded by releasing a barrage of orange light back at them. The rays of energy burned holes in the shockwave that bled off its power.
Still, the combined ire of 12 Nirvana-level beasts was intrepid.
Danger to the bastions themselves was limited. Large as they were, the worst they might suffer was a good tremor.
However, the smaller ships fared less fortunately.
A few were blasted out of formation and strained the armada's steel curtain. Just then the aliens rushed in like locusts from either side, madly gnashing their teeth and swiping their claws.
The titanic monstrosities followed close behind, propelled forward by beating wings. Their target was Middle Heaven. The commanders of the alien horde were cunning.
They knew the key to routing the armada was to first destroy the largest of them.
With Middle Heaven destroyed, human morale would plummet.
Victory would be in their clawed grasp. Standing in the command center, Lan Chang was unfazed by the deadly tide bearing down on them. Instead, he only muttered to himself,
"This is all you've got? Interstellar fleets, proceed."
Helmsmen aboard the scores of human vessels received the order and the ships began to move. The three bastions threw open their hangar bays and belched out clouds of drones. Launched like guided missiles. Drones were typically between 30 and 50 meters long, though each bastion was equipped with slightly different aircraft. Drones from Tyrannosaurus were a sky blue color and were marked with a dinosaur insignia. They were 50 meters long, equipped with a laser blaster and 4 antimatter missiles that packed as much punch as a small positron cannon. Only the North, with its deep pockets, could outfit their drones with so much firepower. Neither the North nor West could compare in this regard. Poseidon Group, however, was another story. As the richest organization in all of human history, it was impossible to understate how highly they regarded their flagship. Nothing was spared in its construction nor in the fleets that accompanied it. Up to now those fleets had proven their technical superiority, in some ways performing better even than Tyrannosaurus. The drones aboard Poseidon were 40 meters long, slightly smaller than their northern counterparts. They were a deep, cobalt blue and had the Poseidon trident emblazoned on their surface. They also bore laser blasters, 2 instead of 1, and 6 guided missiles. 2 of those were antimatter missiles, and the remaining 4 were soft water bombs. Their destructive power far outstripped Tyrannosaurus drones, and boasted of Poseidon's wealth. Laser fire was the proverbial bread and butter of fighter drones. It's how they stayed in the fight. Missiles were damaging, yes, but more importantly was whether the ships had enough energy reserves to stay in fray longer. Arming these drones with 2 laser guns proved Poseidon Group's faith that they had enough energy to meet and surpass their brethren from other alliances, the result of extensive scientific research. 10,000 drones were released from the bowels of Tyrannosaurus, a truly stunning number. However, not to be outdone, Poseidon boasted 18,000 fighters of their own, even more than the North's fallen Terminator bastion. Middle Heaven's drones were white and were marked with the ensign of the Blood Iron Khans. They were a surprising 60 meters long, even larger than Tyrannosaurus. Were it not for the sheer size of Middle Heaven, it wouldn't be capable of housing very many such machines. Although they were long, their construction was exceedingly slender and streamlined. None of them were fitted with missiles, but they did have 4 laser cannons as replacements. They were specialized to only one mode of combat. Flame decals adorned their tails. 3 very different classes of fighter drones, each as effective as the last. Poseidon's vessels appeared to be the most punishing, but were also the smallest. Appearances were deceiving. Tyrannosaurus drones were middle of the road in regards to size, and showed off the North's technical superiority. Finally there was Middle Heaven's squadron, largest of the group. However, size was not the most important factor in interstellar combat. Larger ships made larger targets for the enemy. What's more, they didn't have any missiles as secondary artillery. Contemporary military strategists would conclude they were the weakest of the 3 classes. The 4 laser cannons were notable, but largely disregarded as laughable, especially for Northerners. The North had more bastions, and thus more experience with them, than any other alliance. The drones aboard Tyrannosaurus were the result of all their research and expertise. They struck the perfect balance between attack, speed and maneuverability. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 826, Who is Mightiest? Chapter 826, Who is Mightiest? To the north, the Poseidon-class bastion was an upstart, new to the game. It was strong, certainly, but essentially purchased through the group's stupendous wealth. Meanwhile, Middle Heaven's fighter drones seemed unreasonable. The cost of laser guns were not cheap. Although they were reusable, unlike missiles, they had to be practical and function, otherwise they were just decoration. How much energy did they require? At the North's current level of technology, equipping their drones with 2 laser weapons was already pushing the upper limit. Continuous use of both drained their energy reserves quickly, making returns to the bastion for resupply more frequent. On average, a drone needed 30 minutes to charge their stores back to full capacity. That was 30 minutes away from the action. Drones weren't just used for harassing the enemy, either. They performed well at causing interference, which meant the longer they could remain on the field, the more effective they were. For laser guns looked impressive, and they could probably cause some damage, but how many shots could you get off? They were sitting ducks once their energy stores were exhausted without missiles to back them up, making them essentially useless. Half the time they'd spend docked on the bastion, charging. Middle Heaven had shocked the commanders of other vessels again and again throughout the war. Yet despite this, northern military officers scorned these new drones. The East was the East, they joked to one another, ever inferior. These fancy drones were little more than a ploy to trick the public into thinking they were strong. Their derisive comments would change, however, as the fight unfolded. As the 3 bastions released their cloud of drones, they spread out to the Armada's periphery. The ships were small, but were superior in both speed and maneuverability to their larger counterparts. As they burst past the defensive line, they didn't rush in for direct conflict against the aliens, and instead swung wide around their edges. Their goal was to harass and distract the enemy to protect the rest of the fleet. Numbering in the tens of thousands, it was unwise to disregard even these tiny drones. Before bastions, they were the forefront of military conflicts. After all, a million ant bites could bring down an elephant. A single drone couldn't do much, but a wave of them could be devastating. Drone pilots were carefully screened. They were among the highest trained, with their best surpassing God-ranked mecha pilots in skill. They couldn't capture a battlefield on their own, but a solid pilot could give the assistance needed to win the day. 3 sets of colorful drones darted among the enemy, each with their own style. The sky blue ships from Tyrannosaurus charged in, spreading out in all directions at the last moment like a blooming flower. Then, like a giant blanket, burned ahead to meet the encroaching alien forces. Tyrannosaurus' secondary weapons systems went live, firing beams of light into the enemy. Fleet vessels nearby lent their firepower to the frontal assault as well. But the aliens were determined to fight and die for their home worlds. They pushed ahead into the deadly barrage with complete disregard to their individual safety. Fighting at a distance was not their specialty, they had to press in close in order to destroy these pesky human ships. The first line of aliens were shredded beneath the hail of laser fire from Tyrannosaurus and its entourage. But the creatures were not foolish, the creatures at the fore of their charge were ones most suited toward defense. They were pummeled by the salvos but pushed ahead a good while before succumbing to their wounds. As they did, the beasts behind them picked up speed, desperate to close the gap. Tyrannosaurus fighter drones began to show the aliens their strength. All at once, the 2,000 drones leading the charge fired their antimatter rockets. Northern training was on full display as the attack was executed in almost perfect synchronicity. Only their targets were varied, to spread the destruction of their missiles over a wide area. Space lit up as the missiles found their marks. The sudden, intense blast flew the oncoming alien horde into chaos as the sturdier beasts fled to avoid the aftermath. Another 1,000 drones moved in from the rear and began peppering the enemy with laser fire. Attacks were coming from all sides and the aliens weren't sure which way to turn. The tactic was simple but effective: hit the enemy hard, then use superior speed and maneuverability to escape out of range. Meanwhile, the main human fleet was still tearing through swaths of foes, and Tyrannosaurus was turning to position its main gun while spraying fire from their secondary cannons. The bastions and its surrounding ships punished the creatures with the full might of their weapons, stopping the charge. Poseidon was even more effective. It was larger than the North's former flagship, Terminator, and was equipped with a plethora of secondary weapon arrays. The rays of energy it spat were a deep blue, as though it were spouting torrents of seawater at the enemy. Aside from its main weapons, Poseidon was also equipped with 12 auxiliary heavy cannons. They were strong enough that one blast was enough to rip apart aliens 3,000 meters long. The dense bombardment from their secondary weapon systems and railguns also outstripped Tyrannosaurus. Their drone's fighter style was also unique. They arranged themselves in circular formation around Poseidon, creating a defensive perimeter. When the aliens got close, those stacks of ring expanded and released its laser payload. Round after round of burning energy tore through the enemy ranks to create a perfect cover for the group's home vessel and forced the monsters back. Poseidon's main weapon was yet to be employed. Compared to Tyrannosaurus, it was holding back the tide of aliens with ease. The preponderance of resources available to the Poseidon group was on full display as their bastion's remarkable capabilities were revealed. But it was Middle Heaven that was under the greatest pressure, for they didn't face the lesser breeds of monsters. The East's flagship was the focus of the 12 titanic fiends and the 12 avatars that rode them. Their goal was to destroy Middle Heaven and strike a blow at the heart of the human armada. Middle Heaven was the core of human resistance, and its command center. If they didn't hold the line, it would spell the armada's destruction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 827, Sacrifice? Chapter 827, Sacrifice? Middle Heaven held nothing back. The moment its drones were dispatched, they shook the heavens with their offensive response. 15,000 drones flooded the battlefield like wasps from the hive. All 4 of their laser cannons were blazing from the outset, forcing lesser creatures back before they ever got close. The spread of their guns was so ubiquitous and intense they could rival 4 interstellar fleets. 5 such fleets surrounded Middle Heaven now, but for now their cannons were dark. It seemed like they were waiting for something. Likewise, Middle Heaven's honeycomb of cannons were on full display, but were not firing. The saffron yellow energy that twinkled in the depths of its guns could be seen, but no one knew when they would explode into action. One of Monarch's avatars was the commander of the enemy forces. It lifted its arm overhead, and in response the crocodile-like monsters picked up speed. Once more they roared a challenge at the human ships, but the shockwave they produced was aimed at the drones instead of the bastion.
Your bastion may be able to withstand our shockwave, it must have thought, but can your paltry drones?
It went without saying that shockwave was a restrictive force of the drones. The widespread attack limited their actions.
But Middle Heaven had an answer.
The drones broke off and scattered in all directions to try and avoid the blast. Meanwhile the barrels at the rear of Middle Heavens fired all together, hurling the bastion forward like an enormous cannonball. In the same moment the myriad of guns on its surface began to radiate with yellow light.
Lan Chang's earlier surprise attack, Solar Flare, was fresh in the enemy's mind. It had served as a profound lesson for them.
The Titans broke off their charge and the avatars that rode them swelled. In an instant they were 1,000 meters tall, evil giants in human flesh surrounded by a stifling aura.
They didn't attack right away, waiting for the perfect moment.
When the opportunity presented itself they would strike and destroy this bastion that had caused them so much suffering.
The Titans themselves were no less commanding than sovereign-class capital ships.
The avatars that commanded them were equivalent to Nirvana-level paragons.
They were confident in their overwhelming force, assured in the inevitable destruction of their prey.
Although bastions were a danger, their technology-based attacks were limited by resources. As they'd learned, Solar Flare was terrifyingly destructive but only within a certain scope. The avatars had the advantage of speed and knew Middle Heaven's plans, so the humans could not lure them close enough for the attack to do them harm. For the moment the battle was at a stalemate, but the aliens had the advantage of numbers.
Middle Heaven launched ahead alone.
Saffron light flickered against the purple skin of the beasts as the distance between them closed.
Suddenly the frontal cannons on Middle Heaven lit up. Just as Monarch's avatar thought a frontal attack was incoming, the whole bastion flared with blinding light. Its rear thrusters opened wide and the ship blazed ahead like an indomitable comet.
The sheer power radiating from the bastion was enough to strike fear in the hearts of the avatars. Almost automatically they tried to avoid where they thought the attack would come from, but Middle Heaven didn't stop. On the contrary, it continued to pick up speed, and all the while the bright yellow energy encasing it grew brighter. It looked like preparation for Solar Flare. More surprising to the fragment of Monarch was the erratic, almost unstable pulses of energy it felt from the bastion. The faster it went the more precarious it felt, like the entire ship could detonate at any moment.
Was it planning? After a moment of surprise the avatar understood what Middle Heaven was going to do. Middle Heaven wasn't moving in to attack them, it was heading right for Europa.
It was a blazing comet on a collision course with the Western capital.
Sacrifice itself? Monarch's doppelganger was bewildered.
The alien forces were confident they could repel the humans, even destroy them.
However, it had never occurred to them that Middle Heaven would throw itself into one of the humans' own planets. Middle Heaven, remember, was a planet that was remolded into a ship. The sheer catastrophic force of two planets colliding was terrifying to ponder. What's more, the fluctuating waves of power radiating from the ship far surpassed what the aliens imagined it was capable of. It was comparable to the energy of an exploding star. Even if the alien homeworlds completed their evolution, the explosion like that might be enough to destroy them. Unthinkable. Monarch's avatar released an ear-piercing shriek, calling the Titans back. They swung around and charged toward Middle Heaven, desperate to stop it at all costs. They could not allow the bastion to collide with Europa. Pressure on the remaining ships eased as the avatars were pulled from the battlefield. Though Middle Heaven was no longer in play, the 5 fleets it left behind and its drones were able to hold the line together with the other 2 bastions. Their long-ranged advantage continued to serve the humans as the battle progressed, substantially increased by the addition of the drones. The containment strategies and sheer number of the smaller ships made up for their lack of close-range combat ability. Much to the surprise of commanders on Poseidon and Tyrannosaurus, Middle Heaven's drones stayed in the fight despite its bastion leaving. Their stores of energy were far superior to the others, even employing double the number of laser guns per ship. One drone packed the punch of a battleship.
If it were a few ships it wouldn't mean much, but 15,000 such vessels was unheard of.
One salvo cleared out a huge area of foes, and the attacks were perfectly executed.
Clearly their training and cooperation were also superior.
After evading the enemy shockwave, they quickly became the main force for frontline.
Under their protection the 5 interstellar fleets continued to tear through the enemy with their own weapons, while reducing their own losses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 828, The Strongest Drones. Chapter 828, The Strongest Drones. Good man, is there anything Lan Jue can't do?
Huali wasn't as surprised by the status of Middle Heaven's drones as the Northerners were. After all, he knew Lan Jue better, and their relationship went beyond mere cooperation. Kang Hui's mind raced and decided that the East must have found some special method of energy use. It was the only way they could use 4 laser cannons over such a long period and not have to recharge. It was a truly game-changing development that he was completely unaware of until this moment. If not for this war, his military would still be in the dark. It was incredible to see this alliance, which the North consistently looked down on, rising to such technological prominence so quickly.
Middle Heaven was an example, superior to the North's fallen Terminator-class bastion. Kang Hui figured his alliance would need 3 bastions if they wanted to bring it down in a fight.
Nor were there any commanders on his side that could compare with Lan Jue. The Eastern Admiral had told them he would use Middle Heaven to lure the main force away and do whatever it could to reduce their numbers. He had not, however, told them how he'd planned to do that.
When Kang Hui saw Middle Heaven blazing toward Europa, he was just as surprised as the avatars. But he also knew the only way to truly deceive the enemy was to hide the truth from one's own side. Under Lan Jue's leadership, a single bastion was inscrutable and had limitless utility. Even his own soldiers didn't fully know what he was capable of or what his goals were. It was his greatest strength. By now Middle Heaven had stretched far from the main body of the armada, but the blinding light it emitted was clearly visible. Was he really planning to sacrifice himself and his ship in a kamikaze run? Whether or not it would succeed, the courage was stunning. If his own troops believed he was charging in for a final collision, of course the aliens did as well. 12 lumbering monstrosities raced after the burning bastion, guided by 12 avatars of the aliens' home planets. Meanwhile, the human and alien forces continued to pummel one another, neither gaining the upper hand. No one knew what would become of the valiant Middle Heaven either. Lan Jue stood in the bastion's control center, his eyes glued to the screens before him. His face was the same expressionless mask it always was. All of the ship's energy was being called on and the temperatures inside were reaching scalding levels. Through his enhanced perception, Lan Jue could sense every wave of erratic energy pulsing from the Malanite. This was precisely the sensation he was looking for. How else would he get the alien general's attention? If the 24 monsters that followed him were allowed to wreak havoc among the ship, humanity's chances of victory were slim. It didn't matter if the aliens break their lines or the humans pressed ahead to Europa, the result would be close combat. The aliens had them beat in that regard. So, Lan Jue conceived this plan before they set out. A suicide attack. These creatures were hell-bent on evolution. Destroying the human race wasn't their main objective. Lan Jue grasped this, and so he pushed the Molinite that powered Middle Heaven to its limit. Its precarious nature made them a threat even if solar flare wasn't used. He ignored the mighty beasts that sought to stop his charge and pressed ahead. Whether or not they followed, he didn't care. If they didn't give chase, his suicide run would be unhindered and their mission would be successful. Lan Jue knew how much energy was contained in the Molinite that powered his bastion. He knew what sort of devastation would be caused if it was released all at once on the alien homeworlds. At the very least, one of the planets would be completely obliterated. If the 3 were close enough, he could kill all 3. If sacrificing Middle Heaven meant the destruction of his enemy, Lan Jue considered that a worthy price. Not just for the East, but for all mankind. Of course, as he anticipated, the aliens had come after him and with a vengeance. They put their speed advantage to work and were on a course to intercept. Turn. Lan Jue coldly ordered. Middle Heaven's trajectory slowly started to change. It traced a burning arc in attempts to avoid being caught, then swung around again to keep Europa in its path. While Lan Jue wasn't sure of the planet's precise location, Lan Jue's recon intelligence had proven that they were here. Somehow Europa was involved in their evolution, so they couldn't be far. Europa's location was no secret, so that's where he was headed. The 12 crocodile beasts swung around to continue their pursuit. They gave up trying to cut the ship off and opted to attack its flanks directly. Furiously beating their wings to keep up, orbs of sickly purple-black energy were spat from their mouths. At the same time, the avatars that rode them leapt from the creatures and raced ahead with frightening speed. Their 1,000-meter-tall bodies blazed with the light of their powers, and together their auras threatened to drown out Middle Heaven's star-like luminescence. They hoped to forcibly bridle the bastion's speed. The closer they came to Middle Heaven, the sense of instability grew more intense. It could blow at any moment, and when it did, the aliens would have no chance to flee. So, although the avatars had the strength to stop the bastion, they nonetheless held back. Although they were simply fragments of the planets they came from, they still had a consciousness. Anything with a mind of its own feared death. Terrifying was the only way to expression the combination of the 12 titans and the avatars that commanded them.
Middle Heaven's shields were increased to their highest levels to withstand their attempts to slow it down. As a result, its speed invariably slowed. However, the wild fluctuations of energy never ceased. They were now far from the main battlefield. Merciless light flickered in the eyes of the primary avatar, another from Monarch. Its arms had become two massive tentacles that spread over Middle Heaven. They swelled larger as the suction pads that covered their underside sucked away the shield's energy. The human bastion had no way to cut itself free, but it could blast them away. A slithering cold crept up the avatar's spine, enough of a sensation to force it to react. Its tentacle arms detached like a lizard's tail, and it shot far into the distance as a beam of violet light. A dark golden light erupted from the position it had just abandoned. Below, a silhouette was visible on the planet's surface. Crack! The golden light became an enormous golden staff. The first beast to feel its wrath was one of the crocodiles, as the weapon smashed down on its enormous head. Its mighty skull caved in and the brains within were destroyed. 3 more images appeared as the monster is cut up into dozens of pieces. It became a cloud of blood and gore hovering in space. An image appeared just outside of the bastion, a figure clad head to toe in glittering golden armor. The parts of its body which were revealed were covered in coarse golden hair, and its eyes were a smoldering crimson gold that shone like dual suns. In its hand was the giant staff that had slain the giant beast. The image lunged toward the next group of enemies, swinging its staff. Its mighty aura alone frightened several avatars away. However, the 10,000-meter-long crocodiles could not so easily elude the attack. One by one they were smashed apart by the staff. Zhou had joined the fight, releasing the unbridled might of his winning Buddha Dharma. The ultimate paragon's appearance relieved Middle Heaven of its tormentors. On the other side of Middle Heaven a flash of pink flit by. Another beast had only half a moment to react before it froze solid. A surge of rainbow light painted the creature in a myriad of colors before burst into pieces. A vortex of red energy appeared moments later to swallow the remains of the creatures into nothing. Several of the 24 mightiest aliens were slain in the sudden sneak attack. Meanwhile, blinking lights heralded the arrival of several more figures around the bastion. Middle Heaven continued along its arc but no longer headed for Europa. Now it was burning back toward the main battle. The aliens were unprepared for the sudden change in circumstance. Losing 2 titans dropped their total power by no small amount, but they would not be deterred. They came around for another charge at Middle Heaven. Having transferred back onto Middle Heaven several minutes ago, they had been waiting for the right moment to strike back. They wanted to punish the creatures with their first appearance. This had been Lan Jue's plan all along, though he'd been taken aback by the full strength the monsters brought to bear. Still, Zhou and Zhou Qianlin had blocked 3 of their strongest, infinite-level powerhouses like themselves. The other paragons spread out to deal with the remainder. Humanity undoubtedly was inferior to the aliens in terms of sheer numbers. This was a disadvantage for them when considering aggregate power. However, they had Middle Heaven to rely on, and its honeycomb of cannons were effective support in thinning the alien horde. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 829, Head-on Conflict. Chapter 829, Head-on Conflict. Lan Jue and Qianlin's harmonious sword technique fought off 2 more avatars and 1 titan. Captus Anaxisis was empowered by Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain. Together, not only were the 2 not in danger, they even held the upper hand. Boundless starlight, enhanced by the Queen of Heaven domain, captured the 3 beasts within it. Lan Jue's palm of 5 lightnings was also a great boon. Since the monsters had to work harder to defend themselves against the domain, their harmonious swords forced them to stick together and combine their might to ward off destruction. It was still unsure which side would win, but for the moment the humans were not in danger of losing. The Terminator fought off 2 of the monsters by himself. Already intrepid and formidable, his strength swelled beneath the light of the Queen of Heaven. He was no less frightening than the creatures that assailed him, and keeping them at bay was not an issue. Things were going less happily for the other paragons. The beasts were all of Nirvana level at least. Other than the pharmacist whose slaughter domain helped her keep up despite being a reflection of heaven and earth, the others needed to double up against their foes. Those avatars not locked in battle with the paragons focused their attacks on Middle Heaven. Ag. Monarch's avatar, commanding the power of the infinite, roared in feral rage. The other avatars cried back in response. They broke off their attacks on Middle Heaven and focused entirely on the paragons. Zhou and Zhou Qianlin stood shoulder to shoulder, fighting off 3 more infinite-level aliens. Lan Jue and Qianlin were still at war against 2 avatars and a titan. The pharmacist had 1 avatar to herself.
The driver was focused on a Titan, relying on the power of his primordial lightning to keep it pinned down. The Terminator was using all the strength available to him to battle 2 avatars. Yet this was only 10 of the creatures. The remaining 12 fell upon the rest of the human defense: the Winemaster, Clockmaker, Pauper, Keeper, Bookworm, the 2 gods of wine, the Pontiff, and Gourmet. Just in terms of numbers they were at a disadvantage. What's more, they couldn't match up man to man in terms of discipline strength. The Clockmaker had already summoned her dermic image, the enormous grandfather clock manipulating the flows of time to their benefit. The remaining 8 paragons fought for their lives head-to-head against a superior enemy.
Go help them, Zhou Di said to Luo Qianlin at his side. The 2 of them were faring well against 3 infinite-level monsters.
Zhou Di's golden staff was almost more than his foes could protect against. They were forced to defend themselves with everything they had and had no way to fight back. With the addition of Luo Qianlin's mystical camera, they had already managed to cause them some harm. But while they were gaining ground, their allies were in dire straits.
Zhou Di had to make a decision.
Luo Qianlin stared at him for a moment but offered no resistance. In a flash of pink she was gone, off to help their friends.
Take advice from Luo Qianlin. A camera is all you need. Click.
With the sound of the shutter, all area above the 12 aliens was painted pink. 12 mirror images of Luo Qianlin appeared from nowhere. The aliens froze in place. The rest of the paragons saw their moment. The Keeper and Bookworm's positron cannon, the Winemaster's dimensional compression, Gourmet's soulfire, Pauper's taming dragon palm, and the other special attacks were unleashed all at the same moment.
At last some respite. But containing so many Nirvana-level creatures was not easy for the photographer.
They remained frozen only for a moment, but at last the situation was coming under control. As Luo Qianlin left, the pressure on Zhou Di rose sharply. The 3 avatars he faced were the closest in strength to the planets themselves.
Their experience in war was varied and extensive. Resilient tentacles lashed around the paragons and he drew upon his Devagati domain to hold them back.
Suddenly this sector of space was filled with copies of the man, but when faced against the planet's doppelganger they had little deterring effect. All they could do was distract and harass.
Together the 3 monsters began to chip away at his domain.
While he quickly patched the holes they created, he was slowly losing ground. All the while Zhou Di faced his foes with a calm face. He swung his staff in an endless flurry of attacks, pummeling them with his 1,000-ton cudgel technique.
The avatars worked together to defend themselves. Queen's avatar split into several copies, revealing her master of interdimensional powers. Her images flit in and out of existence, attacking Zhou Di's blind spots. Consort's fragment hovered by Monarch's avatar and manipulated time around them. Achieving such heights of power, the homeworlds were knowledgeable in all the ways of the universe.
Creation, destruction, spacetime, all of them were fundamental powers of reality. In order to evolve and create their own realm, these were the powers they'd focused on cultivating.
Monarch's avatar was encased in a shell of dark purple light. It glared at Zhou Di with a ghastly face.
Its arms had split into countless tentacles that seemed to swipe at the human from everywhere at once.
Its own domain fluctuated between creation and destruction, in constant conflict with Zhou Di's imposing aura.
Zhou Di was strong, but even he had his limits within the infinite. Facing 3 enemies of similar strength, even with all his knowledge and fighting experience, turning the tide to his favor would be extremely difficult.
The war continued on 3 fronts.
Suddenly, a light erupted around them. While the aliens were busy with the paragons, Middle Heaven had slipped away and rejoined the main battle. So far the Armada had not gained ground, but were holding their own. The most dramatic fights were among the paragons, but winning victory on the main field was key to success.
If they could destroy the enemy's primary force, it would take the pressure off the human ships and give them more leeway. Lan Chang did not join the Paragon battle, but not for lack of desire.
He had a more important task to manage.
When Middle Heaven returned, the alien leadership did not follow.
Seeing their mighty bastion return unscathed, the human soldiers felt their hearts surge with hope. The moment it returned to battle, Middle Heaven's array of cannons were unleashed.
With its molinite contained, the energy was refocused toward the bastion's devastating attacks.
Meanwhile, Middle Heaven's drones were finally able to return and charge their weapons. After so long, nearly all the drones from every bastion were low on energy. They had to return and recharge before returning to the front.
For the moment, the Armada was in a weaker position as its backup dwindled.
They had to hold while their drones recharged. This was why Middle Heaven hurried to return to their side. The alien forces had sacrificed much, but were nearly through the human defensive line. The Armada had begun to suffer significant losses. However, as Middle Heaven came in guns blazing, the aliens were shoved back. The fleet commanders had some space to breathe. As one side gained ground, the other responded, back and forth as the fight continued.
The stalemate kept both sides from dealing a definitive blow. Now it was a matter of who could hold out longer. At present it appeared as though it was the aliens who were suffering greatest. Though the humans had to maintain a continuous rate of fire, they were not losing many ships and could hold out against a thinning alien horde. However, they were only gaining against weaker breeds of creatures. The stronger ones among them were withstanding the attacks, so the losses they faced were only their lower caste. The core of the alien army remained intact.
Hum. A strange buzzing sound arose as suddenly 6 glittering blue halos appeared. They spread out among the aliens, washing over them and freezing them in place.
Poseidon's main weapons fired, 6 soft water bombs detonating in the midst of their enemies.
All of a sudden their side of the field was less crowded. Though the attack was hardly flashy, the efficacy of Poseidon's primary weapons were uncontested. In this fight they were even more effective than Tyrannosaurus. The northern bastion did not employ its main cannon, the cost would be too great. The enemy was too spread out and using it would be like trying to hit a mosquito with laser rifle. Under these conditions it was more useful to siphon that power into their shields, keeping them in the fight as long as possible. Though they were holding their own, the situation was looking less favorable for the humans. This was especially true for the paragons, who were stretched thin. If one fell, it could cascade into a torrent that would turn the battle against them.
Lan Chang wasn't the only one who saw it.
Kang Hui and Hua Li recognized the danger as well.
Lan Chang, I'm going in to join them. We can't afford to lose that fight.
Hua Li said impatiently to Lan Chang's image on his screen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 830, All Out. Chapter 830, All Out.
Only a paragon could participate in a paragon battle. Only Hua Li, Lan Chang, and Chu Chang were not yet involved as they were commanding forces.
Lan Chang answered Hua Li's statement with a thoughtful frown.
He heard another voice from beside the Poseidon Group patriarch.
No, you can't go. You are the symbol of our people.
If something happens to you, our soldiers may be routed. Certainly the voice belonged to Mo Xiao.
Lan Chang happened to agree with her too.
Just as he was needed on Middle-earth, Hua Li was this generation's guide and commander. If something happened to him while he was off ship, Poseidon Group would suffer.
Mo Xiao is right. You can't go.
Lan Qing decided. Hua Li hurried to respond.
You think Poseidon Group is so fragile that they can't survive without me?
I have to go, Zhu and the others can't hold out for long and I'm doing nothing for our cause on this ship.
Mo Xiao, you keep my absence a secret, don't let anyone know where I've gone. Hua Li hung up before anyone else could voice objections. Poseidon-class bastion ship. No. You can't go. Mo Xiao clung to his arm.
She looked at him but not in anger, instead imploring him with her eyes. But he regarded her with firm determination.
I have to go. How can I abandon my brother?
Besides, paragons are the backbone of our strategy, we're the only soldiers who can win this war.
My addition might be the last straw needed to break the aliens' back.
Mo Xiao opened her mouth to protest further, but before she could, Hua Li turned to water in her grip. He collapsed to the floor in a cascade of gentle blue light and vanished.
Tears fell unbidden from Mo Xiao's eyes.
She stared at the spot he'd stood with a deep pain writ plain on her face.
Why? She asked the air. Why do you treat me this way? I'm your wife. Poseidon was inspired to join the fight.
Elsewhere, someone else with fire in their heart joined the battle. 2 beams of light, one blue, one red, appeared in space among the ships. Gray flames licked the wake around the stream of red light as it cut a bloody swath toward the other paragons. Meanwhile, Hua Li faced little resistance. The enemy was still trying to recover from the soft water bombs.
I knew you wouldn't be able to help yourself.
When he saw his friend, Hua Li grinned.
Chu Chang sniffed pridefully. What do you mean help myself? I am the very definition of undaunted, this is courage you're looking at. Aren't I heroic?
Hua Li looked down his nose at his friend.
Heroism or horseshit? Prove it on the battlefield. Let's go.
The two of them raced toward Lan Jue and the others, leaving brilliant trails of light behind them. They'd only stepped foot in the realm of protogenia, but any help would draw pressure from their allies.
As they shot off to join the paragons, things were changing on the main field as well.
Not more than 5 minutes after Hua Li's charge, thousands of drones poured from Middle Heaven's hangars. During the last clash, 1/10 of the Bastion's drones had fallen to alien attacks. Now their numbers had shrunk to 13,000, but still enough to be a decisive presence on the battlefield. The total number still hovered around 15,000 if you included the 1,000 or so other fighters that had joined unexpectedly. Star Division had also transferred over with the Paragons. The Allied forces had thrown everything they could toward victory, every ship, soldier and weapon. Star Division had had no more than an hour to rest after their fight on Angel before being thrust into the main conflict. But their morale was high, and their lust for glory strong. Finally, they had an opportunity to really show the universe what they could do. If they survived, they would come back as heroes of humanity. Skyfire Avenue's great fighting force already proved their worth by repelling the alien sneak attack on Angel. This time, though, they were fighting on their own. There were no Paragons to back them up, but they were not needed. With Middle Heaven as backup, Star Division quickly stabilized the field and prevented the aliens from breaking past the Armada's lines. Lan Jue's mission for them was simple: fill in the gaps. Allies' forces were doing a fair job at being everywhere at once, but they weren't perfect. Inevitably some aliens would break through, and once they did they caused considerable damage. Star Division's job was to spread out in units and kill the beasts that found their way in. This sort of fight suited them just fine. Individually they were strong, but that didn't help them in a space battle where large-scale cooperation was needed. However, mopping up whatever was left they took to like fish to water. Their presence shored up the Allied defenses and protected their backline. The situation on the field was less volatile with their presence. Kang Hui was shocked when he learned that Middle Heaven's drones were back in the fight after only 5 minutes. How is this possible? His own drones needed at least 20 minutes before they were fully charged. He wasn't sure about Poseidon Group, but he figured it had to be similar. But why would it be different for Middle Heaven? It was beyond anything he'd witnessed before. It was an Eastern secret, which Lan Jue was of course not permitted to share. At any rate, the North couldn't replicate Middle Heaven's fighters even if it knew how. Each one of the drones used a small amount of molinite as their reactor core. They used the same power that gave the Bastion life to power their own systems and weapons. Their core design was based on the energy from molinite, and optimized for its use. However, they could not store the energy for long. Due to its unstable nature, the molinite would decay quickly. In other words, the drones could only function if they remained near enough to Middle Heaven for them to recharge regularly. If they were gone too long or too far, their fighting capability fell off sharply, nothing more than flying scrap metal. In the end, even the East couldn't replicate Middle Heaven's drones. However, so long as they were around Middle Heaven, they were the Bastion's trump card. Another interesting aspect of their construction had to do with their missiles. While molinite afforded the drones tremendous staying power in a fight, their erratic energy made bombs unstable. Bombs made out of the stuff were simply too likely to explode when you least wanted them to. But despite the dangers, molinite far outstripped any other energy medium for drone reactor cores. They only took 3 minutes to recharge, with a minute each to dock and redeploy. 1/4 the time of anyone else. It took Kang Hui several moments before he regained focus. He couldn't help but admire Middle Heaven's strength. The speed and dominance of its drones was so superior, 3 Bastions would likely struggle in a fight against it. That was before one considered Lan Jue's keen military mind. Once its drones were back in the field, Middle Heaven also began to react. The greatest boon to the human forces now was the fact that the strongest of the aliens were split in two. One portion of them had been busy near Angel and hadn't returned. The remainder were currently warring with the Paragons. Neither could lend their influence to the main battle. Although the number of aliens throwing themselves at the Armada was sizable, they were nonetheless weaker by comparison. This allowed the ships to punish the creatures without much fear of reprisal. Lan Jue called out an order through his dedicated communications channel. Engage war planet status. Sirens wailed all throughout the Bastion and personnel were racing to their stations. If some omnipotent being were watching, they could see everyone strapping themselves down with sturdy harnesses. Middle Heaven began to shake. Somehow the molinite that powered the ship was galvanized and began to pulse with waves of energy. The oscillations were so intense they could be seen from kilometers away. Flickering orange light shuddered through Middle Heaven and erupted from its rocky surface in bands of color. The honeycomb cannons that dotted its surface were retracted as the light completely enveloped it. In some ways it looked like it had when preparing for the solar flare. Mo Xiao, use Poseidon to engage the enemy with your full arsenal. If you want Huali to return without incident, we need to throw everything we have behind a decisive victory right now. Lan Jue's stern, cold voice crackled through Mo Xiao's screen. She looked back at him with an equally frigid expression. She never liked the Lan brother, but she was an intelligent woman. She had to be in order to lead the Poseidon family business. Lan Chang was right, if she wanted Holly back it started right here.
Activating Poseidon's Trident mode.
It was Poseidon's turn to shiver as the whole bastion began to change. The spherical ship stretched as its innards peeked free, completely modifying its shape.
A shape-shifting bastion. It was incredible to behold. Kang Hui stared from Tyrannosaurus Bridge in wonderment.
The ship he commanded was a traditional one, and that meant balance among all the normal bastion systems. But there was nothing normal about either of the bastions he was allied with. He had no idea what Middle Heaven was up to, and Poseidon was in the middle of a stupendous transformation. Little by little Poseidon Group's bastion split and reformed, until it rearranged itself into a humanoid shape.
It even bore a weapon, an absolutely humongous golden trident.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 831, Transforming Poseidon. Chapter 831, Transforming Poseidon. Kang Hui wasn't the only one with his mouth open.
Lan Chang was just as surprised. Suddenly Poseidon looked like a mecha suit the likes of which the universe had never seen. Even the titanic aliens, which before had been terrifying to look upon, were like worms beside the group's flagship. It was easily 10 times the size of the largest aliens, enormous even in the backdrop of space.
Especially dazzling was the trident it bore, a sparkling gold weapon that stretched almost its whole length.
Soft water bombs could be seen strapped to either side of its chest, and the whole ship radiated with a gentle blue light. Just being able to change the way it did must have cost Poseidon Group twice what it cost to transform An Luan into a bastion. Lan Xing, as the highest military commander of the Armada, knew that plans for a mecha-style bastion had been proposed before. The benefits of such a creation were obvious, first among them the variable fighting style a human-like body could afford.
Deeper study into bionics could improve both its offense and defense.
He knew the mecha proposal had undergone a lot of debate and analysis, but in the end it was deemed impractical. The cost was astronomical, and getting the thing to maintain equilibrium out in space was a significant challenge.
A circular construction simply made more sense.
Gravity, for example, was easier to manage for a sphere.
A planet-like structure was most suitable. Because it was the path of least resistance, science and technology had kept to those standards.
Gravity was far more complicated to control in a human-shaped ship, both technologically and in terms of resources. In the end, nothing concrete came out of the discussions. Even the North, with all their wealth and technology, abandoned the thought. They kept the idea of bionics but went in a different direction. In this moment, however, Poseidon Group announced to the universe that not only did they complete a transforming bastion, but a mecha-style one. It had the myriad benefits of a traditional spherical bastion, but also a mecha.
Shocking did not give it justice. Its creation heralded a new era in research and technology.
Now Lan Chang understood why Huali had such confidence in the bastion. It was nothing short of extraordinary. He could also appreciate his friend's secrecy. This was privileged information that gave the group an upper hand.
Mo Xiao wouldn't have revealed it unless as a last resort. Poseidon swung its golden trident, sprightly despite its size.
A golden light spilled from its tripointed head and pierced a group of aliens like a pillar from heaven. With both hands firmly gripping the trident's shaft, it swung the weapon all around whilst its primary and secondary weapons exploded into action. In an instant, its offensive capabilities swelled to twice its former levels. By the time it swung into action, Middle Heaven had also completed its own transformation. Piercing beams of saffron light spat out in every direction, turning Middle Heaven into blazing hedgehog. Every column of light was like a blade 3 kilometers long, and they covered the bastion's surface in a dense and bristling coat. The ship began to rotate. It started slowly, but before long Middle Heaven was spinning fast as a top. When it seemed like spinning any faster would rip it apart, the war planet launched into the midst of enemy forces. Aliens began to fall like meat in a grinder as the bastion abandoned the need to maintain distance. Whether Poseidon or Middle Heaven, both bastions' fighting styles relied on their overwhelming size. It went without saying that their new tactics drained far more energy than normal. Middle Heaven had the Molinite to support it, but only Poseidon's leaders knew what kept their bastion going. The group's history and supremacy were long, their secrets profound. Even now there was much the rest of humanity didn't know about the secretive organization. Situations on the battlefield changed as the two bastions tipped their hand. The stalemate that had developed was reversed. Middle Heaven crashed through the alien forces at blinding speed, churning through them like a scythe through dry weeds. Poseidon crushed its enemies just as easily. The giant copy of Triton pummeled the aliens with its weapon system, but it was the Trident that caused the greatest turmoil. Whatever material was used in its construction was a mystery.
Though witnesses had seen its construction in multiple stages through the transformation, it seemed as sturdy as a single piece. Whatever its golden light passed, the aliens were disintegrated. Even the strongest were struck down.
Lan Chang watched his screens as the system's analysis flickered by. All he could learn from the data was that antimatter energy surrounded the Transformer Bastion's weapon.
What sort of energy was needed to keep a machine like that operational during a battle?
Changes in the main battle were also influencing matters in another section of space. So far, the human paragons could only describe their situation as hanging on by the skin of their teeth. Zhu Di was actually able to hold his own against 3 aliens, alternating seamlessly between attack and defense. Although he had lost the upper hand, he was still able to keep his opponents fully engaged. Relying on the versatility and power of his golden staff, he kept the 3 infinite-level avatars from harassing the other paragons.
But circumstances were less favorable for the others. Lan Jue and Qianlin continued to wage war against 3 of the aliens.
Though they were in a dominating position to start, Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain was incredibly draining. Even with Qianlin's help, it was exhausting to maintain his domain at full strength while simultaneously fighting off 3 Nirvana-level monsters.
As strong as the harmonious swords were, their enemies were not run-of-the-mill.
2 avatars and a titan, with their creation-destruction domains combined, were the equivalent of a paragon who'd reached the infinite. For now, both sides refused to give in, but Lan Jue and Qianlin were inferior in cultivation. They were beginning to feel the pressure.
It was a dramatic display.
Heterochromatic blasts of lightning filled the blackness of space, glaring off of the Emperor of the North Star's so-white robes. The aliens were vortices of purple-black madness that swirled chaotically, eroding the boundless starlight domain. As the 5 lightnings continued to roar and crash, reality collapsed in on itself all around them. When beings of such total power clashed, technique was less important than force. Besides styles like the harmonious swords, which amplified ability, their war was one of direct protogenic superiority. As exhaustion began to set in, Lan Jue found it increasingly difficult to maintain his dermic image. Qianlin's domain was stretched to its limit, but she had more than just Lan Jue to consider. She was responsible for the breadth of where her power touched and all the paragons within it. Beneath the mad rage of these monsters, they were only just managing to hold back destruction. Their one spot of luck was Qianlin's skills, which allowed Zhu Di and Luo Xianni to express the totality of their strength while the aliens had to hold back for fear of universal protogenia. Were it not for the Queen of Heaven, they would have been crushed under the might of the alien avatars and their titans. Yet the weight on her shoulders was an enormous load to bear, and Qianlin was tiring. Faith from the people she'd saved was how she persevered. The shifting dynamics of the main battle worried the alien generals.
But contrary to Lan Qing's assumptions, they did not move in to support their failing army.
On the contrary, they fought harder against the paragons, proving that they saw the Adepts as their greatest threat.
Saving their soldiers but leaving the mighty humans alive was pointless.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 832, Forced Advancement. Chapter 832, Forced Advancement. Lan Jue and the others felt the pressure mounting when suddenly the alien offensive reached a wild crescendo.
Humph. The pontiff lurched with a grunt, and the staff clutched in his hands cracked. The holy light that enveloped him dimmed visibly as a trickle of blood exited the corner of his mouth. The loss of his perennial adversary lingered in his mind, a sadness that ate away at him.
After all, what was light without darkness?
He fought with everything left in him, especially after witnessing the hell that had descended upon Europa. His heart broke to look upon the carnage, to know that the pontiff's bloodline would likely end now with him. The power of his holy light was strong against the heathen alien force, especially under the empowering light of the Queen of Heaven.
But his enemies were too strong.
A momentary dip in defenses had left him open to a blast from one of the titans. This half-beat of exhaustion made his protogenia unstable. It felt like his organs were on fire. Qianlin's Queen of Heaven domain had, thankfully, prevented his loss of control from consuming him entirely.
However, the paragons were only just holding their foes back. A single chink in their armor could spell disaster. Luo Xianni reacted quickly, tricking the enemy and sending several of the aliens into deep space.
For the moment they were removed from play, but even then the paragons were on the precipice of losing control. This wasn't the first fight these valiant men and women had fought, even within the last few hours. Each of them had fought hard against the Violet Prince and his coterie mere hours before. They had leapt from the frying pan to the proverbial fire the moment they returned to Middle Heaven. After the pontiff began to falter, the bookworm and keeper began to show signs of fatigue.
It was enough for the enemy's domain to prosper.
Both were blasted away, bleeding from serious injuries.
All seemed lost.
A terrible howl shuddered through everyone. Their eyes were stabbed by a light so bright and resplendent they winced against the intensity.
A crystalline, purple blaze spread out all around them that was quickly followed by an incomparably powerful aura. Purple. A purple that swallowed the entirety of the universe. A noble, terrible purple spreading through the whole battlefield. Even the mighty warriors of the infinite stopped to stare in wide-eyed wonderment.
Lan Jue's heart sank, his face stern.
The image of his Dharma, the middle heaven great emperor of the North Star of purple subtlety, was clearer than ever.
The myriad stars that twinkled in the distance dimmed.
Even Europa and the 3 alien planets were less visible.
The aura that enveloped him inflated with stunning speed and intensity, so intense that an entirely new consciousness seemed to spring up in the universe around them. Even the stars submitted themselves to it. This ubiquitous awareness appeared as Lan Jue's aura exploded outward by orders of magnitude. His Dharma loomed large, golden runes blazing into existence upon the blade of cactus gripped in its hand.
In the same instant a change overcome the image of Kuan Yin.
The outline of an arrow was etched in her forehead and moments later Qianlin's image was painted a pale shade of gold. So intense was her light that it could be seen burning from the surface of human planets in the far distance. Not only was her dharmic image clearer, but ghost-like copies spread out behind her. Instantly the influence of her light surged and the paragons each felt no less than 10% more capable. Those that had been injured felt their protogenia quickly recover.
Did they break through?
The aliens stared in shock, but it was a state mirrored by their human enemies.
Lan Jue's face vanished, replaced with one very similar but far more imposing.
The golden runes etched into cactus flared and as their light spread out the tint of purple was washed away. A beautiful, starry expanse took its place. It was like the entirety of the universe was being pressed into this small space. The countless stars clustered around the powerful beings present, man and alien alike.
Boom!
The vibrations from the explosion reverberated through the souls of everyone present. The Emperor of Heaven expanded to 100 times its size, making Poseidon look like a child's toy. It slowly carved a path with its weapon, leaving behind a curtain of red that covered everything.
Weaker alien monsters felt their vitality vanish, burned away in an instant before the eternity of death overtook them. In the midst of everyone appeared a great portal of light. 3 words hovered above it: Gate of Cataclysm 1.
Blood-red light flickered from the portal like a giant vortex. It drank up the souls of the monsters from every corner of the battlefield.
The 3 infinite-level alien generals were the first to react before being destroyed.
They released the entirety of their power without reservation, spreading their domain out to its limits to ward off the deadly glare of the gate. They were thousands of kilometers away before the gates was fully open. Other aliens also attempted to flee, but the hunger of the gate was more than they could contend against. The first to be consumed by its light, one of the titans, didn't even have time to scream before death came for it. One was quickly followed by 2, then a third as the slower monsters were swallowed up. 3 Nirvana-level generals lost their life to the Gate of Cataclysm. However, in the midst of this terrifying display, the 3 alien homeworlds suddenly grew brighter. Violet light erupted from their surfaces like a haze. It stretched all the way out to the beleaguered alien generals, and when it crested over them they were swept away.
Vanished.
The burning words above the portal began to weaken, the majestic image of the Emperor started to fade.
Though it shrunk back to its former size, the strange consciousness it had birthed remained all around them, omnipotent and eternal. Lan Jue reappeared among the others, kneeling in the vacuum of space hand in hand with Qianlin.
Both of their faces were oddly flushed, eyes closed. Zhu Di looked at them with furrowed brows. He swung his golden staff and a golden light surrounded the human paragons.
In a flash they were gone. The violet light from the alien homeworlds dissolved and suddenly everything was back to normal.
And yet it wasn't, for the aura of those planets was still palpable.
Who could say if they were now capable of fighting back? A few breaths later the alien generals returned, though they weren't alone.
This time they were joined by the Violet Prince and Princess, and their horde. They started for the main battlefield.
Poseidon and Middle Heaven gave the enemy creatures no quarter.
With the aid of their drones, the aliens were on the verge of destruction. Poseidon's trident was particularly devastating, obliterating anything unfortunate enough to be in the path of its light.
Hum. The buzzing sound came over them like a wave.
Finally the aliens, until now indomitable in their will to fight, broke off their attack and retreated. The Violent Prince, riding his giant monstrosity, came bearing down upon the armada with his generals at his side. Their eyes burned with lust for destruction.
The fighting stopped.
Middle Heaven and Poseidon paused, waiting. The Allied fleet had suffered significant losses over the last few hours, but the aliens had suffered far worse. In terms of sheer numbers, the humans had come out of the battle victorious. But whether that would remain true if the fight continued was hard to say. After all, for all their strength the Paragons had proved incapable of defeating the alien commanders. The alien horde fell back behind the prince, falling into formation.
The two armies kept their distance, staring.
Drones from the various bastions returned to their ships to charge.
Once more, they found themselves in a stalemate.
Their war shook the heavens, both sides needed a moment to catch their breath.
Lan Jue and Qianlin were teleported back aboard Middle Heaven with the photographer's help, though they themselves remained unchanged. They knelt across from one another as flows of protogenia whipped around them erratically.
Qianlin's domain appeared and disappeared in maddening flickers of power. From time to time her pretty face would twist into expressions of pain. In those last moments their situation had become critical. To save the lives of his compatriots, Lan Jue had decided to force a breakthrough. His cultivation had already been at the border of reflection of heaven and earth, as had Zhou Qianlin's. Both of them had been trying to repress the draw of nirvana.
They had no choice.
The only way to free themselves from the alien onslaught was to take drastic measures. They were in danger of being overrun, and the creatures had left them no opportunity to flee.
They couldn't afford to die. If they did, if the Paragons were lost, then humanity was lost.
Lan Jue was forced to decide, and he chose to break through. Rising to new heights of power galvanized his protogenia. It also solidified the disparate pieces of his inheritance and summoned the consciousness of the Emperor of the North Star. As Lan Jue had hoped, gathering the spirit of the Emperor had temporarily catapulted him into incredible levels of power. The power and influence of his boundless starlight domain soared, to the point where it unlocked the profound truths hidden with Captus and summoned the gates of cataclysm.
3 of the mighty alien creatures were swallowed up by its terrible power.
But this time his breakthrough was different. He was rising to a new level of Paragon, whereas before he was transforming from an adept. Crossing the threshold to a new understanding of protogenia, and the changes it wrought were distinct.
Before he rose sharply as a result of accumulated learning.
This time he forced a breakthrough. Power summoned from the vestiges of the Emperor of the North Star was less potent. 1. The name of Lan Jue's sword in Chinese is directly translated as collapsing immortal sword or trapping immortal sword. The portal shares the same name, but I changed it to cataclysm due to the manifestation of the sword's power.
You can see it in action when parts of reality collapse after its use.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 833, Collapsing Crisis. Chapter 833, Collapsing Crisis. An important distinction was control.
Although Lan Jue managed to regulate the flows of protogenia to some degree, management of it was difficult. If he and Qianlin had been on more solid ground, their harmonious swords technique would have slain a third of the alien hierarchy. He saved the lives of his friends by breaking through early. But now there were after effects to contend with. The couple were struggling against a sea of raging protogenia that threatened to swallow them up or shatter altogether.
The pain of it was unimaginable.
For Lan Jue the situation was slightly better because of a solid foundation.
The problem was more serious for Zhou Qianlin.
Their connection meant his breakthrough catalyzed hers. In many ways they were one entity, and one couldn't cross the threshold to another level without the other. Qianlin's foundation was less stable than Lan Jue's, and her protogenia sputtered as she struggled to keep it under control. If not for the Queen of Heaven's inherent ability to soothe these energies, she would already have been consumed by the raw power.
Lan Jue helped as much as he could, absorbing the excess energies and protogenia from her.
He fought to help her assimilate these powers, taking on the pressure of two people's breakthrough. He would be able to stabilize his own ascension, but Qianlin needed his help. The alien horde was not aware of Lan Jue's precarious situation. All they witnessed was the breakthrough of the two young lovers. Fear of what they could do was part of what stayed their hand.
What can we do? Luo Xianni asked of Zhu Di. Lan Jue's father shook his head. There is nothing we can do, only they have the power to get through it. Their breakthrough isn't complete until they've learned to control it.
Their condition is dire, but they're managing for the time being. The more time we give them to sort it out, the more likely they are to succeed.
Instead of being at ease from his determination, Luo Xianni was shocked.
Are you saying they could collapse?
GD nodded solemnly.
He did it to save us all. At the time it was necessary.
Lan Jue knew there was a risk he could lose control, but the aliens were too strong.
His decision was well timed. The Violet Prince and Princess arrived only moments after their escape. If they had delayed any longer, there was a good chance many Paragons would have died.
Breaking through then would have been too late.
Lan Jue's rash decision had saved their lives and given them a chance to keep fighting.
Is there nothing? No technique we can try? Luo Xianni asked. We can't help them bear the pressure? Zhu Di categorically refuted.
No, it would only add to the chaos of their protogenia. He trailed off as Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin's features changed. Thin cracks appeared in spacetime around them and frightening gusts of errant protogenia surged.
No! Luo Xianni gasped.
Without hesitation she released her interdimensional powers, transferring her children and Zhu, as well as herself, out into space behind Middle Heaven.
She had no choice. Unrestricted power from two Nirvana-level paragons could tear the Eastern Bastion apart from the inside.
Lan Chang had been given the news and stood within the control center with his hands clenched into fists. The screen in front of him flickered as it changed to the scene outside, focused on his little brother and future sister-in-law.
Flickers of lightning snaked around Lan Jue. Qianlin, too, was surrounded by a blinding white light like 1,000 thunderclaps. Both of them were on the verge of total protogenic collapse. Breakthroughs were a tricky thing. Too slow and you hampered development, but too fast and you risked losing control of the powers that used you as a conduit. That was the problem they faced now. Luo Xianni's chest heaved as she battled her fear. Zhu Di's hands had curled into white-knuckled fists. Both of them could do nothing but fear for the lives of their children. Something he'd heard from the clairvoyant suddenly sprang up in Lan Qing's mind. Lan Jue was the key to surviving disaster. So long as he lived there was hope. But if he died... The Admiral shut his eyes tight. He fought the dread that roiled within him so fiercely he didn't notice his fingernails digging into his palms, drawing blood. Zhu, endure. He was trying, but the intensity of his breakthrough with Qianlin was tremendous. Nirvana, vast and pervasive. It felt like his protogenia was fragmenting. All the different kinds of it, everywhere all at once. He could feel it spread out through the universe like an inseparable part of the fabric of reality. He knew so little of this truth, a knowledge that only scratched the surface. Qianlin was altogether unfamiliar with it. Neither of them knew what they faced or how to control it. The cultivation process was about deepening one's understanding. Through exploring one's own protogenia, a paragon uncovered the secrets of the universe as they pertained to them. Reaching milestones of knowledge was how one rose to higher levels. Lan Jue and Qianlin had reached nirvana from being adepts in the space of a few days. Their outstanding success in breaking through catapulted them to reflections of heaven and earth. Then, through the power of faith, they were ascended to the border of nirvana. Climbing so fast was not just unthinkable, it was dangerous. Before them, there were only 3 other paragons of comparable strength. The Terminator was an old master, one who had used many years of studious learning to achieve his strength. Lan Jue and Qianlin achieved the same realizations in a fraction of the time. Fissures in reality continued to appear around them as wild protogenia began to snowball out of control. Pain and pressure mounted as time stretched on. Protogenic collapse inevitably lead to mental breakdown. When their will collapsed, so would the rest of them. Despair crept into Lan Jue's heart. Although he'd been a paragon only a short time, he'd experienced the world of protogenia through his Zeus ascension for years. He knew what collapse meant, knew what it felt like when it crossed the line into chaos. He'd reached a point of no return. If he was concerned for himself alone, he could prevail. But focusing on himself would abandon Qianlin to destruction. Could he give up the woman who so selflessly sacrificed herself for him? Of course not. Had the time come for the two of them to pass into history, as he promised they would, together? Lan Jue was unwilling to accept it, not because he feared death. Crossing into the spirit realm with his love was not such a bad thing, but because he couldn't free humanity from the scourge of alien covetousness. Not even his death would give humanity a chance to survive. His body began to grow translucent. Cracks and fractures that had appeared around him were absorbed into his ethereal form to make him seem incomplete. Zhu Di could stand it no more and shut his eyes against the pain. He, too, knew there was no going back. Lan Jue had lost control of his protogenia. Qianlin was better off, but only slightly. It was done. Everything, lost. Luo Xianni's eyes were wet with tears. Why didn't she decide to sacrifice herself in his place? If she hadn't been so selfish with her own life, perhaps these two could have lived. Why did she hesitate? Something began to flicker in the center of Lan Jue's chest. A sound like shards of shattered glass colliding hung over him. It was followed by a golden light which, though it was not brilliant, quickly spread out around him like a star's corona. It spread farther, encompassing both Lan Jue and Qianlin and painting both of them gold. The waves of erratic protogenia they released slowed, their figures becoming more substantive. 1. Suddenly the universe around them seemed to light up. For a moment it was like all the stars in view burned brighter to bear witness.
The alien forces, on the verge of continuing their assault, were taken aback by the unexpected change. They fell back for fear of reprisal at the command of their prince and princess, returning to the home worlds.
As the starlight rose, constellations were marked out on Lan Jue's body.
Sensing something, Zhu opened his eyes. He witnessed beams of starlight converging on the beleaguered body of his son and coiling around him. Like glue, they fixed the fractures of reality around him and forced them shut and soothed his form. Lan Jue's ethereal form stabilized. Behind him, the image of the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of purple subtlety emerged.
Stars gleamed brighter as his dermic image revealed itself, enhancing each other's beauty.
The power of the stars concentrated upon Lan Jue and stabilized his protogenia, consolidating his ascension.
Beneath the sublime starlight, he was remolded, body and soul. Little by little, his body started to glow. The light came from acupuncture points, where within each one seemed to burn a miniature star. All of a sudden, Lan Jue's body was almost indistinguishable from the backdrop of glittering celestial bodies. Likewise, Lan Jue's image was reflected in the light of every distant star. Nirvana, vast and pervasive.
Zhu stared with his mouth agape, the pain in his expression replaced with shock. It was inconceivable that his son should be saved in the moment of his destruction. Something had pulled Lan Jue back from imminent collapse. What he could not know was the pendant Lan Jue had on his chest, given to him by the clairvoyant, had shattered and disappeared into the cosmos.
An interesting phenomenon in human health occurs sometimes in the moments before death. I believe it usually happens more to people who've been sick for a long time.
Suddenly there will be a moment of clarity, of perfect lucidity, when for no discernible reason the things that ail them seem to melt away.
Then they die. In Chinese medicine we call it the last light of a dying flame.
The body stops struggling and releases the final stores of vital qi, granting a final few moments of life before yin and yang separate and the spirit leaves. It's infinitely cruel for people who aren't prepared for it, but an absolute gift for those who are. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 834, Zhu Esteem. Chapter 834, Zhu Esteem.
It was years ago when the clairvoyant had given the 4 divine monarchs his pendants. For the others, the charms had been used up upon their breakthroughs.
Only Lan Jue's remained, even after becoming a paragon. The clairvoyant's gift, Lumina, wasn't made to heal Lan Jue.
In fact, its purpose was to provoke the stars. Lan Jue's inheritance was the Master of Stars, the Emperor of the North Star. The namesake of this inheritance controlled the myriad burning bodies, but control worked both ways.
The stars also possessed a direct line to their master.
At the moment of his destruction, Lan Jue received the nourishing power of the stars, thoroughly remaking his body. With the help of his cosmic brethren, his protogenia was stilled and his breakthrough completed.
Once Lan Jue was out of danger, Qianlin's condition improved as well.
Under the light of the stars, Lan Jue understood the intricacies of his protogenia and shared his epiphanies through their connection. In this way he helped her to stabilize her own protogenia. Qianlin's Queen of Heaven abilities were stable by nature. So long as the initial steps of her breakthrough were completed, the rest would take care of itself. Now that the threads of protogenia within her were disentangled, her aura calmed and her domain spread out. Her familiar, soothing white light enveloped them both.
Through it their protogenia was steadied and the power of starlight united with it. Not only were they out of danger, but their cultivation even strengthened some small degree.
With a sigh, Zhu shook his head. Luo Xianni also relaxed, and when she spoke her voice was thick with relief.
They're fine. Why do you sigh like that? Zhu never took his eyes from his son. I never respected the old shyster.
I only ever saw him as a charlatan who liked to show off his skills. In the face of true power, prophecies were an illusion.
I see now that the old me was wrong. The reach of his divinations are long and their influence vast. High power saved my son.
His vision could see past his own demise to what humanity needed in its hour of need.
Eye of Tomorrow, he couldn't have had a more fitting name, Luo
Xianni smiled, a small smile that lit up her face. But when she spoke she sounded disappointed.
Yes.
If he were alive, perhaps we'd be better equipped to face these beasts.
Zhu sniffed. What is dead is dead. What worth is there in lamenting? Luo Xianni rolled her eyes at him. Aren't you the little green-eyed monster?
His lips curled into a scowl.
I prefer killing the purple ones. One, it looks like the aliens have retreated.
I suspect they've fled to defend the planets.
We've got serious troubles ahead.
Luo Xianni followed his eyes to where the alien homeworlds hovered.
Her teasing expression gave way to solemnity. The aliens were too strong.
They weren't going to win a direct confrontation, as the last battle proved.
Even if they defeated the monsters, what would be the cost? Both sides would be decimated. Most importantly, they discovered the planet still had some means of influencing the fight.
Monarch had exerted its strength in the perfect moment to save its generals, even strengthening them. They weren't even sure whether or not the planets could fight back directly.
How much time was left before their evolution was complete? Mankind's allied forces didn't have the strength to rout its enemy. We must make the best of what we have. If we really aren't strong enough, there's nothing to be done. Luo Xianni muttered.
Judy's voice was cold.
Don't rush to conclusions. Monarch and the others are not invincible.
Their auras are strong, but they have no way to enter the battle directly. If they did, our fight would have been ended long ago. Lan Jue has a plan, something that will solve our problem. Perhaps there's still a chance, but we can only know it by probing the enemy's defense. If our sacrifice means the destruction of these monsters, then it's worth it. When it comes to the pivotal moment, who can say? His voice trailed off, his face stern.
Zeta.
Lan Jue watched the situation unfold from his screens. He sighed in relief as his brother, by some miracle, was saved from destruction. So long as Lan Jue and Qianlin escaped unscathed, he could call their battle a success.
Do we have statistics on battle damage?
Lan Jue returned his attention to the matters at hand.
They're here now. A report appeared before the Admiral.
Allied forces' losses could not be described as light. Over 5,000 drones had been destroyed, as well as 300 warships of various types. 600 more were damaged, among them a capital ship that could no longer participate in the fight.
All three bastions had expended tremendous energy in the clash, especially Poseidon.
At least for a while they would not be capable of transforming as they needed time to recharge.
Tyrannosaurus spent the least.
It had only fired its main cannon twice throughout the conflict. Middle Heaven appeared to have spent the most in energy stores, but thanks to its Molinite core those stores were being quickly replenished.
Of course, the drawback came in that core's instability.
The Allied forces had suffered losses, but thanks to the tenacity of their defenses those losses were kept as low as could be expected.
Casualties were kept within the boundaries of Lan Jue's expectations.
Star Division lost 30 of their soldiers in the attack, the first time they'd lost a single person since their inception. But in a fight for the future of humanity, against some of the strongest creatures they'd ever faced, how could they expect to emerge unscathed?
War with the alien menace was horrifying for humans, but the losses for the enemy were astronomical. At least 60,000 beasts were put down between the battles on Angel and the front lines.
These were monsters capable of fighting in space, not the mutated copies created by a progenitor. Among the enemy's dead were no less than 5 generals, though unfortunately only 2 of their vital crystals had been recovered. What happened to the 3 beasts slain by Lan Jue's Gate of Cataclysm, no one knew.
Best estimates posited that these battles cost the alien horde a fourth of their total numbers.
Stunning, when one considered how inferior humanity's numbers were. With the aliens in full retreat, the Allies were cheering their victory, but also going about the business of recovery. The burden of time was on them, for no one knew how long it would be before the alien planets completed their evolution.
Once repairs were complete, another attack would be initiated immediately.
What's more, although the home worlds themselves were incapable of fighting directly, most of the alien power structure was still intact. The Violet Prince and Princess had returned from afield, doubling the number of infinite-level aliens protecting their leaders. When it came to direct force, humanity was in the weeds, even with Lan Jue and Qianlin now crossing over into Nirvana. The situation required careful thought.
Only the perfect plan could give the humans a chance at survival. After this fight, Europa and the alien planets were within sight.
Regardless of how dire their position had become, this was the closest the Allies had ever come to their target.
Konhui had already sent requests to the northern government for reinforcements. If by some stroke of luck the alien evolutionary process was still a ways off, reinforcements might be useful. The North agreed.
However, no one knew for certain how long it would take to mobilize and dispatch these reserves.
Zeta. Star Division. The surviving soldiers stood in orderly formation, hats off and heads bowed.
They stood in silent respect for their fallen brothers and sisters. Fighting out in space, the chance of recovering corpses was almost zero. Finally, death had come to claim their brave compatriots. Although they had lost the fewest of any military division, the pain was no less biting.
Vigil is over. Su Xiaosu's voice was solemn, but stern.
The soldiers lifted their heads.
Xiaosu addressed the company.
The heroism of our fallen compatriots will forever be recorded in the annals of our organization. Whatever honors and spoils they earned will be given to their families to help them through this difficult time. After this victory, all of our families have earned a run through the exuvium process.
This is true for their families as well. They can rest, but our fight isn't over.
We must continue to fight for our brothers and sisters who still live, for every man, woman and child of our species. If we lose, none of our spoils will save us. The exuvium process will mean nothing if our people are made extinct by an apocalypse of purple. So it is, soldiers, fellows, that we mustn't mourn. In honor of those we've lost, and those remain, we must fight even harder.
Now I'm sure you've all learned much after these 2 glorious battles.
Rest and meditate on what you've learned, then return in 12 hours.
We've got more training to do. Aye. Star Division was dismissed, soldiers departing to their quarters to recover after the fights.
A few moments of peace were a luxury in war. Without a doubt the soldiers were fatigued after their 2 concurrent campaigns. Especially with the loss of their fellows, their hearts had taken a blow. When her charges left, Zhou Qianlin fell exhausted to the floor and curled her legs beneath her. Her chest fell as she fought for breath.
How could she not be drained?
Star Division had been under her command since Angel, and she was responsible for every one of them. Her careful command, her orders to look out for each other, were what kept them alive. At last, Star Division had shown their worth, emerging as an integral part of this battle's success.
It was their backline defense that ensured the Allied ships weren't destroyed, and kept their guns firing.
Finally, Star Division had found their proper place in the Allied forces. The first battle was over, but there would be more to come.
Would the alien homeworlds be destroyed quickly?
Xiaosu was so tired all she wanted to do was curl up in bed. But then a warm, comforting sensation washed over her.
She lifted her head and spied Skyfire Avenue's doctor headed her way. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" he asked. In Chinese, being jealous is called eating vinegar.
In this exchange, literally translating, Zhou Qianlin says you're jealous, eat vinegar, to which Zhu Di responds I prefer soy sauce. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 835, Queen of Devils. Chapter 835, Queen of Devils.
Zhou Qianlin shook her head.
I'm fine, just a little tired. Would you help me up? The doctor offered a hand to help pull her up off the ground. You should go rest.
I fear we're going to be facing stronger monsters in the fights to come.
Yeah.
I also wonder how the commander is doing.
He's in a dangerous state.
Xiaosu replied.
Anxiety was clear in her voice.
He smiled reassuringly.
It'll be fine.
If it were serious we would have lost the war already.
Xiaosu smiled back. Yeah. The boss is invincible. Zeta. Invincible. Kang Hui might use a similar phrase to describe Lan Cheng. When he led Tyrannosaurus from the north, he was ready to become a martyr for their cause. Yet so far they had turned back the deadly alien tide at every turn, they were even beginning to gain ground.
Since the beginning of their campaign the Allied forces had recovered 7 human planets, saved and healed millions of victims, and pushed ahead with a plan for every eventuality. They had simultaneously defended Angel and dealt a crushing blow to the enemy's main force, resulting in a better position than ever for humanity.
Kang Hui had absolute faith in the Eastern Admiral.
This young man was worthy of being lauded as the greatest soldier of their generation. Without him, he feared the war would have been lost already. Their final goal was within reach. Despite the odds, Kang Hui felt a strange sense of ease. Now that they were here there was only one thing left to do. Fight with everything they had left. His mind went back to the allies they'd lost, the commanders of the Arachnid and Terminator, comrades in the fleets that were destroyed in the shattered starfields. He swore on their sacrifice that he would fight to the last man.
Retreat was not an option, and the war would not end until those alien planets were destroyed.
Despite his treasonous actions in taking Tyrannosaurus away from the north in its time of fear, now he had their full support.
But that was now.
If they lost, Kang Hui knew he would be demonized back home. If they won, the north would claim it was the plan from the beginning. Victory would clear his name, and even if he died they would name him a hero of his people. The thought didn't bring him any cheer. Hero, victory or defeat, every last soldier who fought with him against these aliens were heroes.
Zeta. Middle Heaven Conference Room. Lan Cheng was given no repose.
After the battle he had busily passed down orders for repairs and preparations, then invited the Paragons to meet with him. Lan Jue and Qianlin remained in space, stabilizing their new levels of power. Zhou Qianlin had remained behind as well to look after them.
The remaining paragons had answered his summons.
Lan Jue stood at the head of the table, but did not sit. Instead, he greeted all of them with a deep and sustained bow.
Thank you, all of you.
Your actions, in spite of considerable risk to your own lives, saved our armada from destruction. He spoke solemnly and straightened. The wine master replied.
No thanks are required, Admiral Lan.
Without your expert command, even our strength would have meant nothing.
Lan Jue finally took his seat. I've invited you here to discuss the next step in our plan to combat the enemy.
Let me begin by saying Star Division's display during the last battle was nothing short of remarkable. Their ability to combat these monsters in close range offset the deficiencies of our fleets. As such, I would like to request that the North reinforce their numbers with mecha pilots of their own. In this way we can protect ourselves if the aliens break our lines and get close enough to fight back. The Terminator nodded without reservation.
Not a problem.
I'll see to it personally once we've finished our meeting. And not just Northerners, I'll make sure we tap any resources available to us. This is likely to be our final stand, every advantage must be employed. The Pontiff nodded in agreement. My Citadel's strength is all but destroyed, but we will lend whatever power remains to fight for you.
The Dark Citadel.
A voice interrupted from the doorway.
The Dark Citadel will also join you in defending humanity. Mika strode across the threshold into the conference room.
Although the table was surrounded by the greatest leaders and strongest warriors in all of human space, Mika was not cowed. She stood tall, with a confidence and commanding air that rivaled all of theirs. She took up a seat at the foot of the table. Her red hair seemed a deeper hue of crimson now, and a dangerous fire burned in her eyes. Her body was surrounded by flows of power. Although she was not yet a paragon, she was close, the peak of 9th level. Although only a few days had passed since the death of her father, Mika was like a different person. There was a coldness in her, even as the devilish power of her blood surged around her like a tide.
Such a rapid successions of breakthroughs could only mean one thing.
She'd accepted her devilish lineage, and released the power she had so long fought to contain.
Xu Chang and the gourmet exchanged a glance. The gourmet's expression was questioning, perhaps seeking guidance.
Although he was older, Xu Chang had taken the mantle of Hades and thus the role of patriarch for their family. Xu Chang answered his uncle's unspoken question with a shake of his head. Humanity was in crisis, this was not the time for infighting. In taking command of what remained of her father's organization, Mika had proven her strength. The gourmet feared she would prove to be a formidable queen of devils in the future.
Lan Jue regarded Mika with an even stare.
After a small moment of surprise he nodded. It was in Lan Jue's nature to be repelled by the forces of evil. His Veracana lineage was diametrically opposed to what she stood for. However, even though he could sense the darkness that had taken root in her, he saw in her eyes that it had not yet influenced her righteous spirit. His nod was a signal that she was welcome, and her command was accepted.
She nodded back.
Expressionless, her eyes swept around the table and took in the faces of the others but did not find the one she was looking for. She couldn't hide the surprise she felt from showing in her face. The crisis Lan Jue and Qianlin had encountered was top secret, kept hidden from the rest of the armada. Only the paragons knew, for they had been there to witness it.
Lan Jue went on.
Now that we're all on the same page, we will share resources.
Our efforts together will be unequivocal and unified.
They proceeded to discuss how adepts would be used in the fight to come. Humanity's war had reached a decisive moment, they had one foot in heaven and one foot in hell.
The final step in either direction would be determined by their efforts. Alien resistance is stronger than we anticipated, with more higher-tiered beasts than we thought.
It is my hope that your majesties might coordinate with me while we consider ways to deal with their superior strength.
Alone, traditional war is unlikely to win us the victory we need. Together we may prevail. At present, humanity's total strength was inferior to the alien horde, even before considering the influence of their home worlds.
However, despite their weaker position, humans had still managed to strike a stinging blow to the alien power structure.
Poseidon and Middle Heaven's transformation had been instrumental in making them pay.
As a result, the aliens' superiority in numbers was reduced. Allied forces still didn't have enough soldiers, but the 3 bastions made up for what they lacked. Bastions were large enough that they could produce what an army lacked, especially resources the bastions needed to be most effective.
As he listened, the Terminator nodded in agreement.
There were significantly more top-tier aliens than they had thought.
Facing them would be difficult. In fact, were it not for Lan Jue and Qianlin's sudden breakthrough, their losses would have been catastrophic.
Thankfully, they were able to tap into the essence of the Emperor of the North Star and summon the gates of Cataclysm.
In the coming battle, sacrifice might be necessary even if they fought their hardest. Final victory was more important than keeping everyone alive. The meeting continued without conflict.
All of the paragons were more than willing to cooperate with Lan Jue's plans.
One of mankind's advantages was Adept's natural ability to restrain the power of alien discipline.
Between the paragons and the three bastions, they had a chance of defending themselves even against a force superior in strength and numbers. In the end, though, which side would emerge triumphant would not be known until the fight concluded. To have any chance of winning at all, the alien planets could not be allowed to take the field.
When the meeting was concluded, the paragons left to handle their individual tasks.
Lan Jue rose with them and caught up with Mika.
"Admiral Lan," she said, "where's the boss? Why didn't he attend the War Council?"
When she didn't see him at the meeting, Mika had tried to reach Lan Jue through her communicator. When he didn't answer, she'd begun to worry. Satan's death had wounded her deeply. If something happened to her boss, a man she respected and relied upon, it would break her.
She could sense the stress from it galvanizing her demonic blood.
Something flashed in Lan Jue's eyes. He placed a hand gently upon her shoulder. Mika felt a power flush through her like a torrent of fire, draining through her shoulder and into her heart. The urge to react, the sense of something terrible just beneath the surface, suddenly eased as her strength of will was reinforced.
Lan Jue's voice was low but tough. "You've made your choice, now you must learn to control yourself. You can't afford to make careless mistakes. Aju is fine, he's meditating. Soon he will have another mission and won't be participating in the main attack. That's why we didn't need him to participate in our meeting." With this said, his arm dropped and he left down the corridor. Once she knew Lan Jue was fine, the pressure in Mika's chest was released.
Lan Jue's words were simple, but they were precisely what she needed. From now on, she was the only one she could rely on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 836, The Breakthrough is complete. Chapter 836, The Breakthrough is complete. When Mika made the decision to take over her father's legacy, she removed the seal holding her powers back.
Her poisonous inheritance filled her blood and caused her discipline to surge. Through the struggle of controlling her demonic blood, she rose to the height of 9th level in only 2 days. Certainly, Satan asking his daughter to succeed him was not a decision made of desperation. The fallen leader of the Dark Citadel had made that decision when his daughter was still young.
Mika's talents were storied, much greater than her older sisters.
She had even more potential than her father did at her age. After the tragedy that befell her family, Mika fled, and with Lan Jue's help sealed off the darkness within her. Still, her power rose quickly, eventually reaching 9th level 6th rank. For her to rise so high without the help of her bloodline spoke to her natural abilities. With willpower this intense, she might have become a paragon with nothing but her own willpower, completely avoiding the corruption of her inheritance.
However, things did not always go according to plan.
Satan was dead, and Mika now had to shoulder the stress and responsibilities he left behind. To perform this job, she needed to awaken the demon within her, a demon which granted her great power, but at tremendous cost. The corruption of her blood lived in the back of her mind, a poison consciousness that gnawed her will at all hours. She struggled mightily against it, warring for her soul in a way she thought she would never have to suffer again. For now it was under her control, but she feared the next time the demon would rear its head.
After her breakthrough, Mika scoured Tyrannosaurus for the remaining members of the Dark Citadel.
Luckily, the core power of her father's legacy remained. The vampire bloodline and werewolf bloodline were intact, as well as their powerful warlocks.
Naturally, these monsters did not easily pledge themselves to Mika's service.
Although Mika had risen in prominence, commanding their respect would not be a matter of simply asking. However, she was surprised to discover that the man she thought would be her fiercest opponent, Lucifer, chose to stand by her side. With his help, she convinced the others to follow her lead.
Europa's plight did not just pain the pontiff. Spirits were crushed and emotions flared through all levels of the Dark Citadel at the destruction of their dark playground.
Denizens of the dark underbelly of humanity were known for solving their problems with violence. When Mika came to them, promising an opportunity to exact revenge on the monsters that wronged them, no one resisted. Her efforts over the last few days had been a struggle, fighting not only against the remnants of the Dark Citadel but also herself. When she didn't find Lan Jue in the War Council meeting, the demon within her had started to stir. Lan Jue's words helped her force the beast down, even marking her heart with a Buddha's calm.
It helped her contain the monster's rage.
She knew that, at least until she broke through to Paragon, she needn't worry about the corruption in her blood taking control.
"Boss, you better live through this," Mika muttered to herself. Zeta. Lan Jue's condition had improved considerably.
Since benefiting from the power of the stars, he and Qianlin's protogenia had stabilized and the two of them were cultivating normally. Thanks in part to Lan Jue's reckless absorption of Qianlin's erratic protogenia, she was also recovering well and found her powers on firmer ground. Now her domain could be released without fear, and its calming properties once more benefited them both. Once their condition was no longer critical, Lan Jue began to re-inject the protogenia he bore for Qianlin back into her domain. Bit by bit he let her reabsorb what he took in a way that was secure, so that she might complete her breakthrough into nirvana. After experiencing the nourishment provided by the cosmos, Lan Jue's understanding of his own boundless starlight domain had grown more profound. He had learned the premise of relying on the strength of the stars. Now he could truly see he was employing the power of his inheritance. Out in space the light of the stars was everywhere, their influence omnipotent. The essence of this power's founder, the Emperor of the North Star, energized the might within him and sped up his cultivation. Even just at the cusp of nirvana, Lan Jue had begun to experience the pressure of universal protogenia. It was a strange, ever-present feeling like he was being constrained. It was almost imperceptible when he didn't use his powers, but when the energies within him stirred, so did the ire of the universe. It was a profoundly uncomfortable feeling, like his soul was being choked. His heart raced like a normal man in the midst of a heart attack. As Paragon, his body fought to keep up to ease the load, but he could feel the increased metabolic processes aging him. It also undermined the stability of his protogenia. Only once he'd felt it himself did Lan Jue understand how frightening universal protogenia was. Finally he understood why his father would choose to seclude himself, and be so cautious with his powers. If it was so acute for him, after only just entering nirvana, how terrifying it must be for his father. Zhu Di's rapid loss of vital energy could only be the result of universal protogenia. And yet it wasn't all bad. The pressure of universal protogenia stimulated his domain to create a protective screen around him that kept the harshest consequences at bay. It was like being protected by 1,000 stars. He wasn't the only one stunned by the revelation. Even Zhu Di, who conveyed this inheritance unto him, did not know such a thing was possible. Indeed, the Emperor of the North Star was worthy of the title Master of Stars. It was the power to create an entirely new universe. Lan Jue's comprehension of these mysteries had only scratched the surface, but the benefits were more pronounced day by day. What he knew of his inheritance and the domain it granted him was advancing by leaps and bounds. The power of starlight was his to command, and it was a power pure and malleable. He could mold it into whatever he pleased, whether it was to his benefit or to groom Qianlin's abilities. The Queen of Heaven was a strange and wondrous lineage. Protogenia was calmed within its sphere of influence, which served to promote her own cultivation to surprising levels. Of course, where it benefited her, it also helped Lan Jue in much the same way. Neither of them knew how long they were lost in meditation. They awoke only after their powers had stabilized and they felt replete with the energies they consumed. Lan Jue's first reaction was to smile as he looked at Qianlin kneeling across from him. She smiled back with the ease of someone who was relieved of a heavy load. "I thought I'd only have the opportunity to be your wife in another universe," Qianlin said teasingly. Lan Jue chuckled. "To live through tragedy means we haven't yet fulfilled our destiny. No matter what and no matter where, I will always be with you." "Yes," she answered. "So long as you're near, I don't feel afraid. Even death seems trivial. Now that we've lived through it, everything seems clear." Lan Jue took her hand and the two of them rose to their feet. He took her into his arms and felt at peace. "All right, I'm sure there are many people watching," Qianlin said, gently pushing away. The two of them turned their eyes toward the nearby bastion. There was no doubt that several cameras had been trained on them this whole time, and now that they were awake, news was being spread. The thought caused Lan Jue to laugh. "Let them watch. Are you afraid to let them see we love each other? We're man and wife, after all." Qianlin pursed her lips. "I don't remember us ever being married. And don't forget, I'm a goddess now. Would you dare take me as your wife?" Lan Jue answered without hesitation. "In a heartbeat. You could be queen of all humanity and you would still be my queen. You always have been. Now let's head back." Although Lan Jue wanted nothing more than to spend his time with Qianlin, Middle Heaven's presence meant the final offensive was yet to begin. He and Lan Sheng had an appointment, and there was critical business still to tend to. After a few moments, the two of them were back aboard the bastion. As they anticipated, there were people waiting for them. "Are you all right?" Lan Sheng's voice called to Lan Jue from the communicator on his wrist. "I'm fine," he answered. "We've secured our domains. The breakthrough is complete. You know, finally surpassing you almost killed me."
I've waited for this day for a long, long time. Lan Chang's answer was indifferent. Congratulations. But I'm afraid you're likely to face harder challenges soon. A chill crossed Lan Jue's heart. He knew what his brother was talking about. I know. How long has it been since the last battle? 5 days. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 837, Before the Final Conflict. Chapter 837, Before the Final Conflict. 5 days. Lan Jue was shocked when he heard his brother say it. 5 days? Had he been gone so long? Already? That means you've been waiting for me, so Lan Jue realized he and Qianlin had probably delayed the whole army while recovering. We weren't just waiting for you. Victory and defeat are determined by a large number of factors. However, it is nearly time. Come see me, we'll go over the plan. All right. Lan Jue's response was resolute. He and Zhou Qianlin left for Lan Chang's office immediately. The army had not been idle the past 5 days. Soldiers busy collected the dead, repaired ships, and recovered energy stores. When they weren't doing that, they were training. Humanity's war machine never stopped. Over by the 3 alien planets, the creatures were preparing for anything but made no overtures to attack. After all, time was on their side. Humans were the ones racing against the clock. Indeed, Lan Chang had been honest when he said he wasn't only waiting on Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin. There were many things he needed to prepare before the final assault. For instance, Poseidon needed time to recover the energy it had spent during transformation. The Bastion Fantastic transformation had been an integral part of their victory over the aliens in the last fight. However, it had been draining and the Poseidon group needed time to recover. It went without saying that their impressive strength would be needed in the fight to come. That was merely one example of dozens Lan Chang had to manage, each one another piece in the puzzle needed to win victory over his enemy. 5 days had been enough to handle nearly all of them. Although they were closer now than ever, it was still difficult to tell precisely what situation Europa and the alien homeworlds were in. All they had managed to record were the flows of energy from that direction, gathered by long-distance radar. Part of the failure in learning more specifics was the alien army. They were so thickly spread across space that they blocked vision of what lay behind. They were specifically arrayed to keep the human armada blind. Lan Chang and his brother spoke privately for about an hour. Afterwards, Lan Chang called together the leaders of the human resistance for another meeting before their assault began. 12 hours later, everyone was gathered in the conference room. Everyone was under the assumption this would be their final push. Under Lan Chang instruction, every soldier was given an electronic document. In it they could say whatever they wished, and address it to whomever they pleased. These documents would then be given to the northern and eastern governments for safekeeping. For those who died on the field in the fight to come, their final words would be delivered as requested. No one had any illusions that these documents were anything but their last wishes. Lan Chang didn't want any lingering doubts to hide in the hearts of his soldiers. It was a way for them to come to peace with the possibility of their death. Everyone, from Lan Chang down to the lowest private, prepared to meet their end. Fear of death was prevalent in everyone's heart, but behind it was the hot-blooded determination of these warriors. After 3 hours, all of the documents had been gathered and sent off. Then, starting with Middle Heaven, all contact with the outside world was cut off. Nothing that might affect morale could be allowed to reach them for the next 9 hours. Until the fight was done, they had to maintain a singular focus. The ban would be lifted once the operation was complete. All training ceased, and weapons were readied. All preparations were nearing their end. The drums of war were beating, and the soldiers were moving frantically to their pace. The nervous atmosphere was palpable, even the aliens were agitated. Zeta. The room was a large, semicircular area with a ceiling that stretched 100 meters high. Its walls and floor were covered in metallic casing. An intricate and archaic pattern scrawled across the floor, ultimately coming together in a complicated diagram. There was something scientific about its perfection, and the placement of the nodes painstakingly set within the pattern. A power gem sparkled within each node, making the whole room seem strangely mystical. This room was the most important location on all of Middle Heaven. No one, not even admirals, were permitted to enter without express permission. Right now 5 people were standing within. Have you really thought about this? This mission is especially dangerous. You also aren't bringing enough power to make it back if things go wrong. I should go with you. Luo Xinni fussed over Lan Jue. Lan Jue answered with a shake of his head. No, Mom, this time you'll be staying here. Once the final battle starts, you and Dad will need to be in the center of it. Without you, the main force will be at a massive disadvantage and will likely fail.
It's fine, even if we can't destroy the enemy, we have a chance to protect ourselves.
Luo Qianlin scowled at his assurances.
She couldn't understand why Lan Chang would choose now to dispatch his younger brother on a scouting mission.
What in the world was he scouting for?
But Lan Chang had his father's support, and Lan Jue was more than willing to do his part for the cause.
Luo Qianlin could only go along with their foolish plan.
The room they stood in was Middle Heaven's teleportation array, created by Luo Qianlin's own hand. It was constructed to transfer people over long distance, like from Angel. It was also capable of casting people over vast distances without a landing pad, though with reduced accuracy. Still, with Luo Qianlin's interdimensional discipline at the level of the infinite, accuracy was not a concern.
Besides Luo Qianlin and Lan Jue, there were 3 others in attendance.
Lan Xing, the pharmacist, and Zhu Di stood around him with stony expressions.
Qianlin was not with them.
Zhu Di looked upon his son with burning eyes.
You're sure about this?
Lan Jue resolutely nodded his head.
It's our best chance. The risk is worth it if it means we can end this war.
Good, then we await your triumphant return.
Zhu Di said nothing more than these final words of encouragement.
Lan Jue turned to the pharmacist. With a shared nod, they stepped forward into the center of the teleportation array. Lan Xing followed him with his eyes.
You may have reached Nirvana first, but that doesn't mean you've beat me. You better come back to prove it.
You said it, it's an opportunity you've long been waiting for.
Right?
Lan Jue smirked at him.
Of course.
Relax, I'll make it back. Lan Xing sighed, and the 2 brothers shared a quiet look. 1,000 words were shared in that gaze alone.
Mother, it's time. Lan Jue knelt upon the ground.
Luo Qianlin's eyes had reddened at the edges, but the pink light came regardless of her fear.
Zhu Di stared at his youngest son, trying to commit his face to memory.
Suddenly the power gems sparkled to life. Reality around the 2 paragons shifted uncomfortably as beams of light shot upward from the array.
Luo Qianlin's expression was one of unspoken pain.
She turned to look at Lan Chang.
Why must Lan Jue go on this scouting mission now?
Lan Jue grew solemn.
I'm sorry, Mother. I can't go into detail.
You'll find out soon, but for now I must return to work. The final battle was upon them, and as Admiral there was still a lot for him to do.
With all that responsibility came no small measure of stress.
His answer wasn't good enough, but when she moved to say more, Zhu Di held her back. Lan Xing turned and left the teleportation array with a quick and purposeful stride. The decision was made. Now, for his brother's safety, he had to make sure everything was perfect.
What are you grabbing me for?
Aren't they brothers?
Why is he always sending Aju off for these dangerous missions? Especially now, isn't this a suicide mission he's sent him on? Sending them behind Europa to spy on the planets, if they're caught you know what will happen to them.
Zhu Di was silent for a moment before answering.
I know, and they told me why it must be done.
When they first came to me with the idea I wanted to say no, but I knew I couldn't.
It really is our best chance.
Don't fret over their relationship as brothers, remember that I am not their real father.
In all the universe they only have each other.
Their blood.
If there was any other choice, do you think Lan Chang would let his brother risk his life? Have you noticed that Lan Chang's hair has begun to go white at the temples? No one has borne more for humanity than he has, no one has had to shoulder the pressure he carries every day. Right now the only thing you and I can do is support our sons with everything we have. Luo Qianlin was speechless.
Eventually she turned and pressed herself against Zhu Di's strong chest. Perhaps I'm biased, she muttered to herself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 838, Intercepted. Chapter 838, Intercepted.
Zhu Di smiled. Every parent has their favorite, you're already better than most. After all, you met Aju first, and first impressions are important.
You've spent the most time with him.
And don't worry, this sort of thing doesn't trouble Qing.
Come, we have preparations of our own to make.
It isn't certain our old bones will make it through this, but if we do, I'll lead you to humanity's next immortal realm. I can assure you it'll be an interesting journey, I've been preparing for it for 10 years.
Zhu Di looked at her with eyes full of vigor and excitement. A golden red power flickered in their depths. Zeta.
A pocket of space began to ripple, growing in intensity until a cleft of pink light split it apart.
2 figures emerged into the emptiness of space, lit by twinkling rays from the stars. Lan Jue and the pharmacist stood shoulder to shoulder.
They took a minute to modulate their protogenia and recover from the uncomfortable sensation of being thrown across such a distance.
The pharmacist fixed Lan Jue with a deep and serious look. I should be doing this alone. Why did you insist on coming?
Lan Jue grinned back at her.
How could I let my sister go alone? How do you not grasp that your problems are mine as well, Ot?
She smiled in response.
It's rare for you to be so relaxed. It eases my worries, too.
You know I've been waiting for this opportunity for so long, I almost couldn't wait anymore. But now as we're starting out, I can't help but feel troubled.
Not for myself, but for you. I don't want to put you in danger.
You've helped me so much, ever since you agreed to be Junior's adopted father.
Now you're here risking your life with me.
Stop speaking like we're strangers, Lan Jue told her. You'll have a chance to pay me back when we've finished our mission. I'd like you to be godmother when Qianlin and I have our child.
I can't think of anyone else with better experience. She chuckled. Sure. I lived in bitterness for years as Junior grew.
So long as we survive, I'll help you and your family face life with peace and positivity. Her words were a joy for Lan Jue to hear. Ever since he'd known her, the pharmacist lived her life in despair. Breaking her out of that shell had been very difficult.
The two of them cast their eyes into the distance.
Pleasant smiles melted away before grave expressions.
From behind, Europa was even more hideous.
It was wrapped in pulsing veins thick as mountains, like a diseased uterus. Beneath the writhing tubules, one could hardly call Europa a planet anymore. A sick consciousness lived within it, ready to break free of its shell at any moment.
Lan Jue took a deep breath and set his jaw. Let's go.
The two of them began their approach.
Their mission wasn't as simple as scouting out enemy positions.
Zhou Qianlin was right to consider it strange. Monarch, Queen, and Consort hugged Europa closely. Each of them were surrounded by a violet haze that seemed only partially real. Like cancerous tumors, they clung to the beleaguered human planet.
If one looked closely, they could see minuscule changes occurring in the alien homeworlds. Lan Jue's first impression was they looked like enormous gelatinous orbs. As Europa continued to squirm, the three worlds seemed determined to press into it. The sight made Lan Jue's heart skip a beat.
Judy's assertion that the planets would need a core of tremendous energy to achieve their goal was spot on.
Europa was that core. Did that mean they were trying to transformation the Western capital into their own immortal realm?
From where he was standing, it looked as though they were pouring their energies into the planet to transform it.
Was this their evolutionary process?
He couldn't know, but it seemed the most likely explanation.
If that were true, their process would be complete once the planets were completely absorbed into Europa.
But how much time before they were finished? A cursory glance revealed the homeworlds were about the same size as they'd always been.
However, they were oddly transparent.
A closer look revealed that their outer shell was maintained to keep up appearances of size, but the energies within them were being funneled into Europa. Though he couldn't tell exactly, Lan Jue suspected it wouldn't be long before they achieved their goal. Europa drew ever closer as he pondered the scene before him. The modulated communicator on his wrist was recording everything he witnessed, including his analysis, and was beaming it to Middle Heaven. If their only aim was to take a peek and leave, the dangers were limited. Most of the aliens were on the other side of the planet, and the two humans were fast enough to make a fast escape if necessary. However, they were sensitive to energy waves and immediately recognized it when Lan Jue sent his communique to Middle Heaven. He and the pharmacist turned and fled once the information was delivered. From here they were at least 2 hours away from the Armada. With the pharmacist riding the burning light of her sword and Lan Jue a streak of blue lightning, the two of them shot into the distance. None of the three planets appeared to react, and the two sped away unmolested.
They couldn't return to the Armada directly, it was too far through enemy territory. Now they had to wait.
Carefully positioned behind the main force, their chances for succeeding in their true mission were good. As they made their escape, a beam of light shot past. It soared before them, revealing a foreboding orb of light 10 meters across. It flickered as two figures emerged from its depths. Lan Jue and the pharmacist gaped in fear, their pupils contracting. The two who met them were old acquaintances by this point, the Violet Prince and Princess. Lan Jue had suspected they would be found by the planets, but he didn't think they would dispatch the two royals so quickly. Fleeing now that they were faced with two infinite levels enemies was out of the question. Lan Jue and the pharmacist exchanged a look, then released their dermic images.
The Harbinger fairy was clearer than ever before.
The slaughter she perpetrated against these monsters had strengthened her domain and empowered her abilities. Her status as a reflection of heaven and earth was not only solid, but steadily rising. All the while the pharmacist's connection to her banishing blade grew closer.
With the appearance of Oxisis, a bloodthirsty aura sprang up around them.
The expansive white it exuded was entirely different from the soothing glow of the Queen of Heaven.
Qianlin's powers brought deliverance and healing.
The pharmacist's domain promised only death.
Lan Jue also summoned his boundless starlight domain without hesitation. The stern visage of the Emperor of the North Star glared at his enemies.
Cactus shimmered with angry red light, and golden runes danced along the length of the blade, a sign that more than 10% of the weapon's potential was being drawn upon. Lan Jue was a different man than he was before, a paragon who was one with Nirvana. Were he any less of an adept, he would not have agreed to this mission. If they hoped to flee with their lives, they would need to rely on their strength to carve a path. A stern grunt was issued from the Violet Prince. Without a word, he thrust a fist toward Lan Jue, initiating the attack. Meanwhile, the Violet Princess only watched him, head tilted, with a curious and hungry light in her eyes.
The Harbinger Fairy was first to react. Stern of countenance, the dermic image lifted Oxisis high. Instantly the image crystallized into reality, sword and bearer as one.
Pale light arose through the space between them. Not the crushing power of before, but something intangible and enigmatic. Still, this strange power gave the prince and princess pause. The target of this evil human weapon wasn't their bodies, it was their souls. Oxisis was the most savage of the four banishing blades. The death it promised didn't stop with the body. After rising to the status of reflection of heaven and earth, the Harbinger Fairy could call upon Oxisis, beheading the 3 technique to sear an enemy's spirit.
1.
Without counting Jue, the only other domain capable of rivaling the pharmacist's pure destruction was Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain. Though there were only 2 of them, they commanded more power than a coterie of paragons. As the influence of her aura impacted the Violet Prince, the power of his attack was greatly diminished.
Lan Jue focused his domain to meet what remained and they clashed. Poof! The boundless starlight domain was ripped apart and dissipated.
Lan Jue himself was gone without a trace, as though the prince's attack had atomized him. A thick reddish-black aura sprang up around the 2 alien luminaries, thick with the essence of their strength. Behind them appeared their own images, 2 reptilian monstrosities identical to the titans they'd faced in the last battle, only larger. The Violet Prince's eyes burned as he groped out with a pale hand. His overpowering will stretched out, reflected in his eyes as a nightmarish violet gold. 1. During the process of Taoist cultivation, it is said that humans are possessed of 3 evils. They use the character 4 worm. They represent our base desires that keep us from the immortal, and must be destroyed at the root if we desire to transcend mortality. They are Pingho, ignorance, I think willful ignorance, located in the head, Pingji, worry and vain delusion preventing peace, located in the chest, Pingjiao, covetousness and gluttony, located in the abdomen.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 839, Deadlocked. Chapter 839, Deadlocked.
The pharmacist's ethereal sword was set in stark contrast against bleak aura of the aliens.
2 opposing beams of light issued forth and collided in space with a blinding flare.
The pharmacist grunted. Her eyes dulled as she focused on defense, and her dermic image appeared less corporeal. However, their clash also forced the Violet Prince to be pushed back and set him off balance.
The simple fact she wasn't instantly destroyed was an incredible circumstance when one considered the vast gulf in power between them.
The Violet Princess joined the fight. She splayed her arms wide, and her fingers wiggled in a strange rhythmic motion. Strands of light, thin as spider silk, appeared in space around her.
They coalesced into a net of light.
Lan Jue appeared within the net, but he seemed unperturbed by the situation. Slowly and without concern he lifted Cactus and drew it through the air. Its blade was an unsettling void that flashed with color, the light of 5 lightnings. His boundless starlight domain re-emerged, cutting a stark boundary between himself and the radiance of the princess power. Bolts of lightning fired in quick succession to blast away the net of light that contained him, all while Lan Jue was manipulating the arc of his banishing blade. Pockets of existence began to collapse, creating barren fields that stood out against the starry backdrop. The princess net was devoured into nothingness, as well as Lan Jue and the pharmacist.
They're trying to flee. The prince hissed.
With a grunt he reached out, and a hand 1,000 meters long groped for his prey.
Lan Jue and the pharmacist leapt from the obfuscating fissure in disarray.
A sinister laugh rattled from the princess' throat. The radius of her domain surged as she attempted to swallow the humans within it. Lan Jue spun around and lashed out with Cactus. In a flare of red light, dozens of images of himself appeared splayed throughout space. Once more his domain reached out, but instead of lightning its interior was dotted with brilliantly shining stars. Beneath their light, each of Lan Jue's mirror images became more real.
Thousands of Lan Jues sliced the air with thousands of captas.
Their myriad beams of power coalesced into a single column of light that smashed into the princess' expanding domain.
A ripple tore across space and time as the conflicting energies destroyed one another. Surprise once more revealed itself upon the aliens' faces.
Both of them were interested in this human's potential, but until now they didn't consider him a match for their power.
The first time the princess encountered Lan Jue, she thought him weak.
Her interest in him came when he tried to defuse the conflict they found themselves in. She found his approach novel and curious. Through the traits she inherited in consuming human DNA, she knew of human emotion, including affection. Of all the humans she'd encountered, Lan Jue was the only one to catch her eye in a way that pleased her. He would be very suitable as a mate, she thought, and from that point forward she was loath to kill him.
At least, not until they had an opportunity to couple.
No matter what creature she devoured, the desire to mate was strong, and came with many pleasant sensations. She found herself fascinated by the concept. All of the aliens were fragments of the home worlds, but the prince and princess were special. They were the only creatures to receive a true inheritance of genetic material.
In a way, they were the planet's only true children.
The Violet Prince was the result of genetic material from monarch and queen. The princess, on the other hand, was born from the queen and consort.
They were the true commanders of the alien army while the home worlds underwent evolution.
His last attack proved Lan Jue as an equal, a fact almost inconceivable in the mind of the Violet Princess. It had taken her millennia to cultivate herself to this point, but it had taken this man only a few short years.
If this trend continued, he would soon rival monarch.
The potential of humanity truly was something to behold. It served to only deepen the princess' desire to couple with this extraordinary man. She spread her hands and once more the flood of purple light was born, thicker than before. It surged like a flood toward Lan Jue. A pallor had come over his face. After all, Lan Jue had only just stepped over the threshold into nirvana, and it had taken his full strength to deflect the princess' attack. He could feel it already, the pressure of her influence was more than he could contend against. He flicked his wrist and Captus carved a circle in the air in front of him. Its edges were red, but its interior was infinitely black, as though the sword had birthed a miniature black hole. Somehow, small though it was, it forced the wave of violet power to break off. Lan Jue heaved a sigh of relief, but did not stop. One after the other he drew out circles of all sizes around him, crackling with motley colors. His many copies followed suit and they combined to create layer upon layer of circles. Captus and the secrets of Taiji's sword melded well.
Without Qianlin by his side, this was Lan Jue's strongest defense.
In combination with his domain, he managed to ward off the Violet Princess' violent attacks once after the other. As they fought, the princess racked her mind for whatever human knowledge she'd accumulated. Suddenly a sentence crossed her mind, one that she felt suited this situation.
Every dog had its day.
It felt not so long ago when she first met him, so frail. To have grown to where he can repel her attacks so quickly was more than impressive.
How strong would he grow, given more time?
If there was a next time they met, she was unsure she'd be his superior. The only option was to capture him now and make him her mate. As the thought roared in her head, the princess' eyes took on the same violet red as her brother.
Her crushing will came at Lan Jue like a deluge, all purple fury.
Nearby, the Harbinger fairy was under fire.
He was too strong.
He'd been shaken by the beheading of 3 technique, but the gulf in power between them was too great. She valiantly fought against the onslaught of his domain, but she could feel her sword getting heavier. It was like she was caught in a mire that was growing thicker by the minute. Her dermic image was less effective in defense. The poison golden light in his eyes darkened, like he saw all. He was always a step ahead of her sword. She bit her tongue, and her face flushed with an unnatural red.
Oxysis flared with intense light.
As the golden etched into the metal began to flicker, a murderous will burst forth, and she was thrust forward. The Harbinger fairy's target was the prince, and she launched herself forward with abandon. Her image shrunk, but also became more material. In the moment before she reached the prince, her image was about the size of a normal person.
She, along with Oxysis, shrunk so acutely that they slipped past the enormous hand. Her timing was impeccable.
She released the condensed power of her image and allowed its energy to pour into the prince. All of a sudden, Oxysis expanded to twice its size and channeled a beam of golden light from the tip. It was aimed right between the Violet Prince's eyebrows.
Ting! Just as it seemed her attack would land, his middle finger knocked the golden ray away. It shattered majestically, hiding the pharmacist as she followed through.
Suddenly she was right in front of him. The Violet Prince's hands came up with a bestial sort of instinct. He clapped them together in front of his chest as though in prayer.
Caught between his palms was the cutting edge of Oxysis. Her murderous chi fought against his control, pushing hard to bring that blade even closer. Yet she failed. The power of the prince traveled through the black back toward the pharmacist. Oxysis flickered as it struggled against the invasion. It fought to rid itself of the corrosive power of the birth and destruction domain, but to no avail. The prince was more than the pharmacist could handle. She could only watch as her blade was swallowed up by the cancerous power. Her ruddy expression drained to pale white. She'd given it all she had, but the difference between them was insurmountable. Lan Jue was faring slightly better, but not by much. The Violet Princess' full strength was nothing short of terrifying. After absorbing so much human genetic material, she was more like her prey than any other alien. Her crudeness was gone, as was displayed in her alluring form as she fought. Then her body changed. Lan Jue's transformation summoned pieces of himself in many places to diffuse her attacks and empower his own, yet it proved no use. The pressure of her strength began to close the circles of Taiji energy he'd created. There were few styles more suited for disarming overwhelming strength, but this was almost more than he could deflect. The Violet Prince grunted. Suddenly the pharmacist felt a jolt of psychic energy rock through her head like a hammer, strong enough to knock her head back. Everything went white. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 840, Captured. Chapter 840, Captured. The alien's purple-black domain rebounded and swallowed the sword gripped in the pharmacist's hand, and with it the pharmacist herself. Sister! Lan Jue cried. Captus burned with crimson light, but there was little Lan Jue could do. He was barely managing to defend himself. A blue light sprang up around his body, strange and monstrous. As it coiled around him, Lan Jue's aura surged in strength, so much that the princess was struggling to keep him contained. Lan Jue brought his sword down like a hammer, and a fissure of power shot out with a thunderous roar. The power of Captus raced for the Violet Prince, pregnant with all heaven lightning. Red and blue light coiled around each other and caused space to ripple uncomfortably around them. A stretch of space 1,000 square meters long collapsed into a void. The Violet Prince snapped his eyes toward Lan Jue's attack. Moments later his head stretched and bulged, twisting into the nightmarish visage of a crocodile. He spat an orb of purple-black energy that collided with Lan Jue's attack. The prince's birth and destruction domain swallowed everything and came in contact with. Even all heaven lightning, for all its strength, was quickly castrated. Next, tendrils of the corrupt energy splayed out like tendrils and wrapped up Skyfire Avenue's leader. The Violet Princess took advantage of his distracted and appeared at his back. She reached out to grab him. But he stumbled forward 7 quick steps and lashed out with his left hand. 7-star hammer. Boom. The difference between Nirvana and the Infinite was highlighted in close combat. Suddenly Lan Jue felt a pressure crushing him from everywhere at once, so intense he could hardly breathe. He felt like every bone in his body was going to shatter. His 7-star hammer fist was formidable, but the power that enveloped him caused him to stagger. The prince had risen overhead while he struggled, and thrust a palm down toward the top of Lan Jue's skull. He was already at the limit of his capabilities. The might of his boundless starlight domain kept the influence of the alien's power from him, but it shrunk to where it only barely covered him. No strength remained to force his territory wider. Points on his body began to twinkle with starlight, like an inseparable fragment of the Milky Way. A storm of all-heaven lightning erupted around Lan Jue as he thrust Captus at the prince in a last-ditch effort. The radiance that surrounded him was born of his intrinsic protogenia, a power he was tapping into to temporarily swell his powers to the infinite. However, this was akin to quenching thirst with poison. He was injuring his body's flows of energy. If they survived, the effects might actually decrease his cultivation, maybe even his lifespan. It was a desperate attempt against 2 enemies that surpassed him in strength. The prince and princess didn't confront Lan Jue directly, and instead retreated under his self-destructive advance. His attacks hit nothing. Though he'd managed to free himself from the clutches of their domains, it wasn't enough to open a path of escape. The golden runes etched into Captus' blade had begun to dim as Lan Jue weakened. The burning energy around him was showing signs of collapse. Aya Gagger! The Violet Prince roared and attacked with the same method he'd used against the pharmacist. The princess answered him with a shriek. The 2 sounds combined to create a strange sort of incantation. It reverberated into his soul. He felt something deep within him quiver and his mind became muddled. The blue light that encased him dissolved away. Both violet figures attacked. The prince approached from behind and struck Lan Jue in the back. Where he hit, Lan Jue's clothes were burned away to ash. Captus tried to protect its master with a shell of red power, but the prince broke through.
A handprint appeared where the prince had struck, black and purple and full of evil intention.
Immediately lines of dark veins began to spread from the wound as the alien's poison spread. Ah!
Lan Jue screamed. His body began to twist, plagued by unendurable spasms. He felt like he was being pulled apart, while at the same time a maddening energy was worming its way through him. It was headed for his core. The pain didn't persist for long, then Lan Jue felt himself lose control of his body.
Pain was replaced by absolutely numbness, he couldn't move a finger. This was the end.
A singular thought crept up to Lan Jue through the haze that was consuming him.
Then, everything went dark. Zeta.
The prince watched as Lan Jue floated in the vacuum of space, unconscious.
He scowled at the human as though in thought.
The princess, on the other hand, was elated. She pulled Lan Jue to her side and pinched his face in her hand.
In the human way, I should thank you. I will bring him back to mate with.
Her words were full of a dark satisfaction.
The prince continued to look thoughtfully at the two of them.
His core has not been completely overcome.
There's something left, something that rejects my genetic invasion. Be cautious, there's something different about this human.
This is as it should be, she replied.
If he were a typical male, why would I choose him as a mate?
Our progeny will inherit strength from both he and I, whatever power he possesses that locks us out will become a part of us.
The Violet Prince nodded.
That is likely. I will also bring this female back with us. I can feel a connection between her weapon and the one Monarch possesses. He also told us the weapon your male bears is the same. You shall have his. As he spoke, he produced Captus from the clutches of his domain and handed it to the Violet Princess. He kept Oxysis for himself.
Both of the banishing blades quivered as though unwilling to yield to these monsters' control.
But their struggle was to no avail, not against bearers who could call upon the powers of the infinite.
The victorious alien royals shot back toward the homeworlds as dual beams of light.
They penetrated the strange, gelatinous exterior of Monarch and penetrated deep within. Truly controlling the potency of the Godblades was no easy feat. Both the prince and princess had felt the danger hidden within Altus. They knew nothing of the creation of human weapons, but they could guess that these were the product of that bygone immortal realm.
Commanding these weapons would undoubtedly bolster their strength and aid with the evolution.
Once the process was complete and an alien immortal realm created, they could quickly increase their cultivation without fear of universal reprisal.
This was the homeworld's plan, to propagate more powerful aliens to join them, and thus strengthen their fledgling reality.
Over time they would have enough power to threaten the universe itself.
Lan Jue and the pharmacist appeared with them in the depths of Monarch.
They were placed in orbs of some jelly-like material.
You first, or shall I?
The princess cast an eye at her brother, clearly eager to begin. The prince looked over the ethereal sword cradled in his hand.
You go on, he said. I'm in no rush. Besides, the humans are on the move.
Very well.
Then I will begin. She wasted no further time.
The clothing that concealed her melted away to reveal her too perfect figure. Her alluring frame would have toppled mountains in the world of man, but here the prince paid her no mind. She lazily lifted her right hand to motion at Lan Jue, and in response the thick slime that encased him peeled away. Lan Jue was revealed, also without clothing. Tendrils of cancerous veins crept out from the mark left by the prince and anchored Lan Jue to the ground. He hovered there as though he were weightless. A strange light burned in the depths of the princess' eyes. She ran her long fingers along her face.
I feel hot. Is this the influence of human genes? We've evolved to assimilate many human qualities, the prince replied. There are likely to be side effects.
Couple with him, see if this catalyzes some change in you.
She grinned. Yes. Now let me think, how do these creatures reproduce?
She knelt by Lan Jue's side as though admiring a piece of art. Her eyes ran up and down her perfect human specimen. The Violet Prince's body had been designed to be perfect, but for some reason the princess wasn't the least bit interested in his carefully crafted appearance. She knew his true form, and that was the image that stuck in her mind.
This human male was different.
He'd left her with an abiding impression from the moment she met him. She had assimilated human DNA into her own just a short time before their first encounter, getting accustomed to her new skin.
Human emotion was also new, vibrant and novel. Alien society was focused solely on growth. Consume, adapt, strengthen, repeat. Nothing else was important. She was different.
After remolding herself in the image of these humans, she had begun to change mentally as well. Though her emotions could not rightfully be described as human, they were alike enough.
She was curious to learn more.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 841, Risking Life for the Cause. Chapter 841, Risking Life for the Cause.
After her human transformation had been complete, she met Lan Jue for the first time. He'd saved her from the other humans. That was what made him stand out. Starting then and several times after she had had several opportunities to kill him. Yet she had not, and instead the desire to claim him as her own grew.
Now she was more human than ever.
The potential of their DNA coursed through her, but it also made her yearn for sensations these humans immersed themselves in. Monarch and the others saw no use for them, but they made the Violet Princess more curious about how these lesser life forms lived. She was not alone in these sensations. The Violet Prince also felt the tug of these emotions, though his were different. To her, Lan Jue was special. She held no interest in the other of his kind. In fact, she'd lost count of how many she'd killed by this point. Now it was finally time to take what she desired. She rested her hand upon Lan Jue and traced the muscles of his chest. The look in her eyes was anything but human, absent human desire and replaced with a strange curiosity. She searched the secrets of the DNA she'd consumed, and her body grew flush. She looked more beautiful than ever from this internal glow. Suddenly the Violet Prince's eyes narrowed. He turned and peered into the distance. Whatever he felt, the princess also sensed. Anger filled the air, so thick it could choke a man. These humans, so reckless. They dare to attack directly. They need to be destroyed. The princess hissed. The prince answered with a grunt. Let's go. We can't allow them to get close, they might have something planned we're not aware of. They left, leaving the strange cavern in silence. Its walls undulated sickeningly like the intestines of some awful creature.
Lan Jue lay upon the ground.
From the top he seemed fine, but he was still connected to the floor of the cavern through the black veins extending from his back. He remained there for a long time. Then, he started to shake. A white light radiated outward from his chest. It spread out in wispy tendrils like a fog until gathering into the shape of a woman.
Zhou Qianlin.
She was covered in a thin gown of pure white gauze fabric. When she looked down at Lan Jue, she couldn't stop a tinge of red from rising in her cheeks. A moment ago she truly was at a loss for what to do. If the princess had had the time to, would she have tried to stop her? More painful was the realization that she couldn't have done anything anyway. Attacking the alien would have only served to get her caught as well. She wiped the cold sweat that had accumulated on her brow. Thankfully it had not happened, otherwise she would have had to helplessly watch. She shut her eyes and extended her perception outward, trying to sense everything at once. Her Queen of Heaven domain quietly manifested itself as a shield around her. She looked around, and after a quick moment spied the corrupted godblades discarded nearby. They pulsed with the birth and destruction domain of the enemy. She took a deep breath. So far everything was going according to plan. Zeta. Jue, I have a plan. But it's dangerous, and will require you to risk your life. The payoff is that if you succeed, even if the main force is destroyed, there's a chance we can destroy the aliens outright. Lan Jue fixed his younger brother with a solemn stare. He had mulled over the suggestions for a long time before making it. But as the chances for a human victory became more remote, he realized he had to bring it up. Lan Jue searched his face. Go on, what's the plan? Danger doesn't matter if it can help us win this war. Lan Jue continued, his voice low and even. I want you to try and infiltrate the enemy lines. Specifically, I need you to bring Altus back. Lan Jue's heart began to quicken. It wasn't the first time the thought had crossed his mind. In fact, the pharmacist's husband had urged them to do just that. The banishing strategy was locked in Altus' memory, and if they could recover the weapon it could be used to destroy the aliens. The banishing strategy, one of the most deadly relics of the ancient days. Even mightiest denizens of the immortal realm would flee before it in terror. I understand. But getting to the surface of the alien planets is all but impossible. We won't be able to approach unnoticed. Lan Jue explained his thought process. Have you noticed that the aliens are very interested in the elite of humanity? On Angel, the victims they chose to mutate were all professionals and higher-class citizens. Put another way, the more unique you are, the better your chances of survival. This is due to their interest in our genetic code. In theory, then, if we give the aliens an opportunity to capture a paragon alive, I believe there is a 60% chance they'll take it. Once captured, they would have to take the paragon to one of the home worlds. Lan Jue followed where his brother was going. So you want me to go on a scouting mission, but get caught?
Lan Chang nodded. And that's where this mission gets dangerous. There's a 40% chance you'll be killed from the onset. Then, you'll need to recover your strength and find Altus in hostile territory. Once you find it, you then have to flee with the Godblade and make it back to us. I've thought about this for a long time, ever since you brought back the information from the pharmacist's husband. Originally I had decided against it, but after seeing how quickly you've grown it has proven how much potential these swords bear. With the 4 weapons together and the banishing strategy laid out against our enemies, even if they complete their transformation we have a good shot at victory. You and Qianlin would begin joined. You will be captured, chained, maybe even sealed. However, Qianlin's powers should be capable of restoring you to full strength as quickly as possible. From there you can proceed with the rest of your mission. I believe you are the only person who can do this. No one else can get in and recover that weapon, and I can't ask any of the others even if they could. It's just a rough thought, so I'll need you to tell me if you think it's possible. A wry grin spread across Lan Jue's face. Are you really my brother? Asking me to do something so dangerous. I'm guessing the chance of success doesn't even break 30%. Lan Chang was typically indifferent to his teasing. Humanity's looking at no more than 10%, but we have to try. That's 10% chance of winning in a direct confrontation against the alien horde. If you're telling me 30%, then we have a chance if we work together from both angles. But the bulk of it will rest on your shoulders. He paused for a moment, fixing Lan Jue with fervent eyes. Zhou, in all the universe you're my only bloodkin. I know that I might be asking you to head out to your death. If you sacrifice yourself, then I want you to know that no matter the result of this war I will accompany you to the other side. Lan Chang said it calmly, but Lan Jue knew his brother. If Lan Chang said it, he meant it. Zeta. Qianlin was cautious, carefully searching the area with her protogenia. To her surprise this cavern seemed like a universe all its own. Try as she might she could sense what was happening outside. This had to be the interior of Monarch, she surmised. She thought, or at least she hoped, that the alien ruler was too busy with its evolution to notice their presence. This whole plan was rife with danger and uncertainty. Luck would have to be on their side if they wanted a chance at success. At least so far, luck seemed to favor them. She supported Lan Jue's body as it lay prostrate. As she prepared, she pondered the possibility of death. Her deliverance discipline prepared her for this, and if her death meant that others would live she was happy with the result. Of course, so long as she and Lan Jue were together. As for the pharmacist, Lan Chang approached her himself. Even Lan Jue had not known she was going to participate in the mission. It was important that they got these weapons, whatever the cost. Even if they weren't able to employ the banishing stance, simply having the banishing blades together would boost their strength. Only Lan Chang, Lan Jue, Qianlin, the pharmacist, and Zhu Di knew this plan in its entirety. Even the likes of Luo Xiandi weren't privy to all the details. As far as she knew, Lan Jue was just going for a scouting sortie. Sending the scouting data back was actually Lan Jue sending his brother a signal. He was ready for the prince and princess. Lan Chang and his soldiers were ready to begin the final engagement. Lan Chang's part of the plan was simple. He had to keep the enemy busy, so that they didn't have time to experiment on Lan Jue and the pharmacist. Thankfully Lan Chang had the foresight to plan for this. If not, Lan Jue may very well have been subjected to the depraved desires of the Violet Princess. Qianlin would have been powerless to stop it. Both Lan Jue and the pharmacist, in order to trick the aliens into a false sense of security, did not hide their weapons. They also had to fight as hard as they could and subject themselves to unconsciousness in order to sell the ruse. Otherwise, how would they trick two creatures with infinite power? With no danger evident, Qianlin set about her work. She placed her hands against Lan Jue's chest and channeled the light of Guanyin through him. She constrained the Queen of Heaven powers so that they remained just around her charge in order to avoid detection. As she directed her consciousness into him with her energy, she ran into a problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 842, Expel. Arrow of Compassion. Chapter 842, Expel. Arrow of Compassion. All of the arteries and veins in Lan Jue's body had become a sickly purple, especially the ones near his heart. They writhed as the corruption continued to flow through his body. Only his core was spared, with a shell of pale blue light that kept the corruption from swallowing it up. It was the only part of Lan Jue that was yet to succumb. After absorbing the power of the Thunder Essence, immortal chi flowed throughout Lan Jue's core. His inheritance from the Emperor of the North Star also imbued it with the power of the Five Lightnings.
Although the Violet Prince was strong and his power great, it was still difficult for him to overcome Lan Jue's natural abilities. Qianlin poured her Queen of Heaven discipline into him, but found resistance from the alien influence. The birth and destruction powers they commanded had taken root deep within Lan Jue's body and was radiating outward, blocking her powers.
Not good.
Qianlin was stunned to discover that the problem with their plan wasn't what was going on outside, but within Lan Jue's body.
The Violet Prince's influence was strong and deep.
She continued to try and force her discipline into him, and noticed that the more she tried the darker her surroundings became. Soon the same toxic hue that flowed through Lan Jue had taken over the walls of the cavern.
The environment had become a part of him, and he a part of it.
Qianlin, like Lan Jue, had achieved the lofty heights of nirvana. Unlike him, she was not adept at combat and really understood very little of her power now that she was a paragon. Now was it her body she was trying to work with? One mistake could harm Lan Jue, and that was what she feared the most. That being the case, she was hesitant to employ her full strength.
Her second most pressing concern was the changes in the cavern around them.
The aliens would surely notice something had changed when they got back and their plans would be discovered. She was running out of options. With a flash of light, Demortis appeared in her hand. She planned to cut the vessels that connected him to the planet, then decide what to do from there.
She tenderly lifted him up.
Then, with Demortis' blue light flickering across its blade, she pulled the weapon across his back. They tenaciously clung to him, but Demortis was a banishing blade and severed the vessels from her lover. She held him close. As she supported his weight, she looked down in horror to discover blood oozing quickly from his back. It poured thick and black from the ends of the vessels, draining his life force.
Ah! Qianlin gasped.
Much to her surprise, the tubes that had connected him to the planet had completely integrated themselves with his body and circulatory system. Once again, she summoned her powers to try and staunch the bleeding. It worked, but only in limited scope. The writhing ends of the vessels refused to close, whipping through the air like tony snakes. The power of the alien overlords was proving more than she could handle. What could she do? What could she do? She was flustered and scared. Their plan was predicated on the hope that everything went perfectly, but their knowledge of these monsters was so limited, especially where the homeworlds were concerned. It was likely they were the first living beings to make it here.
A flickering light appeared from Zhou Qianlin's forehead.
She felt a strange sensation rising from within her that cleared her mind. A focused golden light sprang from between her eyebrows and fell over Lan Jue's back. It was an arrow, bright and gold, and when its light hit Lan Jue's back, it spread over the corrupted skin. Where the luminescence fell, the veins writhed sickeningly, in sharp contrast to the steady power she released.
Lan Jue's vessels changed from purplish-black to a healthy red.
The wounds on his back began to heal. After a few moments, he looked like nothing had ever happened aside from a halo of golden light that clung to him.
The arrow of compassion. Zhou Qianlin understood the moment she saw it.
The weapon had been the product of their combined blood, manipulated by the god of wine Bess and imparted unto them. After their breakthrough to Paragon, the arrow chose Zhou Qianlin and her Queen of Heaven domain, searing itself as a rune on her spirit.
Until now she hadn't known what to do with it. The gold light receded back into Qianlin's forehead.
With a groan, Lan Jue's eyes fluttered open. The first thing he noticed was the warmth against his back and a familiar presence.
Qianlin, did we succeed? Lan Jue pulled himself into a sitting position and searched his surroundings.
The cavern's interior had returned to its previous violet tinge, like nothing had happened. The air was thin, and bore a faintly odor, but was otherwise fine.
Qianlin told him what had transpired.
When he heard of the princess' plan to have her way with him, he gaped at her. She looked at him, frowning.
You're thinking about it, aren't you? She's gorgeous, after all.
He looked back at her with slight indignation.
Nonsense.
She's not my breed, much less my type, and my heart knows what it wants. I have my goddess and there's no room for anyone else, human or otherwise.
All right, Qianlin conceded.
Save your sister.
I'm not sure what to do.
Lan Jue looked toward the pharmacist, who was still enveloped in an orb of alien power. He moved quickly to her side, and after a moment of thought, pressed his right hand against her head. The telltale flicker of lightning traveled down his arm. The coalesced domain of the aliens melted, but began to flow up his arm.
Lan Jue didn't resist.
Instead, he took a few steps back and allowed it to continue to cover him. His eyes adopted a blue light, and within twinkled a galaxy of stars.
Poof!
The crawling sludge dissolved into smoke and flitted away on the breeze. Without the Violet Prince to lend it strength, the birth and destruction domain could not hold up against Lan Jue's all-heaven lightning.
He repeated this a few more times until eventually the pharmacist was free.
It was somewhat awkward when he discovered that she was also nude, and quickly had Qianlin lend her some of her own clothes. Meanwhile, Lan Jue looked over their 2 captured swords. Both he and the pharmacist had fought hard against the prince and princess, even going so far as to attack with all their might. However, they did keep some things hidden, like the secret powers of their swords. If they'd drawn on the potential of their banishing blades, it would not have been so easy for the aliens to capture them. One of them likely would have escaped if one were willing to sacrifice themselves. But none of that was necessary, as their goal was to trick their foes. Even the seals on the swords were actually placed there by Lan Jue and the pharmacist, insurance policies in case they needed to contend against their own swords. If they were taken, they needn't fear, they could summon the weapons back within 1,000 kilometers. He took Captus back into his hands. There was no need for his thunderbolt discipline now, for the sword reacted immediately to his touch. It flared with power, radiating an angry red light, and the seal was broken. Lan Jue hid the sword within himself right away, in order to conceal its power from Monarch. Altus had to be here somewhere, and with Captus awake it would stir the sword. Monarch would know something was amiss. For this mission his greatest fear concerned the planet itself. How much power could it employ, he wondered, while in the midst of its evolution? Zhou Qianlin galvanized her domain and used it to wake the pharmacist. When she opened her eyes and noted her clothes were different, her cheeks reddened. She looked towards Lan Jue and saw his back turned. Once she rose and recovered oxysis, the 3 of them reconvened. The pharmacist spoke first to Lan Jue. "Alright, we've managed the first step. What's next?" Lan Jue's tones were sober and earnest. "In a moment we'll need to start searching for Altus Aura. Once we find it, we need to think about how we're going to flee. We know nothing about this place." She looked back at him with firm expression. "I can use my connection to Altus to find it. Then we cut our way out as fast as possible. There isn't much time to think it over, we have to do whatever we can, quickly. Complete our mission and escape at once." Qianlin added her voice. "From what we saw in orbit, the planets have reached the key period of their evolution. These worlds are hollow, meaning most of their essence has been funneled into Europa. Their cores mustn't be here, otherwise Monarch would have discovered us already. The fact we're still breathing shows I'm right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 843, Re-engage. Chapter 843, Re-engage. Lan Jue nodded. "Qianlin has a point. Sister, search with your consciousness. We'll protect you." As he spoke, he took up Qianlin's hand. So long as the 2 of them were together, they were confident in their combat abilities. In all of humanity, the only paragon who surpassed them when they were hand in hand was Zhu Di. In fact, if they were to use their harmonious swords, even Zhu Di wouldn't necessarily beat them in a fight. This fact was part of the reason why they agreed to undertake this dangerous mission. If he'd really been in danger of being slain by the Violet Prince or Princess, Qianlin was prepared to reveal herself, and the 2 would have employed the full might of their swords without reservation. The most dangerous part of their mission was after Lan Jue and the pharmacist were captured and subdued. If their subjugators changed their mind, Qianlin would have had to face them herself. Zeta. While Lan Jue and his team were performing their task, humanity's armada had moved in to re-engage with the alien forces. They received the communication from Lan Jue an hour before the operation was to commence. It surprised the leadership, but Lan Chang had ordered everyone on high alert 2 hours prior. The 3 Bastion's ships were arrayed in their triangular formation to protect the fleets as they advanced. Altogether they slowly moved in toward the alien homeworlds. Moments after Lan Jue gave his brother confirmation and analysis of their enemy, the admiral shared the data with Kong Hui and Hua Li. However, he did share with them Lan Jue's true mission. He also did not share with them the fact that their grand assault was also a distraction. It was a 2-pronged approach. If the armada was able to defeat their enemies, then grand, but if they lost, Lan Jue was also fighting for their right to survive. Lan Chang and his brother were blood. Especially since the both of them had become paragons, they were connected through this bond. At least up to this point Lan Chang could sense Lan Jue, and knew he was still alive. If he was still breathing so long after sending the last data dump, the signs were good. The plan was proceeding as they'd hoped, presumably, and there was still a chance. In order to give his brother the best chance at survival, Lan Chang ordered a general offensive. Middle Heaven led the charge, anxious to break the lines and attack Europa. All of its cannons were on full display, but were not yet charging. Star Division was already deployed, traveling among the fleet ships. They were responsible for the defense of the entourage behind Middle Heaven. Among them were the recently organized Adept Corps from the north. They were handpicked by the Terminator, 3,000 strong, and none of them lower than 5th level. They didn't hold a candle to Star Division, but were nonetheless a boon to have at one side on the battlefield. The Dark Citadel's remaining forces were also ready to engage. Only a few of them piloted mechas, one of them being Mika. She sat within the cockpit of her suit, Jezebel, regarding the scene with a calm expression. She'd tried repeatedly to get in contact with Lan Jue, to no avail. She'd begun to worry for his safety until she received a message from her boss. He told her that he'd been dispatched on a secret mission. No matter what happens, he instructed, he had to keep a level head and a steady heart. She couldn't allow herself to be swallowed up by the darkness. Mika was less anxious after the message. She focused on the remnants of her father's power, the 300 representatives of the Dark Citadel. It was a good company, with a fair number of strong fighters. It was a bleaker situation for the Pontiff's Citadel. Metatron and a handful of archangels were the only ones left by the Pontiff's side. Su Xiaosu, the one they called the Morning Star, was not among them. They knew where she was, but they also knew her new position. As chief of Star Division, there was no way they were getting to her. Nothing was held back. Every soldier, every weapon was being prepared for the final fight. After 5 days, Poseidon was also ready to employ its humanoid transformation once more if needed. Middle Heaven's Molinite core was also prepared for peak load. The waiting had been grueling. For 5 long days everyone had been living under a cloud of anxiety. Since no one knew when the aliens would complete their evolution, every minute was agonizingly slow as they anticipated the worst. Good news come to them from Angel. Several successful resupply shipments had come and gone, and the survivors were doing well. At least they wouldn't have to worry about looking after the survivors. Everything was prepared for the final confrontation between man and monster. The time had come for victory or defeat to be determined. The finality of it settled over soldier and officer alike. Billions of lives hung in the balance, and they were aware their chances of success were creeping closer to zero with each passing minute. No one knew for certain when the homeworlds would complete their evolution, however they knew this was their last chance to do something about it. Even if the North agreed to send more forces, time had run out. This was to be the end, either way. Lan Qing had made no attempts to hide the severity of it. He told everyone under his command that if they lost, humanity was lost. The aliens did not float idly by as the armada approached. They moved in to intercept the fleet quickly. The horde spread out across a wide breadth of space in a way similar to the formation they'd employed last time. Both flanks were populated by typical alien soldiers and their central core were the elite. This time, it was the Violet Prince and Princess who led them. The Violet Princess expression was particularly frigid, and a deeply murderous glint lived in her eyes. An elusive human sensation had been within her grasp and these meddlesome soldiers had interrupted her. She was full of an unspeakable rage. As many as 22 avatars stood by their side. 24 of the mightiest enemies humanity had ever faced stood between the last hope of mankind and their ultimate victory. 5 of them commanded the power of the infinite. In many ways a creature of infinite level power was equivalent to a bastion ship. Middle Heaven was about as good as 2, maybe 3. In the fight to come it would come down to mastery of command. But small and powerful was a deadly combination on the battlefield. That was why paragons were so highly regarded by military leaders. The two sides neared. Tyrannosaurus spun its lumbering body to position its main cannon, targeting the cluster of elite aliens. Suddenly a harsh orange light began to flicker around Middle Heaven. It looked like it was preparing to charge. The support fleets were in tight formation and their weapons were trained on the enemy forces, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Their shields were also engaged to full strength which covered them in shimmering shells of opaque light. They waited with bated breath. A cold light radiated from the Violet Prince's eyes. He glared at Tyrannosaurus but made no indication he was going to dodge its deadly blast. Kang Hui stared back, seated within the Bastion's control center. Lan Qing's face was on the screen beside him as they spoke through their dedicated channel. Begin! Lan Qing gave the order, cold and somber. But to Kang Hui, for some reason, it sounded almost fervent. Firing main cannon. Kang Hui slammed his hand onto the red button in front of him. A shudder rumbled through Tyrannosaurus. Then, the cannon released a deafening blast as it fired at the alien commanders. A column of white light spat forth that carved a stark path through space. Flagrantly it blazed towards its target. In the same instant, Middle Heaven made its move. An eruption of orange light brighter than ever before was belched from its rear. The war planet was catapulted forward at tremendous speed. Swarms of drones tumbled from the hangars but didn't follow the Bastion. Instead, they spread out and returned to where the rest of the armada waited as though abandoning ship.
Middle Heaven and Tyrannosaurus attacked at nearly the same moment.
As the eastern bastion barreled towards its foes, it glowed with a blinding orange light in much the same way as before.
It looked like it could erupt into its solar flare at any moment. How powerful was a bastion's main cannon? Strong enough that an alien planet would avoid it by any means necessary. They wouldn't dare risk a directly blow.
Lan Chang's opening gambit was a simple one: attack with Tyrannosaurus' strongest attack and send Middle Heaven in for a kamikaze run.
If the aliens didn't stop him, he would turn Luan into the most terrifying bomb in all of human history and obliterate Europa. He would sacrifice Middle Heaven if it meant blowing the alien planets into dust.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.